Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Familiar Evil. Chapter 11, Dead Rising. September 25th, 1998, 6:30 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. Move, move. Beltway yelled as he fired a shotgun into the horde of zombies shambling towards them. He was joined by Vector and Spectre, gunning down any of the undead between them and their objective. Loud bangs echoed across the dark, damp alleyway and the metal dumpsters, and brief flashes of white light were the only source of illumination they had. His ears were ringing, and he was clenching his teeth so hard that his jaw was beginning to feel sore. Yet still he refused to relent, hastily sliding in new shells as soon as his weapon clicked empty. Once the tube was refilled, he chambered the round with a satisfying pump and fired directly into the head of an approaching zombie, popping it like a balloon and spraying him and the surrounding area with blood, bone, and gore. Four Eyes, how's that door coming? Vector shouted above the fray as he continued to fire his rifle in short, controlled bursts. He moved to reload when the gun clicked empty, but found himself beset by a pair of zombies. Letting out a short, angry curse, the umbrella-trained mercenary dropped his rifle, pulled out his USP-9 and knife, then stabbed one in the face while firing 3 rounds into the head of the other. As both zombies fell to the ground, as dead as they already should have been, he steadied his pistol atop his left wrist and continued to fire. Almost have it. Four Eyes confirmed, kneeling in front of an electronic lock whose face had been ripped off. Beside her, Bertha was protecting their injured leader while simultaneously fending off any zombies coming in from their rear. While there was a chain-link fence to their back with a roll of barbed wire at the top, that wasn't stopping the zombies' approach, merely delaying them. Not that their complete lack of self-preservation was a surprise to any of them at this point, but it was proving increasingly annoying. Got it, Four Eyes called out as the electronic lock blinked green. Rising up to her feet, she pulled open the metal door and grunted in exertion, firing a quick burst from her MP5 into the chest, and head of zombie waiting on the other side with one hand from the hip. Four Eyes ran into the building, sweeping the area for any signs of hostile undead, and after confirming the coast was clear, turned back to her teammates and waved them over. Get inside now, she ordered as she grabbed onto the inner door handle and lock. The rest of USS Delta team immediately complied. Bertha hoisted Lupo off the ground and slung her arm over her shoulders, then assisted Lupo in entering the building. Lupo wanted to do more, but all she could do at the moment was gingerly hold her hand to her clearly broken ribs. Each breath made her lungs feel like they were on fire, and the near-constant firefight they had been in for the past hour had done little to alleviate her symptoms. She'd be fine once Bertha finished giving her medical attention, but they needed a secure place to do that, which the streets didn't exactly provide free of charge. Once they were inside, Vector and Spectre filed in with Beltway guarding the rear. When he stepped into the doorframe, he pulled out a flashbang and pulled the pin before throwing it into the center of the largest group of zombies. A moment later, a white flash and ear-splitting ring filled the air, disorienting the undead and throwing them off of their pursuit. This gave the demolitions expert time to enter the building, letting Four Eyes slam the door shut behind him. As soon as the door closed, the electronic lock immediately engaged, sealing them inside. Delta Team didn't let that prevent them from aiming their weapons at the door, including Lupo, who was propped up against the back wall. The air became tense and filled with dread as silence overtook them. When the door banged as something slammed against it, they involuntarily jumped and nearly pulled their triggers, but their training let them keep proper trigger discipline. When the next few bangs followed, they were able to keep their composure while, at the same time, beginning to look around for an exit if need be. Luckily, the bangs tapered off as the animalistic zombies, having lost track of their prey, lost interest and stopped attempting to get inside. The mercenaries could still hear them outside, their moans muffled through the brick, wood, and metal, but they were safe for the moment. At once, a collective sigh of relief was let out, and they let their muscles relax as they lowered their weapons. It didn't last for long, however, before Four Eyes walked off, saying, "This is a designated safe house. There should be ammo and supplies here." On it, Vector immediately replied as he and Four Eyes walked deeper into the building, leaving the others to fortify their location. That wasn't too difficult, as the building, which on the surface looked like any other two-story town home, was purpose-built to house Umbrella's agents and employees in the event of a biohazard containment leak. Given Raccoon City's proximity to the primary T-virus testing site in the now-destroyed Spencer Mansion and the 3 NESD facilities, the risk of biological contaminants leaking out was too big to ignore. As such, Umbrella had used its practical ownership of the entire city to install dozens of safe houses. In the event of a biohazard leak, Umbrella's agents and employees were to evacuate into the safe houses for later extraction, protecting them from the horrors that would be unleashed. They were all completely isolated from the city's utility grid, with enough food, water, and supplies stored for up to 12 people to last for weeks. And behind the reinforced walls, windows, and ventilation, there was little chance of a BOW breaking in. At least, that was the plan. Just a quick look around the blood-stained floors and walls, along with the fresh corpse that Four Eyes had put down upon entry, told Lupo everything she needed to know. The single gunshots from Spectre's rifle as he went room to room, putting down zombies feasting on corpses, only clinched it. While Lupo could only guess at what exactly went down, she had a pretty good idea. Once the T-virus leaked into Raccoon City's water supply, a group of Umbrella employees retreated into the safe house as per company procedure. Unfortunately, at least one of them was already infected, and when they succumbed to the virus, they infected and killed the others. Yet another example of Umbrella's plans completely falling apart, which Lupo was seeing more and more of every passing moment in this godforsaken city. Her thoughts were broken as Bertha injected a medical syringe into her inflamed chest. She hissed in slight discomfort, then sighed as relief coursed through her body. That was for the pain, Bertha said as the medicine finished being administered, then tossed away the spin injector. Thanks, Lupo said after taking a few deep breaths, and Bertha nodded before beginning to lightly press her hand against the injured area. She winced in pain and discomfort as pressure was applied, but other than clenching her fist against the tile floor, she did nothing. Without proper equipment, I can't give you an exact diagnosis, Bertha admitted as she continued to inspect her injured leader, but you definitely have a broken rib. Maybe even two, it's hard to say. You're lucky it wasn't worse. Ah, you're telling me. That damn tyrant hit like a truck, Lupo grunted in obvious annoyance. Not at her team's medic, who was simply doing her job and making sure she was still in fighting shape, but at the entire situation they found themselves in. Shaking her head, she then asked, "Will I still be able to fight?" With a steady stream of painkillers and medicine? Yes, Bertha answered, then added, so long as you don't aggravate it. Chances of that happening. Do you want me to lie or give you an honest answer? Lupo took that sarcastic reply as her answer, then let out another groan. Feeling enough strength to pick herself up off the ground as Four Eyes and Vector returned, supplies in hand, she pressed her hand against her forehead, then said, "We'll just have to deal with it. How long before it's safe for us to leave?" In our situation, an hour at least. Preferably 2 or 3. Lupo, pressing her hand against her chest once more, agreed with Bertha's assessment. This wasn't the first time she had been injured in such a manner, so she had experience in this kind of thing. But at the exact same time, she knew they didn't have an hour, much less 3. Half an hour, then we're leaving. Any more than that, and we risk losing Subject Zero's trail more than we already have, Lupo declared, then turned around as the rest of her team let out a groan. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Quit complaining. You're professionals. Act like it. In the meantime, I want an ammo and gun check. Beltway, Vector, head into the armory and start replenishing our ammunition and medical supplies. That goes for all of you. Grab anything you can carry. Leave everything else behind. We might need to come back here with how things are going." "Yes, ma'am," her team replied, then proceeded to carry out their orders without question. Feeling herself wince with each step, Lupo fought through the pain and carried her rifle over to a nearby table, ejecting the round in the chamber as well as removing the magazine. Lupo grimaced as she counted her remaining ammunition. As she feared, she was down to a half a magazine of 5.56 NATO ammunition, along with 2 magazines for her 9mm handgun. Only a single frag grenade was left on her belt, with everything else spent. A quick look around to the rest of her team told her that they were in the same position. She was perhaps even worse. Not too surprising. What with the outright firefight they were in not too long ago, along with nearly a day of non-stop fighting against the undead prowling the streets of Raccoon City as they hunted their quarry. Luckily, a quick disassembly and cleaning of her weapons told her that everything was in working order, so once she was fully stocked and loaded, she'd be good to go. Taking out all of her spent magazines from their respective pouches, Lupo began sliding the bullets in one by one, letting herself fall into a monotonous routine. It was almost tranquil, letting her forget, even for just one moment, that they weren't currently trapped in the closest approximation to hell on Earth. She knew it wouldn't last, and as soon as they left the safe house, they'd be right back into the thick of it. Not only that, Lupo knew it would only get worse from here on out. Raccoon City was still in the beginning stages of the outbreak, and there was no telling where one of the scale would go from here on out. Still, she would bask in it for as long as it lasted. Lupo had just finished loading the last of her rifle magazines and was moving on to the pistols when her radio suddenly chimed to life. Without even needing to look at the ID, she knew who it was from and nearly growled as anger bubbled up from inside her. The rest of Delta Team was looking at her now, not even bothering trying to hide their investment in the upcoming conversation. Normally, Lupo would have been too annoyed to deal with Umbrella Command, but right now she had some words to say. Command, Lupo plainly stated, barely managing to stay composed. Delta, were you able to obtain Subject 0? Command asked, even though Lupo knew they already knew the answer. They wanted her to say it, admit to her team's failure on record, but right now she was too angry to care. No, we weren't. Turns out the U.S. Special Forces team you had us fire upon, against my recommendation, were able to buy Subject 0 enough time to escape further into the city, Lupo admitted, clenching her fist as her anger let her completely ignore the pain. Had he not fired upon them, they would have extracted Subject 0 out of the city, removing her from our reach. That, along with any other evidence they might have gathered, would have jeopardized Umbrella's entire operation, Command dismissively pointed out. They had to be eliminated yet, in what's clearly becoming a trend. You and your team failed to do that. We could have taken them out and captured Subject 0 had you not sent a damn tyrant into the area. A tyrant which proceeded to attack us. Lupo nearly shouted as she slammed her fist into the table, making a few bullets fall over from the tremor. I don't know what kind of friend or foe system you have installed into those super soldiers of yours, but it was clearly defective. The damn thing nearly killed me and forced my team to fall back, and with all the zombies who were attracted by the chaos of the fight, we were nearly overwhelmed. Quit making excuses, Command dismissed, causing Lupo to throw her hands up incredulously. Command then continued. You know very well that tyrants cannot be reprogrammed while out in the field. They are given a single directive and follow it to the letter with no deviation. That tyrant was programmed to eliminate any special forces teams inserted into the city. It obviously mistook you and your team for one of them. I know that, but that doesn't answer the question. Why the hell didn't Umbrella program its super soldiers to not attack its own personnel in the first place? Lupo demanded, but she knew Umbrella wouldn't give her an answer. Had you managed to recover Subject 0 from the start, your team wouldn't have had an incident with the tyrant at all, Command refuted, causing Lupo to silently seethe. As you continue your mission, I'd advise you to avoid any zones with an active tyrant in the area to avoid such incidents in the future. Lupo wanted to shout and scream into her radio, but stopped herself. She clenched her eyes shut and began to breathe in and out, remembering the 3 rules that kept her and her team alive through all the shit that Umbrella pitted them against. Survival, the mission, then pride. Right now, her pride was shot to hell, and she knew she had every right to chew her employers out for both treating them like dirt and putting their lives in danger. Yet, at the same time, she knew that wouldn't accomplish anything. If anything, it might make their situation worse. We'll take that into consideration, Lupo finally replied, forcing herself to calm down. See that you do. Command out. With that, the line went dead, and the safe house became deathly quiet once more. No one said a word, and none dared to speak, as Lupo violently punched the wooden table again, and one more time for good measure before picking up a ceramic mug that had been laid out and hurling it against the wall. It shattered into tiny pieces with a loud crash, but none paid attention in favor of continuing to stare at the seething mercenary captain. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Beltway spoke up and said, "That sounded like it went well." Lupo was silent for a moment, then shook her head and admitted, "That's not the word I'd use." With the ice broken, Vector asked, "What's our next move?" "Our next move is the same thing we've been doing. Track Subject 0 down and recover her for extraction," Lupo answered. "Easier said than done, Captain," Spectre pointed out, "especially in this place. You'd have better luck tracking a target down in the Hindu Kush than Raccoon City at the moment. At least there the people aren't trying to eat you. Don't remind me, but without her we're not getting out of this hellhole, nor are we getting paid. So, easy or not, we need to find her." "Again, lovely. Any ideas on how to do that?" Beltway sarcastically requested, folding his arms across his chest. "Actually, I may have an idea on that," for eyes revealed, drawing all attention to her. Pulling up her tack pad, she began tapping into the screen before turning it around to show the others. The device was displaying a red-tinted map of Raccoon City, with a series of dots scattered across the map pulsing in regular intervals. "Very pretty, but what exactly am I looking at?" Bertha asked, and Four Eyes looked at everyone as she stood up. "This is a map of Raccoon City, and these dots," Four Eyes answered, pointing at one of the dots in question, "are the locations of U.S. Army evacuation sites. Other USS teams have engaged special forces sent into the city, and one of them managed to obtain this." "Great. So Umbrella's declaring war on the United States. That's going to go well," Bertha scoffed, a sentiment Lupo and the rest of her team readily agreed with. Doing so was stupid and would make things worse, but at the same time Lupo knew exactly why Umbrella was doing it. While they might not be acting like it, the Umbrella Corporation was panicking. Raccoon City had quickly turned into a disaster of biblical proportions, and they were doing everything in their power to prevent it from being linked to them in any way. If even the slightest hint of evidence got out, they were done. Regardless, while I don't know which one they directed them to, I can assume that team of SF operators directed Subject Zero and her accomplice to an evac site. Farais continued, and Lupo caught on immediately. So we just need to figure out which one and intercept them on the way there, Lupo suggested, and Four Eyes nodded. Lupo nodded back, then said, "Good work. Start narrowing the locations down. Focus on proximity. There's no sense in waiting for them at an evac site halfway across the city. They'll never make it there. While that may answer the question of where we're going to find them, that doesn't answer the question on how we're going to apprehend them," Spectre pointed out. "We've tried twice now, and if they see us, they're going to run. Subject Zero's magic gives them too many openings they can exploit." "I know that, which is why we're going to try a different approach," Lupo admitted, leaning back against the chair as her team looked at her expectantly. "All this time, we've been trying to force her to come with us. Clearly, that hasn't worked. Instead, we're going to do what we arguably should have done in the beginning. We're going to give them what they want. Subject Zero and her friend want to escape Raccoon City, and we can give that to them." Delta Team was silent for a moment, pondering their leader's words. Then Bertha spoke up and said, "Lupo, with all due respect, I believe that boat has sailed. With all the hostilities between us and Subject Zero, they're not going to believe a single word we say." "Most likely," Lupo admitted while giving her teammates a short nod, then added, "But even still, just that tiny amount of leverage may be all that we need to tilt the odds in our favor, one way or another. Here's what we're going to do." Saito and Louise had been running nonstop for what felt like hours. Their legs were burning, each breath feeling as though glass was cutting through their lungs. Yet, despite their general exhaustion, both refused to stop running. They had no choice but to keep moving, otherwise they were as good as dead, either from the zombies or from the mercenaries who were still hunting them down. "Gak!" Louise yelped as she tripped and fell from a pool of liquid. With the lights out and the moon obscured by a thick layer of clouds, they couldn't tell exactly what she had slipped in. But, frankly, Louise didn't want to know. Saito quickly helped her to her feet, and together they continued to run away. Do you think we lost them?" Louise asked through ragged breaths, holding her wand tightly in her hand. As they ran, Saito stole a quick look behind them. The only thing he saw was scores of undead shambling about aimlessly, the ones closest to them attempting to give chase before losing interest as the distance between them grew larger and larger. His focus, however, was further back, far beyond what he could see. When the two of them had started running, Echo 6 had been locked in an intense firefight against Umbrella's mercenaries, something that made even the most intense action movie scene seem quaint and mediocre by comparison. It was frightening, but more terrifying than that was when the gunfire stopped not too long after they first ran. The brief lull was broken up by a loud, crashing noise, sounding like metal slamming against concrete repeatedly. It was followed by more frantic gunfire, then everything began to taper off. He had absolutely no idea what happened after they left, and that uncertainty bit into his very soul. "I don't know," Saito reluctantly admitted as he and Louise exited the alley and emerged onto a street. Louise looked at him, despair in her eyes, but even she knew the truth. They had thought they'd lost the mercenaries before, but they were able to track them down regardless. While Echo 6 was clearly well-trained and knew what they were doing, so were the mercenaries. Saito liked to think that the Special Forces team managed to kill the mercenaries, but unfortunately there was no way to be certain without seeing their bodies for themselves. Taking a moment to look around their immediate area, Saito immediately noticed a few things. The street, like all the others in Raccoon City, was cluttered with parked and crashed vehicles. Downed power lines and chain-link fences blocked off portions of it. And luckily for them, there were only about 3 zombies in the immediate area, none of whom had noticed them at the moment. Slowing to a stop, Saito breathed heavily in and out for a few moments, then added, "But I think we lost them for now." "For now," Louise sarcastically scoffed and shook her head, but kept her eyes trained on the nearest zombie. She then lowered her voice and muttered, "They're not going to stop, are they?" Saito didn't answer, but he didn't have to. They both already knew it. Deciding to take the moment to catch their breath, Saito and Louise began slowly walking through the maze of crashed vehicles and debris, careful to avoid the zombies, often by putting a car between them whenever possible. The two teenagers made as little noise as possible. One of the zombies managed to notice them regardless, and slowly turned to snarl at them through a loosely hanging jaw, its flesh sunken and rotten to the point where muscle had fallen away to expose bone. Louise quickly dispatched the abomination with an axe blow to the face, followed by Saito slamming his baseball bat to the back of its head as it fell onto the pavement. On the second blow, the skull broke, spewing blood and brain matter everywhere. Without even sparing the revolting sight a second glance, Saito and Louise continued to move. Making their way down an alley, blocked off on one side by a chain-link fence, they continued moving. To where? They weren't exactly certain. All they knew was that the evacuation site the soldiers had directed them to was at the Raccoon City Public Library. While Saito knew how to get there, it was hard without knowing exactly where they were at the moment. They needed to find a place to stop and collect their bearings, then chart the best path forward. When the chains beside him violently shook, Saito and Louise jumped and hastily turned towards it with weapons raised. On the other side of the fence were several zombies, moaning hungrily as they pressed themselves as hard against the chains as they could. Most could only tightly grip the chain links, but a few were able to reach out towards Saito and Louise through gaps. Saito's heart thundered in his chest, and he wanted nothing more than to take his pistol and shoot them all in the head. Judging by how twitchy Louise was getting with her own revolver, she was thinking the same thing. But both knew doing so was pointless. As much as the zombies wanted to get to them, the fence was keeping them safe and the zombies at bay. For the moment, at least. Saito could see the fence begin to strain and buckle under the weight of all the zombies crushing themselves against its wires, and eventually it would fail. Keeping his pistol in hand, Saito gently grabbed Louise's wrist. She flinched at the sudden contact, but maintained her composure as she looked at him. "Come on," he said, sharply tilting his head to the side. Louise nodded after a moment, and together they continued to briskly walk through the alley. Around them, they could hear the muffled moans of zombies shambling about, some behind walls and inside nearby buildings, telling Saito and Louise to avoid going into them. Others were far closer, walking around in the open and forcing both teenagers to carefully move around them. At one point, a pair of zombies were blocking off the path they needed to take, so Saito and Louise were forced to cut them down with a hail of gunfire. Just as soon as the zombies fell to the ground, fresh holes in their chests and heads spewing dark blood onto the pavement, more zombies emerged. Attracted by the loud noise, they hissed and moaned as they made their way towards the two teenagers, eager to sink their teeth into their flesh. Saito merely emptied the rest of his magazine into a few more zombies, along with Louise, who finished firing the rest of her chambers to create a hole for them to escape. As soon as the hole was made, the two of them sprinted right through, feeling the zombies' fingers graze past their shoulders. Neither looked back, continuing to run for a short distance before the moans became muffled. Taking the brief lull to reload their weapons, Saito and Louise grimaced as once again that horrid smell entered their nostrils. Saito nearly threw up, especially when the source of the stench was coming out of a bloody dumpster right next to them. But he was able to keep the contents of his stomach down, and after chambering a bullet, he and Louise kept moving. If he was being honest with himself, the worst part of this nightmare he was living in wasn't the zombies or even the mercenaries. Those they could avoid, if only for a time. No, the worst part was the smell. A stench of death and rot filled the air and permeated into his very being. It didn't matter where they went, it was persistent. The implications were both obvious and something that Saito desperately didn't want to think about it. He didn't know this, though. The smell, just like everything else in this city, was only going to keep getting worse. "Saito," Louise quietly asked as they moved toward an open courtyard with a fenced-off basketball court in its center. "Yeah," Saito replied, keeping his eyes peeled for any danger. So far, he wasn't seeing any, but that was only for a moment. "What do you think they're going to do?" Louise asked, her hands tightly clenching her revolver. "To Raccoon City, I mean." Saito had been wondering that, too, and he didn't exactly have an answer. He admitted, "I don't know. The military might send in an army to clear the zombies out and rescue any survivors. Or they might blockade Raccoon City to prevent anything from getting in or out. Or they might just say, fuck it, launch a nuke, then call it day." "You think they might actually do that?" "It might be the only way to be sure," Saito pointed out. Louise nervously gulped, then nodded in acceptance. Either way, it didn't exactly matter what the American government did to Raccoon City. If they stayed, Saito and Louise were as good as dead. After that, Saito didn't much care what they did to his hometown. It wasn't his home anymore. Saito took a moment to pause and look around. With all the buildings surrounding them, it was hard to make out exactly where they were. Even if he found a street sign, that was unlikely to tell him anything useful, not with how insane Raccoon City had gotten. No, they needed a map, or at least a landmark he recognized that they could use to collect their bearings. At the very least, the area they were in seemed vaguely familiar, and once they figured out exactly where they were, he'd know where to go next. Deciding against going back out into the open street, he looked around some more and spotted a back alley on the other side of the basketball court. The court itself was dimly lit by a flickering street light, letting him only see a pair of bleachers on one end. It created a dark, foreboding atmosphere, one that made him gulp nervously. Taking hold of his pistol with both hands, Saito muttered, "Come on, this way." Louise nodded, and holding out her revolver as well followed her friend in the basketball court. The area was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Yet that didn't give either Saito or Louise a sense of security. If anything, it made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end even more. In the back of Sato's mind, he couldn't escape the feeling that something just out of sight was watching them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As they crossed the middle of the basketball court, however, Louise gasped as she noticed something underneath the flickering light. From the distance, Saito had assumed it was just a pile of discarded bags and ignored it. But now that they were closer, he could see that it wasn't a pile of bags at all. Not with the dried red liquid pooling on the concrete, and the abnormally large flies buzzing over it. His heartbeat quickened, and slowly he and Louise let their curiosity guide them closer to the unknown object. As the overhead light continued to flicker, Saito pulled out his flashlight and shined its beam onto it. He immediately regretted the decision, especially as a quick gust of wind carried its stench into his nostrils. "Ugh, Jesus!" Saito gagged and turned away. Louise's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands, trying her best to muffle any scream she might have normally let out. As Saito feared, it wasn't a pile of trash bags that they were looking at. Instead, it was the mangled, torn-apart corpse of a young boy. One who, judging by the size, couldn't have been out of middle school. That wasn't saying much, given how utterly destroyed his body was. His clothes were ripped to shreds, the remains of his backpack strewn about as something or somethings had ransacked through it. His belly had been completely ripped open, removed of any flesh so that Saito and Louise could see his spine. The poor boy's legs and arms were in a similar state, the muscles ripped off the bone which itself sported vicious-looking bite marks. The neck had been violently ripped open, exposing the trachea parts of spine. But the worst part was the boy's face. Rather, the lack thereof. It had been completely chewed off, nothing more than a skull with bits of flesh barely hanging on. The sight made Saito sick to his stomach, and he couldn't look away fast enough. Louise, however, continued to blankly stare at the body, her arms limply hanging by her side. Noticing this, Saito gently nudged his friend in the shoulder, but she didn't budge. Even when he did so again, she didn't move. It was as though the world had ceased to exist outside of the boy's body. "Louise," Saito forcibly called out while gently shaking Louise's shoulder. That knocked her out of her stupor, and she hastily looked around in a near panic before resting her eyes on Saito. Relief entered them, but it didn't last long before she looked at the boy's body again. She was silent at first, her lips pursed and her hand tightly clenching her revolver. "He was eaten," Louise finally said, and Saito slowly nodded. "Ah," Saito replied, unable to say anything else, for what else could be said other than the obvious. Louise, however, had more on her mind and quickly added, "These bite marks, they're not from a person." "What?" Saito asked, raising an eyebrow. "They're too sharp, too narrow," Louise clarified, and her face warped into a nervous frown as she looked at her friend. Whatever did this wasn't a zombie. Saito looked at Louise for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look more closely at the boy's body. True enough, the bite marks did not look like that of a human. Something else had gotten to the boy and torn him apart. But he had no idea what, and that scared him more than anything, especially if whatever did this was still there. "Come on, let's get the hell," Saito began, only to stop as he heard a low growl coming from the bleachers. Both his and Louise's attention immediately shot towards the source of the sound. Quickly holding out his pistol and bringing his flashlight up near his head, Saito illuminated the bleachers. His eyes widened in shock and horror as he saw a pair of eyes staring at them from underneath the seats. Even more than the zombies, they looked hungry and animalistic. Slowly, the creature stepped forward and out from underneath the bleachers, prompting Saito and Louise to slowly step back. When the creature fully stepped into the path of the flashlight, the two teenagers immediately recognized it. It was a Doberman, or at least it used to be, for it had also succumbed to whatever was causing the zombification. Its skin was bleeding profusely, its muscles wasted away and ripped open. Half of the dog's face was simply gone, including one of the eyes from a now hollow socket. Yet, despite its condition, the dog was growling and snarling at them, continuing to stalk ever closer. Saito was prepared to put the dog down. Then to his surprise, he saw another come out from underneath the bleachers. Then another, and soon there were 6 zombified dogs stalking towards them, spread across the length of the basketball court. All were snarling, barking, and staring at them hungrily. Sato's heartbeat was thundering in his chest, and all he could do was continue to shakily aim his pistol at the dogs, shifting back and forth between them as he tried to keep them all in view. A heavy, tense moment passed as neither side did anything. Then, without even looking at Louise, Saito whispered, "Run." Turning around on their heels, Saito and Louise bolted, sprinting as fast as they could, adrenaline coursing through their veins and giving them strength they didn't even know they had. They ran to the back alley. Behind them, They could hear the zombie dogs giving chase, barking and snarling as they hunted their prey. Unlike the shambling corpses they had dealt with previously, these dogs were moving as fast as they would in life. They quickly gained on them, biting at their heels as Saito and Louise just barely managed to stay out of reach. Without breaking her stride, Louise holstered her revolver, pulled out her wand, then aimed it behind herself and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Fireball!" A loud explosion rang out, echoing across the alleyway, and nearly causing Saito and Louise to stumble and lose their footing. One of the dogs yelped, having been struck by the explosion either directly or close enough to not matter. The other dogs, like Saito and Louise, were sent stumbling by the explosion, but were able to pick the pace back up quickly. Both teenagers continued to run, Louise letting off another explosion to buy herself and Saito more room. Around them, they could hear zombies stirring, attracted by the loud noise, but at that moment neither cared. The only thing that mattered was getting away from the dogs and making sure neither of them were bit. "Gagh!" Saito yelled as a weight suddenly found itself being pressed onto his back, pushing him to the ground. He tried pushing himself back up, but was forced back down as a zombie dog tore into his backpack. From his awkward position, he was able to do little more than kick and flail. "Saito!" Louise shouted as she skidded to a stop. The dogs closest to her tried to jump and lunge at her, but Louise was able to hastily jump to the side in order to avoid them. Her attention remained fixated on the dog trying to kill her friend, and she quickly aimed her wand and shouted, "Fireball!" The dog was struck by the explosion in its chest, caving in its ribcage and sending the broken, yet still alive body flying back into a dumpster. She then immediately had to jump away again as another dog leapt for her neck. Saito was able to push himself off the ground, but he didn't have much of a respite before yet another dog tackled him again, this time from the front. He was able to keep its snapping jaws back by pushing against the dog's neck. Then he grabbed his knife and plunged it into its flesh, kicking the dog off of him, dragging the knife through and out the dog's neck in the process. Saito shot up to his feet, then ran straight towards Louise, who was still dodging the other dogs. Barreling into one of them in the side, Saito shouted, "Come on!" Louise didn't need to be told twice and sprinted after her friend before letting out one more explosion for good measure. By now, the entire alley had come alive as zombies were throwing themselves through doorways and out of windows to try and get to them. But Saito and Louise refused to stop. In fact, as they ran past the zombies, Saito managed to grab one and shove it into the path of the dogs. Louise was too small to do the same, so she just kept running. The amount of zombies coming towards them was almost overwhelming, but with a few careful applications of her spells, Louise was able to carve a path for them. They knew they couldn't keep doing this forever, and they needed to find a place to take shelter. Soon, the alley they were in came to a dead end, and as they drew closer, they desperately tried to find a way out of their situation. "Through there," Louise shouted, pointing towards a locked metal door. Angling towards it, Saito and Louise ran at the door, Louise unlocking it with a cantrip as soon as they neared. Pulling it open, they rushed inside, then moved to slam the door shut. But one of the dogs was able to shove its head through the gap, snarling and snapping its jaws at them. Saito fired a bullet from his handgun into its face, killing the creature and letting him kick it back. With the obstruction cleared, Saito and Louise closed the door, then the mage locked it back up. Slamming their backs against the door, their hearts beating like drums in their chests, Saito and Louise slid to the ground as they held their weapons out in front of them. It was pitch black, and the only sounds they could hear were the zombies and remaining dogs attempting to get inside. Luckily, the metal door was too sturdy for them to break down, not that it helped calm their nerves all that much. Slowly and shakily, Saito pulled his flashlight back out and turned it on, illuminating the hallway they were in. Breathing heavily, he and Louise rose up to their feet and began to cautiously walk forward. They were in the back room of a store, with blue and yellow carpet muffling their footsteps. On the side of the hallway they were in was an employee lounge, an inactive lamp sitting atop a plastic table. Deciding to head back there later, the two teenagers continued to press forward, eventually finding themselves in the main section of the establishment. Saito recognized it immediately as a Blockbuster video store, complete with its sign painted on the blue and yellow walls. Aisles of video cassettes were neatly arranged, surprisingly untouched despite the chaos outside. In fact, much to their relief, there weren't any zombies inside the Blockbuster at all. The question as to why was answered when Saito and Louise saw a piece of paper taped to the window on the inside. Ripping it off, they read that the Blockbuster was to be closed for the day so that electricians could repair the store's lighting. "Guess that explains why all the lights are off," Saito noted. Not that he was complaining. Briefly shining the light out of the windows, he sighed in relief as he spotted the recognizable facade and roof of the Raccoon City mall a few streets away. "Okay, I know where we are now," Saito admitted, throwing his head back as he hung his arms loosely down his side. Louise let out a relieved breath as well. then nearly stumbled as the strength in her legs almost failed. Saito was able to catch her, however, and he felt exhaustion rise up as well. Deciding that they needed to take a break, both teenagers made their way back to the employee lounge that they had passed. Closing the wooden door behind them, Saito turned on the lamp and sat down on a blue plastic chair. Louise did the same on the other side, then slowly rested her head atop the hard, plastic surface. With how exhausted she was feeling, it might as well have been a feather pillow. That was intense, Saito muttered, wanting to do nothing more than join Louise in resting his head. She mumbled a reply, her face continuing to press onto the table rather than looking at him. Nodding and understanding at her answer, Saito took the moment to look around. The lounge itself wasn't too dissimilar to the break room they had first taken shelter in inside that diner. Only instead of a refrigerator, there was a fully stocked magazine rack. When he noticed that some of them were tourism pamphlets, Saito rose up, walked over and grabbed one. "Ah, perfect," Saito said as he unfolded the pamphlet, revealing a map of Raccoon City. There were several key points of interest highlighted, including the mall, the RPD building, the St. Michael Clock Tower, and the Raccoon City Zoo, among others. He, however, was more interested in the location of the Raccoon City Public Library. Grabbing a nearby red pen, he circled the building, then the mall itself, and drew a line between them. "Okay, we are here," Saito began, pointing at the mall on the map with his capped pen. As he slid the tip across the paper towards the library, he added, "We need to get here. Luckily, it's relatively a straight shot. So long as we keep going northeast, we'll get there in a few hours, I think." "You think?" Louise spoke up, raising her head to look at her friend. "It's a 30-minute drive from here to the library," Saito clarified. "But the worst we had to deal with then was traffic, not zombies." "Right," Louise said, then sighed in resignation. Letting out another breath, she looked at the map then suggested, "What do you think is the best route?" "Well," Saito answered as he began to plot out a more detailed path through the streets towards the library. "I think this might keep us away from the zombies. If we keep sticking to back alleys, we should hopefully avoid most of it." Louise nodded, finding the logic sound. She couldn't help but notice, however, that the path Saito had chosen was noticeably going around the mall, as in it was being completely avoided, adding considerable time and distance to their already hazardous trek. "Why aren't we going through the mall instead of around it?" Louise asked, and Saito stared blankly at her. "What? It looks like it would be faster to go through it than around it, and the less time we spend out there, the better." Saito was silent at first, then he replied, "Louise, that is a mall." "I know it is a mall." "No, I don't think you quite understand," Saito countered while shaking his head. "Well, I mean that is a mall? I mean it's a mall. A shopping center filled with dozens of stores which sees hundreds, if not thousands of visitors each and every day. One that people would have undoubtedly ran to when things went to hell. The place is going to be swarming with zombies, and the last thing we need is to be anywhere near it." "You think I don't know that?" Louise pointed out, somewhat offended. "I know I've only been here for a month, Saito, but I'm not stupid. I know that mall is likely going to have a lot of zombies in it. So why would you want to go in there willingly?" "Because of the people chasing us," Louise revealed, making Saito go silent. She stared at her friend for a moment, then continued. "They're not like the zombies, Saito. They're not going to stop and lose interest just because we fall out of sight for just a few moments. They're going to keep hunting us down, and the more time we spend trying to get to the library is more time they have to catch up to us. We've been able to elude them so far, but only because we got lucky." She tapped her finger onto the map, then said, "If we cut through the mall, instead of going around it, we might be able to gain a lot more time. Besides, we might find something useful in there." Saito stared at her for a moment, then asked, "What about the zombies?" She was silent at first, then quietly suggested, "Well, the more bodies between us and the mercenaries, the better, right?" Saito could only stare at the morbid thought. He wanted to refuse, take the safer option. Yet, at the same time, he couldn't refute the logic. They already witnessed Umbrella's mercenaries breaking off their pursuit to take care of the zombies. So if they went to an area with a lot of zombies, it stood to reason that the mercenaries would have to slow themselves down purely out of self-preservation. You couldn't exactly get paid if you were infected. The same logic applied to any other place more densely packed with the undead. So, if the two of them could avoid the zombies while letting the mercenaries deal with them instead, they could use them as a distraction to escape. But the danger the walking corpses posed to themselves could not be ignored. More zombies meant more chances of death, which Saito wanted to avoid. It was a high-risk, high-reward scenario, and he didn't quite know what to do. As he rubbed his forehead, his eyes traveled to his backpack. Slowly, he took the backpack off and looked it over. The dog had done a number on it, with freshly torn holes in its front. But the damage appeared to be superficial, so it would hold for now. It still served as a stark reminder of just how dangerous Raccoon City was, and he came to realize that there really wasn't a safe place in the city anymore. Even if they tried to avoid the zombies, Inevitably, they'd come across more. Releasing a sigh, he said, "All right, we'll go through them all, but we have to do it carefully." "Of course," Louise replied, nodding her head fervently. She then looked at her arms and slowly rubbed her hands across her skin. Shivering slightly, she added, "Saito, after those dogs, I can't help but think about what would have happened if they managed to bite us. Even if we were able to get away, it would be over for us." Saito scrunched up his face and nervously rubbed his neck. Truth be told, the same thought had entered his mind as well. Looking at his blue hoodie, he couldn't help but note that it didn't offer much protection against zombie bites. Neither did Louise's red jacket. Their jaws would rip right through the loose fabric, especially those dogs. The thought of the zombie dogs then reminded Saito of a news report he had seen a few years back about how police departments would train canine units by dressing men up in thick, padded clothing for the dogs to bite into as hard as they could while keeping the people inside safe. Slowly, Sato's attention was drawn to the magazines displayed. Noticing this, Louise began to look as well, and an idea began to form in Sato's mind. "I think I have something for that," Saito admitted, then reached into his backpack and pulled out a roll of duct tape they had previously scavenged. "Grab all the magazines you can." Using folded magazines and a lot of duct tape, Saito and Louise managed to craft themselves a set of bracers for their forearms and greaves for their lower legs. They weren't really all that great, with the application being awkward and the improvised armor shuffling around slightly with every movement. They would likely only last 1 or 2 encounters before becoming completely useless, but both Saito and Louise were fine with that. They weren't expecting their efforts to be professional quality, and even if the layers of paper only protected them from a single bite, it'd be worth it. If they were lucky, they might even find something thicker and more durable to protect themselves with as they went through them all, assuming it hadn't already been stripped bare. From there, Saito and Louise carefully exited the blockbuster and made their way toward them all. There were more than a few zombies prowling the streets, but they were able to mostly avoid them. They had to put some down, and by the time they arrived at the mall, Saito was down to 2 magazines, with Louise only having 10 shots left for her revolver. "Well, that's a welcoming sight," Saito sarcastically noted as he and Louise stared at the entrance to the mall, specifically a Sears outlet. The glass doors had been completely shattered, one of which had been knocked down completely and the haphazard barricade on the other side pushed away. The lights inside the building were off, but with Sato's flashlight, they could see extensive damage just past the destroyed doors that told the story of a futile last stand. There weren't any bodies that they could see, but there was plenty of blood. Having put away her wand for the moment in favor of her hatchet, Louise nervously gulped as she kept her attention focused on the building. While she had been the one to suggest cutting through the mall in the first place, and still believe it was their best option, seeing the state of the mall in person made her second-guess herself. Part of her had hoped that the mall could have held out, but clearly that didn't happen. She also couldn't help but remember the last time she was here, when the Raccoon City Mall was filled with life. Now, it was dead, serving as a stark reminder of the horrible fate that had befallen Raccoon City and its inhabitants. The worst part, though, wasn't what was inside the mall, but rather just outside of it. In front of the mall were the tattered remains of tents, sandbags, and other discarded and destroyed military equipment. Spent shell casings littered the ground, as were the partially eaten bodies of poor soldiers. This had been an army evacuation center, one that had been overrun. There weren't any zombies wandering around outside at the moment, and there weren't any supplies for Saito and Louise to recover, telling them that there had been some survivors who grabbed what they could then bugged out. Either way, it only added to the foreboding scene. "I'm getting some major Dawn of the Dead vibes here," Saito muttered, tightly gripping the handle of his baseball bat in his left hand while continuing to shine his flashlight through the broken doors. Recognizing the name as one of those zombie movies Saito had talked about, Louise asked, "How did that movie end?" "A lot of people died," Saito admitted, then gulped nervously. Louise glanced at her friend for a moment, then replied, "Lovely." Steeling herself, Louise walked forward cautiously, her eyes scanning the area for any signs of the undead. Saito was right beside her, lighting their way as they passed the threshold into the mall itself. Once inside, they were able to immediately see that for all the damage the front of the building had, the inside was far worse. Shelves and aisles had been completely knocked over, with merchandise strewn about the floor. Both of the escalators were out, one of which had piles of boxes covering it from top to bottom. The second was clear, but not for lack of trying, judging by the boxes and debris piled off to the side. Clearly the survivors inside had been attempting to block it off. Then the infected found their way inside and ruined everything. The entrance to the wider mall was blocked off with an overhead gate, preventing Saito and Louise from passing through. At the same time, they could hear muffled footsteps from within the building, along with groans and items being shuffled around as something pushed against them. Glancing at the escalator, Saito whispered, "Let's try upstairs." Louise nodded, and together the two teenagers carefully made their way up towards it. As they got closer to the escalator, the sounds of the zombies moving around increased. One even appeared, banging its head against the side of the escalator. Its forehead was partially caved in, oozing blood that stained the cracked glass. Rather than try to put it down, Saito and Louise simply rushed up the escalator, ignoring the walking corpse as it noticed, then hungrily reached out for them. Once they left its vision, the zombie lost interest, then starting slamming its head against the escalator again. The second floor of the Sears building was in a similar state as the first, disheveled, broken, and consumed by the stench of death and decay. Whereas most of the first floor had its merchandise piled up to form barricades near the doors and escalators, the second had most of its items in place. Enough had been moved, however, to where a maze had been formed, preventing them from heading straight towards the exit. They were able to see it, though, and after Saito got on top of an overturned shelving unit, he was able to see that while the gate itself was lowered, the bottom right corner had been caught on an overturned box to form a narrow gap. It was just big enough from what Saito could see for him and Louise to crawl through. Hopping down off the box, he carefully began to lead Louise towards the exit. Around them, they could hear zombies wandering about, their moans filling the air and making the hairs on the back of Saito and Louise's neck stand on end. Most were luckily blocked off by the very maze they were wandering through, but it also meant it was hard to see the zombies directly in their path. With their heartbeats thundering in their chests and holding their weapons tightly, they continued carefully walking through the maze of overturned boxes, shelves, and miscellaneous merchandise. When they passed by a set of overturned boxes, however, Saito and Louise stopped as they saw a corpse of a man lying on the ground. He wasn't moving, but given the state of affairs they were in, that didn't say much. Gulping nervously, Saito carefully held out his baseball bat and tapped the body with the front end. Once the wooden bat made contact, he immediately jumped back and prepared to swing, but the corpse didn't move. Feeling a bit more confident, Saito poked the body again to the same result. On the third poke, he was certain that it was just a dead body and not a zombie, so he motioned for Louise to follow him with a quick tilt of his head. But just after he passed the body, a second, unnoticed body buried under the boxes on his opposite side stirred, reached out, and sank its teeth into Sato's leg. Luckily, the magazine armor he had made for just such an occasion held, meaning the zombie only bit into paper and not into Sato's flesh. Nevertheless, he yelped in fright and kicked the zombie away, then immediately swung his bat repeatedly into its skull. After several overhead swings, the head cracked open and it finally truly died. Fucking bastard, Saito cursed and snarled, grinding his teeth together as he held his blood-stained and dented bat at the ready. A few more zombies, having been attracted by the commotion, were making their way over, meaning he didn't have time to seethe. Picking up the pace, Saito and Louise continued to move. As they did, the shredded leg armor fell off, and Saito didn't give it a second glance as he continued to move. He swung his bat into the face of a zombie as he passed it by, causing it to stumble back and letting Louise push it over the edge of the railing. It tumbled over, landing on its neck with a resounding crack. Such an injury would have killed a man. Yet even with a broken neck, the zombie simply pushed itself back up and starting walking towards the bottom of the escalator. It was a disturbing sight, watching a zombie limp across the ground with its head held in an awkward angle, but Saito and Louise were quickly forced to ignore it and keep moving. Moving over a low wall of overturned tables and boxes, Louise and Saito made a beeline towards the gap he had previously seen. Roughly 6 or so zombies noticed their approach and began shambling towards them, their legs dragged behind them and their arms outstretched. The undead were looking at them through milky, blank, soulless eyes, and the sight of all of them zeroing in on the 2 living teenagers like sharks attracted to blood made Saito feel small and insignificant. He didn't appreciate the feeling, and neither did Louise. "You first," Saito told his friend once they reached the gap. Deciding that there were too many for him to take out with his bat alone, Saito stowed it away in his backpack, then pulled out his Browning high power. He took aim at the nearest zombie, then fired a shot into its head. The bullet sent the head recoiling back, destroying parts of it, but the zombie kept moving. Saito fired 2 more bullets, one of which struck the jugular vein in the zombie's neck and immediately began bleeding profusely, but the other went through the eye and out the other side. As the corpse slumped over to the ground, the other zombies continued their approach, now joined by a few other nearby zombies attracted by the loud noise. "I'm through," Louise called out once she finished crawling through the gate. Saito immediately dropped to the floor, taking off his backpack and sliding it through the gap. He then lowered himself onto the floor, and to his disgust found it was covered in a pool of blood. Grimacing, he began to crawl through the filth while Louise, having pulled out her revolver, carefully began firing at the zombies who were getting closer. The magazine bracer on his other leg ended up having its adhesive snag on the corner of a box, ripping it off his leg. He briefly paused and considered going for it again, but decided against it and kept moving. Just as he reached the other side, The remaining zombies reached the gate. Most simply slammed themselves against the gate, moaning as they stared hungrily at Louise and Saito, while futilely throwing themselves at the sturdy steel cables. One, however, lowered itself and began to crawl through the gap Saito had just went through to try and get to them. Louise simply struck the back of its head with her hatchet, killing it after a few chops. Now the body formed a makeshift plug that prevented any other zombies from getting through, allowing Saito and Louise to back away in relief. Yet, to their disgust and horror, a few other zombies who were attracted by the fighting simply wandered over and began to feast upon the zombie's body, not even caring that it was one of their own. Gagging at the sight, Saito picked his backpack back up, slipped it over his shoulders, then went with Louise as they continued walking through the mall. To their dismay, there were far more zombies wandering about, both on the upper and lower floors. Most didn't pay them any heed, but a few were already making their way over. Deciding not to try and fight them all off, Saito and Louise began to briskly jog through the mall, taking a path that best avoided the zombies whenever they could. As they did, they looked around at all the stores. Much like the Sears outlet, the vast majority had their gates lowered, preventing any entry. Those that were open were teeming with the undead, making it unappealing for either of them to try looking through for supplies. So they kept moving, avoiding the zombies as best they could. There were instances where they were forced to have to fight them off, mostly whenever a group of zombies blocked their way forward. Using a combination of their melee weapons and sometimes their pistols, Saito and Louise were able to make their way through without much difficulty. Unfortunately, the duct tape keeping their magazine braces on their arms wasn't secure enough to withstand the jarring movement of swinging a hatchet or a baseball bat. One swipe from a zombie's hands bouncing off of Louise's arms were enough to knock them loose, and when Saito swung his bat horizontally into their heads, his bracers flew off entirely. Cursing their luck, and for the almost wasted effort in making them in the first place, Saito and Louise kept moving. As they made their way through the mall, they couldn't help but look at its condition. Dead bodies were everywhere, being feasted upon by the undead. A foul stench filled the air, especially as they got near the food court. The smell was so bad that the two teenagers couldn't even look at it beyond a passing glance, where they saw a pile of overturned tables and a swarm of zombies feasting on whatever was behind it. Broken glass littered the floor, pieces crunching under their feet as they continued to walk. It was heartbreaking to both Saito and Louise, but they kept moving. Then, much to their relief, they saw a storefront that didn't have its gate down. It was a Radio Shack, its glass doorframe cracked, but still standing. Louise quickly unlocked it with a cantrip, granting her and Saito entry. Closing and locking the door behind them, they made their way towards the back of the store as a trio of zombies wandered over. When they noticed them, the walking dead began banging their bodies against the glass, rattling it with each blow. The glass held, but both teenagers knew it wouldn't last forever. Breathing heavily, Saito and Louise basked in their momentary safety. Louise used a cantrip to form a ball of light that hovered over her head, illuminating the store. Most of the shelves were bare, not giving them a lot to potentially scavenge. It was mostly insulated electrical cords, but Sato's attention was immediately drawn to a pair of walkie-talkies, still encased in their plastic packaging. "Oh, those will work," Saito noted as he grabbed them off the rack. As he pulled out his knife to cut them out, Saito added, "Louise, try to find some AA batteries. There ought to be some in here." Louise nodded, knowing what he was talking about. She immediately began scouring the store, try her best to ignore the zombies continuing to try and break in. It was hard, with each bang sounding like a clock ticking down to her doom. Yet she pressed on, pulling every item off the shelf and throwing aside anything that didn't quite match their description. Wait, no. These are AAA. Damn it," Louise muttered, preparing to toss the batteries aside. She then stopped herself, figuring that just because they didn't have any use for them now didn't mean they wouldn't in the future, and stowed it away in her backpack. Her attention was then drawn to the pile of electrical cables she had tossed aside as well, and gingerly held them up and ran her fingers against the insulation. "Hey, Saito," Louise quietly spoke up as Saito finished opening the first walkie-talkies package and moved on to the second. "Yeah, these electrical cords, do you think we could wrap and tie them around our arms and legs?" Saito paused. His immediate thought was to say no, that cords weren't an effective armor at all. Then he realized that against blades or other weapons, that would be the case. But against a human jaw, the thick cords might be enough to at least prevent a zombie from fully biting down. He then nodded and admitted, "Better than nothing, at least." Louise nodded back, then used her hatchet to carefully remove the cables from their holders. Tightly wrapping the cords around her arms from her wrist down to her elbow, she tied them all together in a series of double knots. Compared to the knots that she'd seen sailors make, it was quite amateur, but it was enough for the moment. At the very least, as she gave a few test swings, she found that it was holding much better than the magazines they were trying to use before. She repeated the process with her other arm, then her lower legs while making sure there was enough for Saito. Only then did she continue her search for the AA batteries, and soon she found some in an open plastic box behind the register. Taking the box in hand, she quickly went over to Saito, who grabbed 2 pairs and inserted them into the portable radios. He turned them on, sighing in relief as the LCD screen blinked on. It only displayed black text on a green background, but that was all he needed as he tuned the radios to the same frequency. Saito then gave one to Louise, taking the other and holding it to his mouth. "Head into the back room," Saito said, and Louise nodded before doing so. Closing the door behind her, Louise held the radio up to her ear, and a moment later she heard Saito's voice crackle through. "Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. "I hear you, Saito," Louise said, but didn't hear a response. Getting worried, she then asked Saito. Again, Saito didn't reply, and she was about to head out of the back room to tell him hers didn't work when Sato's voice came back, saying, "Louise, you need to hold down the push-to-talk button. It's the big one on the right side." Looking at the radio in her hand, Louise felt an embarrassed blush creep across her face. Then she pressed down onto the button in question and quietly admitted, "I can't hear you." Despite the situation, Saito couldn't help but chuckle through the radio and replied, "Huh, that's good to hear. Come on out back here. We should probably take stock before you head out again." Nodding at the suggestion, Louise left the back room, leaving the door slightly ajar, and rejoined Saito. He was busy tying the remaining cords around his arms and legs, using the same technique Louise did. Like her, his knots were simple and more akin to how he tied his shoelaces together rather than any quality knot, but it would work for their purposes. "Much better than magazines," Saito declared as he moved his arm around to test the hold. Louise nodded in agreement. Then the 2 teenagers made eye contact with each other. Saito stared at her for a moment, then pulled out his handgun and ejected the magazine. He then pulled out a spare from his pocket and admitted, "I only have 1.5 mags left." "You." Louise promptly unfurled the cylinder of her Model 36, ejected the spent casings, then slotted in the new ones. When she was done, she answered 5 shots. Saito winced, then said, "That's not a lot to work with. And we're out of medical supplies, too. I was hoping to find some here, but clearly other people had already scavenged them." Louise scowled and shook her head. She couldn't blame any survivors for making off with what they could. She would have done the exact same thing, but those were supplies they could have used, so she couldn't help but feel angry. Closing her eyes and releasing a sigh, she figured it couldn't be helped and they'd hopefully find something else to help them later on. "You know, I have to say, it hasn't been nearly as bad as I thought it was going to," Saito admitted out of the blue, catching Louise off guard. "Going through them all? I mean, sure, there's a lot of zombies, but it's not packed wall to wall like I feared." Louise considered that, and was doubly appreciative of how things were going. She then glanced over at the zombies still trying to break in, and the food court still visible behind them. Frowning at the sight, she spoke up, "Still too many close calls. If we could avoid the zombies entirely, or even draw them away, that would be for the best. Any ideas on how we could do that?" Saito hummed and rubbed his chin, then suggested, "Zombies are attracted to noise and bright lights, so firecrackers could work. Maybe even kids' toys. But we're not going to find any of the former here, and with how many stores are locked up right now, I don't think we're going to have much luck getting the latter, either." Louise frowned, not liking that answer, but not being able to refute it. She supposed she shouldn't be too upset. With how quickly the undead plague swept over the city, it was a miracle they were able to get what they could. Finding anything else might have been pushing their luck. Releasing another sigh, Louise stood back up and looked at the door, her face hardening at the corpses trying to break in. The glass was beginning to break now, and it wouldn't be long before it would fail entirely. "Maybe we'll find something later. Right now, we have to keep moving," Louise said. Saito nodded in agreement as he stood up, pulling out his baseball bat. He and Louise prepared to head out, with the boy bracing himself against the door. "On my mark, we make a run for it," Saito said, tightly gripping his baseball bat. Louise nodded back, holding out her hatchet in preparation for any fight to come. 1, Saito began to count, his heartbeat quickening under the stress. He absent-mindedly rotated his grip on his baseball bat and tried to control his breathing, but as the zombies outside continued to try and break in, that was easier said than done. Louise, seeing this, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder as she aimed her wand at the door lock, a cantrip already on her lips. It worked to a certain extent, and Saito continued his count too. Louise steeled herself, already planning out her attack on the zombies just outside their door. Saito was doing the same, and took one more deep breath. Then, right before he could finish his count, the windows suddenly shattered as a trio of bullets shot right through the zombies' skulls and glass. The shots were relatively silent, but both teenagers recognized them immediately. Throwing themselves back and onto the ground, they frantically crawled to the back of the store behind the register, their breath shallow and their hearts thundering in their chests. No, Louise mumbled, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. How did those fuckers find us? Saito hissed, peeking over the counter to try and find where the mercenaries were. He couldn't see anything, but there was a noticeable decline in the zombie population. A moment later, his radio came to life as a woman's voice with a noticeable French accent spoke through the speaker. Have to say, you grabbing the radios was a good idea. Certainly made this a lot easier. Saito and Louise's attention shot towards their radios, and the woman on the other side continued to speak. Relax, we're not here to kill you. If we wanted you dead, we had plenty of opportunities to do that already, and not just in this mall. Let me introduce myself. My name is Karina Lespreux, captain of Umbrella Security Services Delta Team. I think we should talk. Neither teenager spoke, simply glaring at the radios hatefully. Saito prepared to shut the radios off, only for the woman to say as soon he prepared to do so, I wouldn't do that, Saito. Not when you're going to want to hear what I have to say. Alarmed at how she knew what he was doing, Saito looked around, then spotted the active security camera trained on him. He cursed under his breath, staring at the blinking red light as though it was mocking him. Karina couldn't help but chuckle, then admitted, That's right. We knew you two arrived as soon as you got here. We also know those soldiers directed you to the nearest evac site. All we had to do was wait. The fate of those soldiers went unsaid, but Saito and Louise's faces blanched all the same. Louise then scowled and clenched her fist before pulling up the radio, pressing the talk button, then hatefully asked, What do you want? It's just as I said, Louise. I just want to talk, Karina answered. They couldn't help but imagine the woman walking back and forth in front of a wall of computer screens, talking into a radio as she watched their every move. Now, I know we haven't gotten off on the right foot. You can blame my employers for that. The words subtlety and nuance aren't really in their dictionaries. Feeling his anger boil over, Saito spoke into his own radio and snarled. You broke into my home, tried to kidnap Louise, hunted us through this damn city, and killed my parents. Fuck you. Karina took Sato's retort in stride, then admitted, again, you can blame my employers for that. None of this is personal. We're just doing our jobs, which is why I want to talk to you too. It all fell into place quickly for the young girl, and an enraged Louise hissed, If you think I'm just going to let you take me, dash. I believe it is in both of your best interests to do so. Actually, Karina interrupted, you want to get out of this city alive. We can give that to you. By turning myself in, Louise incredulously replied. Exactly, Karina confirmed. The Umbrella Corporation doesn't want you dead, Louise. You and your magic are far too valuable. They want you alive and unharmed. So they can experiment on her? Saito asked, his mind whirling as he tried to come up with an escape plan. Any experiments they do wouldn't be anything unlike what Louise has already gone through. Nothing invasive, nothing that would actually cause bodily harm. At most, it would be a minor inconvenience, Karina answered, but neither Saito nor Louise believed a word of it. Karina continued, Louise, you have to understand. What you can do with your magic is unprecedented, unlike anything ever before seen on this planet. Umbrella wants that, and with your help there's no telling what advancements could be made. Science, medicine, the possibilities are endless. Louise and Saito looked at each other. Then Louise briefly shifted her eyes towards the back door. Saito nodded, then held up the radio once again to his mouth. That explains why you want Louise, but what about me? What's stopping you from killing me as soon as you get her? You already tried to do that, Saito pointed out. Umbrella made us do that. It wasn't our decision. Karina shifted the blame. You have my word, Saito, that if you and Louise turn yourselves in right now, both of you will be unharmed. We'll take you both out of the city to safety, where you'll be interned at an Umbrella facility. I don't know how long they'll keep you, but both of you will be safe, well-fed, and most importantly, alive. We be prisoners, Saito shot back. Better that than getting eaten, I'd say. Karina deflected. Saito prepared to retort again while waving his handgun back and forth near his head, only for his body to stop completely when Karina added. But that's not the only thing, Saito. We didn't kill your parents. They're alive, currently being held in an Umbrella safe house as we speak. If you turn yourselves in, we'll bring you to them. Louise looked at Saito incredulously as he stared into the radio. The outside world seemed to vanish, and the only thing that existed was himself, Louise, and the radio in his hands. At first, he said nothing, and Louise worried that perhaps her friend was seriously being tempted by the revelation. Then his face warped into the largest snarl she had ever seen, and he gripped the walkie-talkie so tightly that he nearly broke the plastic casing. Fuck you, you lying pieces of shit, Saito yelled, then immediately aimed his handgun at the camera and fired 2 bullets. They struck the device, breaking it and cutting off any view into the store. Jumping up to their feet, Saito and Louise immediately sprinted through the back door. As they did, the glass door into the radio shack broke completely as 2 of the mercenaries breached. Louise only got a quick look at them as she turned to slam the door shut, recognizing them as Four Eyes and Beltway. They were already sprinting towards her when she closed and locked the door. Rushing towards the back exit with Saito, she flinched as 2 shotgun shells were fired, breaking apart the hinges and granting the 2 mercenaries entry. She aimed her wand at them, but they had already dove back through the threshold, blocking her aim. Regardless, Louise yelled out, "Fireball!" The magical explosion filled the room with smoke and shattered the drywall. Across the mall, they could hear increased moans as zombies heard the sound and made their way towards it. But Louise and Saito didn't care, rushing through the back corridors while trying to escape the mercenaries hot on their tail. The corridors themselves were narrow, walls made of painted white bricks and devoid of any light. Regardless, Louise continued to fire off more and more spells as they ran, not caring if she actually hit anyone. So long as they kept the mercenaries at bay, it was fine by her. For their part, the mercenaries were keeping their distance from her, avoiding the magical attacks as best they could by taking cover in the side rooms and adjacent hallways. Louise cursed their behavior. It meant they were learning, which would make it that much harder to lose them. But she didn't know what else to do. All she had was 6 bullets, which weren't strong enough to pierce their body armor. The only option she had was to keep casting. If they were lucky, they'd hurt the mercenaries enough to make them fall back, or they might attract enough zombies to bog them down. Then, as they breached the other end of the hallway and back out into the open mall, Louise was suddenly clotheslined by an outstretched arm. She flipped head over heels, landing on her back and causing her wand to fly out of her grip. All she could do was watch as Spectre rushed over, grabbed the wand off the ground without breaking his stride, then yell into his radio, "Wand secured." Horrified at the loss of her greatest advantage, Louise barely even reacted as Saito aimed and fired his handgun at the retreating mercenary. His 9mm bullets were absorbed by Spectre's body armor. He disappeared into another back hallway as Sato's gun clicked empty, causing the boy to curse. "Fuck!" he yelled as he swapped magazines as fast as he could. Hearing the other mercenaries coming up behind them, Saito turned around and helped Louise up to her feet before saying, "Come on, we need to go." Knocked out of her stupor, Louise stuttered, "But my wand dash. It's gone, but we need to move. Now," Saito insisted as he grabbed her hand. Together, the 2 teenagers ran as fast as they could, the mercenaries hot on their heels. Without needing to worry about Louise's magic, the biggest threat to them outside of the zombies, they could proceed with impunity. Both teenagers' legs burned, and their breathing was fast and shallow as they tried to get as much oxygen into their bodies as they could. Without breaking his stride and not bothering to aim, Saito fired a trio of shots over his shoulder in the mercenaries' general direction. While hitting any of them would have been nice, he just wanted them to at least take cover. From the sounds of their frantic, heavy footsteps, it didn't seem like they did. As they ran, they noticed a collection of zombies grouped near a stairwell connected to a balcony. Banners depicting the Raccoon City logo were draped over the sides, not quite reaching the bottom, but getting reasonably close. An idea began to form in Sato's head. A frankly stupid idea, if he was being honest with himself. But as the mercenaries continued to gain on them while cutting down any zombies nearby, he knew they didn't have much of an option. "Louise, jump!" Saito yelled, sprinting straight towards the banner. "What?" Louise shouted a reply, but followed her friend regardless. Her eyes widened as she realized where he was going, and her face fell as she picked up the pace. Moving as fast as they possibly could, both teenagers vaulted over the railing while letting out terrified screams. They just barely managed to grab onto the smooth fabric, their momentum carrying them down. Once they reached the bottom of the banner, they slipped off, then landed on their backs onto the first floor. The air was knocked out of their lungs, and they could only lie there for a few moments to recover as their hands throbbed from friction burn. Above them, they heard the sound of intense gunfire as the mercenaries cut down the zombies, spurring Saito and Louise to push themselves off the ground. A pair of zombies who were nearby when they landed attempted to swarm them, one managing to grab onto Louise, but she was able to hastily raise her arm and make the zombie bite into the electrical cords instead of herself. To her relief, the wrap cords worked as intended, the insulating rubber and metal wiring preventing the zombie's teeth from sinking into her flesh. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Louise pulled out her hatchet, then slammed it into the crook of the zombie's neck. Its jaw unclenched, let her kick it back, then finish it off with a single shot to its head. Beside her, she heard Saito fire a few more rounds from his handgun into the head of a zombie, killing it. They didn't have long to celebrate their victory as the mercenaries nearly finished off the zombies upstairs, prompting both of them to run. Using the upper floor to obscure their movements from the armed soldiers upstairs, both Saito and Louise ran as fast as they could. But, to their surprise and horror, they saw yet another mercenary literally appear out of thin air right in front of them. It reminded Saito of a scene straight out of Predator, complete with a slight shimmer as the cloaking field disengaged. Vector was too close for Saito and Louise to stop, and Saito found himself getting picked up and hurled onto the ground. He tried to raise his pistol towards the mercenary, but as he fired a shot, Vector managed to push his hand out of the way. The bullet whizzed by harmlessly, striking against the ceiling. Vector then pinned Sato's arm under his knee, ripping the gun out of Sato's hand and neatly tucking it into his harness. "You should have taken the deal, kid," Vector said as he stared into Sato's eyes from behind his hooded gas mask. Before he could do anything else, though, Louise came at him from the side, swinging her hatchet towards his head. Vector managed to back away just in time and continued to back away as Louise continued her advance. On her last swing, Vector grabbed her by the arm, twisted the hatchet out of her grip, then threw her over his shoulder and onto the ground. The air was knocked out of her lungs, but she almost immediately found herself being flipped over. Vector pulled out a pair of zip-tie cuffs, which he prepared to tighten around her wrists, but before he could, Saito came back with his baseball bat in hand. He swung the weapon into Vector's chest, knocking him back and off Louise. He tried to brain Vector with another swing, but only hit air as the mercenary reactivated his cloak. Breathing heavily, Saito held out his weapon as he tried to find where Vector had gone. Louise, scrambling across the floor to pick up her hatchet, had sheathed it in favor of pulling out her revolver. She couldn't see him, and neither could Saito. All she could see was that they were in the middle of an intersection, one end leading to a Macy's while the others led further into the mall. "Saito," Louise muttered, tilting her head towards the open entrance. Briefly looking over his shoulder, Saito began to briskly walk backwards into the Macy's, Louise right beside him. Once they entered the building, however, a rush of footsteps came at them from the side as Vector revealed himself. The grown man tackled Saito onto the ground, then violently punched Louise in the gut, which made her double over and fall on her knees. Pushing back with his legs, Saito kicked Vector away by repeatedly slamming his heels into Vector's armored chest. Unfortunately, while the man was forced to back off, the strong kicks didn't really hurt him as the armor absorbed it all, and Saito could only watch as an amused Vector simply tilted his head to the side while looking at him. "Is that it?" Vector mocked. Snarling, Saito raised his baseball bat, then yelled, "Louise, run." Not waiting for her to respond, Saito charged towards Vector with his baseball bat held high. Expecting the attack, Vector ducked underneath the swing and retaliated with a punch to Sato's cheek. Saito stumbled away, then turned back around to point his bat towards the man who was simply standing in place next to a still recovering Louise. "Kid, if I were you, I'd give up now," Vector advised as he menacingly advanced towards Saito, pulling out his own knife in the process. "You and your girlfriend may have put us through one hell of a wild goose chase up until now, but you can't beat me in a straight-up fight." Saito breathed for a few moments, then locked eyes with Louise as she finally began to pull herself up off a nearby wall. Steeling himself, Saito raised his baseball bat yet again, and Vector chuckled. "Your funeral," Vector said. The two men stared at each other. Then Saito yelled as he rushed back towards Vector. Once again, the experienced mercenary didn't bother moving, simply twisting his body to the side as Saito swung. He punched Saito in the face with the hand gripping the knife, being sure to slash across his cheek to leave a slight cut in the process. Vector then followed up with a kick to the gut while grabbing the bat itself with his free hand, ripping it from Sato's grip. Vector immediately flipped the bat over, then slammed it as hard as he could against the tile ground. The weakened wood wasn't able to handle the stress, and it broke right down the middle. Tossing the shattered handle to the side, Vector ran towards Saito without giving him the time to pull out his own knife. Alternating between kicks, punches, and slices, Louise could only watch in horror as her best friend was beaten right before her very eyes. Blood splattered across the ground as Saito could barely manage to avoid getting fatally injured, but it didn't matter. He was slashed across the chest and through his blue sweater, punched hard in the face to where his lip was split and a large bruise covered his cheek. He was then thrown to the ground, allowing Vector to hurl punch after punch into Sato's head as he futilely tried to protect himself to no avail. "No," Louise yelled, bringing up a revolver towards the mercenary, only for him to violently lift Saito up by his hoodie. He then pressed the blade of his knife to Sato's neck, allowing a trickle of blood to drip down. "Unless you want your boyfriend to get a second smile, I'd put that gun down," Vector ordered, his voice showing no room for argument. Gasping in pain, Saito managed to get out. "Take the shot. Go ahead, do it. You and I both know that little .38 isn't going to pierce my armor." "Might kill him, though," Vector pointed out, pressing his knife deeper to Sato's neck and making the poor boy flinch. Snarling, Louise aimed her Model 36 at Vector's eye, who was silently daring her to do anything. Saito was doing the same, only his was far more desperate and terrified. Not for himself, but for her. It broke Louise's heart, and almost was enough to make her take the shot. But just as she began to squeeze the trigger, a flurry of footsteps emerged as the rest of Delta Team emerged. All 6 mercenaries placed themselves around Louise, aiming their weapons at her and pinning her to the wall. Haha, Vector chuckled, then threw out his free hand to the side while keeping his knife pressed against Sato's neck. What are you going to do now, Louise? You have what for shots left? Even if you used each one perfectly, you couldn't kill all of us. It's over. Louise stammered, trying to find a way out of this situation. A solution didn't immediately present itself, and as the mercenaries slowly advanced towards her, Louise backed herself against the wall. Her breathing became shallow, and the gun in her hand began to shake as fear threatened to overtake her. Then her eyes settled on the gun, and cool realization washed over her. Steeling herself and taking a deep breath, Louise looked back at the oncoming mercenaries and tightened her grip on her gun. You're right, she admitted. I couldn't kill all of you even if I wanted to. Then, before any of the mercenaries could react, Louise shifted her aim and pressed the barrel of her gun underneath her chin and declared, "But I can do this." At once, the mercenaries stopped what they were doing, and Louise saw Lupo's eyes widen underneath her mask. Gently holding out her hand, Lupo said, "Now, let's take it easy." "Do not tell me to take it easy," Louise shouted, pressing the gun further against her jaw. She growled, "Let my friend go now." Not convinced, Vector said, "You're bluffing." Louise merely responded by pulling back the hammer of her revolver with her thumb, replying, "You have been hunting me down for the past day. I have seen things no one should ever have to see, and you are threatening me with a life of torture. Do I look like I'm bluffing?" None of the mercenaries said anything. Then Lupo quietly ordered, "Let him go, Vector." Vector looked at his captain for a moment, then removed his knife from Sato's neck and kicked him away. Sato remained sprawled on the ground, and Louise hastily reached down to check on him while keeping the gun pressed against the underside of her jaw. The mercenaries, while no longer aiming their weapons at Sato or Louise, didn't move from their position and looked ready to rush in at a moment's notice. "You got your friend back, Louise. Now, what are you going to do?" Lupo asked, cautiously taking a step forward. "There's nowhere for you or Sato to go, especially in his condition. We have supplies that can treat him. Put the gun down, and we can work this out." "Bullshit," Louise spat back at them while pressing herself further against the wall. Lupo sighed and shook her head, then narrowed her eyes at Louise and said, "We don't want you to kill yourself, but we're not just going to let you run away, either. You can't escape from this, Louise. Give up while you still have a chance." Her heartbeat thundering in her chest, Louise hastily looked around to try and spot any avenue of escape. To her dismay, there weren't any that she could see. The mercenaries had effectively blocked her off. If she tried to run, especially with how hurt Saito was, she'd only get a few steps before one of the mercenaries would capture her. There was an emergency exit not too far from where they were, but it was behind the line of mercenaries who were blocking her path. Again, Louise glanced at the gun in her hand, and the temptation to force the issue rose ever so slightly. But she kept looking, pressing herself further against the wall to try and do anything else. Then, when she found herself unable to move any further, she glanced to her side and froze. There, within arm's reach, was a bright red fire alarm. The Macy's had been so dark, she hadn't seen it before. Neither had the mercenaries, but now that Louise was openly staring at it, so were they. No one moved or breathed as Louise stared at the device as though it was a sign from the gods. Then she slowly turned her head back towards the mercenaries. "Don't you fucking do it," Beltway demanded, and a heavy pause fell over the group. A moment later, and faster than any of the mercenaries could react, Louise turned and pulled the alarm's handle down, causing a loud siren and flashing lights to erupt all across the mall. "You bitch," Beltway said, and Louise only smiled wickedly as a wail erupted all around them. Zombies, who had previously been lifeless and inert, began to stir and rise up, not just inside the mall, but outside as well. They could hear zombies in the parking lot slam their bodies against the glass doors, quickly breaking it down under their combined weight. Shit, Lupo cursed, swapping out her rubber bullets for live ammunition. "Vector, Beltway, make a firing line at the mall entrance. Bertha, for eyes, cover our flank. Spectre, get on top of the perfume stand and start picking them off." The mercenaries, also swapping their ammunition, began to follow their orders, and within a few moments the first gunshots rang out. The dark mall began to light up as flashes of gunfire shone through the darkness. Lupo moved to try and prevent Saito and Louise from leaving, but Louise was already carrying her friend through the emergency exit. The mercenary captain tried to give chase, but Louise turned and fired the remaining bullets in her revolver at her, forcing Lupo to dive for cover behind a display case after one of the relatively weak bullets set her broken ribs to screaming when it punched her in the chest armor. Glass shattered and rained around her and she was wheezing from the pain radiating from her torso, but otherwise she was unharmed. Still, it was enough time for Louise and Saito to disappear behind the emergency exit, which was quickly blocked off by a swarm of zombies. Damn it, Lupo cursed, then aimed her rifle and began to fire. Chapter 12, no merci. September 25th, 1998, 9:06 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. Panting heavily, Louise supported Saito over her shoulder as she led them both to what she could only hope was safety. It was a slow, arduous process, not helped by Louise's relative lack of upper body strength. The most Saito could do to help was stumble along with a heavy limp, forced to make Louise do the majority of the work. With each passing moment, the injuries he sustained at the hands of Vector caught up to him. Blood was dripping through his stained, shredded hoodie and down Louise's shoulders. His left eye was swollen shut, and he was holding his right arm to his side. Every few steps, he let out a gasp and hiss of pain, but he forced himself to power through it. Louise was exhausted and sore, her body wanting nothing more than to just lay down and rest. But they hadn't even left the mall yet, so she kept going, slamming her shoulder into a pair of metal doors. Louise let out an involuntary grunt from the exertion. The noblewoman tried her best to ignore the incessant sounds of gunfire echoing across the walls as Delta Team tried to hold off the zombie horde, accompanied by the shambling and moaning of the undead themselves. But it was hard. Each time she heard it, she used the sound as motivation to increase her speed, but fairly soon she began to pant and sweat heavily. Ugh, Saito groaned, his head bobbling with every movement. Just hold on, Saito. We're almost out of here, Louise gently told him, desperately hoping that was the case. They had been shambling through the back hallways of the mall for several minutes now, and with all the locked doors and hastily erected barricades, it was turning into quite the maze. Kicking open another door, Louise was forced to stop and quickly backpedal when she saw a zombie on the other side. It noticed her presence, its face heavily rotted and missing its nose entirely. The zombie groaned hungrily, then began to shamble towards her, its right leg dragging behind it. As the door began to close shut in front of it, Louise had an idea. Scowling, she kicked the door open again as hard as she could, slamming it into the zombie and knocking it off balance. She used the opportunity to rush past the undead abomination, which reached out to grab Louise's ankles from its prone position. Before it could get a true grip, however, Saito was able to kick it away. He wasn't able to use a lot of force behind the limb, and it made him hiss in agony, but it prevented Louise from getting grabbed, so he thought it was worth the effort. As the pair continued to snake their way through the mall, more and more zombies made their presence known. They were banging into doors, breaking down windows, and doing everything in their power to advance towards the fire alarm Louise had pulled. Several times she had to hastily pull herself and Saito into an adjacent room, then shut the door, waiting for the zombies to move past them before finally advancing. Her heart was thundering in her chest, and her breathing was quick and shallow as panic threatened to overtake her. But she forced herself not to give in, reminding herself of the rule of steel that her parents instilled into her since she was a child. If she lost control, even for a moment, both herself and Saito were as good as dead. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Louise and Saito were greeted by the sight of open air when she slammed through a pair of double metal doors. Now outside of the mall, she let out a sigh of relief, but quickly realized she couldn't stay there for long. Around them, she could see hordes of zombies making their way towards the Macy's outlet, attracted by the sound and flashing lights emanating out of the building. Luckily, there was plenty of space between them and the zombies, and their primitive, broken minds were laser-focused on the fire alarm. Instinctively, she reached for where she normally stored her wand, only to grasp nothing. It was a heavy reminder of what they just lost, and how it markedly increased the mortal peril they were in. Not wanting to take any chances, Louise and Saito hugged against the mall's exterior, moving against the flow and careful to make as little noise or movement as possible. When a break finally revealed itself, Louise quickly rushed towards and through it. A few of the zombies closest to them noticed their approach and attempted to intercept, but they only managed to graze their fingers along Saito and Louise's backs. She quickly managed to gain distance between themselves and the zombies, whose attention was luckily retaken by the sound of the still active fire alarm. Gunshots were ringing out from the Macy's, sounding like thunder and acting like a dinner bell to the zombies plaguing Raccoon City. Only when Louise found herself and Saito relatively clear of danger did she stop to turn around and look. The two of them watched as a stream of undead funneled their way through the various doors of the Raccoon City Mall, with the largest concentration centered around the Macy's itself. It reminded her of a heavy current carrying water downstream. Only the water was actually trying to eat you. After a few moments of watching, Saito groggily asked, "Think that'll get him?" Louise was silent as she contemplated her answer. Then she frowned and replied, "I hope so." Yeah, serves them right, Saito grunted, then hissed yet again from the pain as it flared back up. Oh God, remind me never to pick a fight with a soldier again. Don't speak, Louise softly told him. Save your strength. Quickly looking around, Louise picked a random direction that took them deeper into the city, then began to move. Briefly pausing to reorient Saito across her shoulder and wipe away a sheen of blood that trickled down her eyes, she continued to carry him through the alleyways and streets away from them all. While she prayed to the founder and any god or gods who were listening that Umbrella's mercenaries would finally meet their end against the zombie horde she had set upon them, she wasn't entirely certain if that would actually happen. They had proven to be incredibly skilled and well-armed, so it was very possible that they could manage to fight their way out. Not to mention the presence of zombies was a danger to her and Saito in and of itself, especially in their present state. She had to get both of them as far away from them all as possible. At the same time, as she glanced at the heavily injured boy draped across her shoulder, she cursed herself for the predicament they found themselves in. It was her idea to cut through them all in an effort to save time, something that Saito had warned her would be dangerous. Now her best friend was critically injured, unable to support himself, and if they didn't find medical supplies soon, he might actually die. If he did, it would be all her fault. Delta Team may have been the ones to hurt Saito and steal her wand, but had she just listened to Saito in the first place and taken a long way around, they could have completely avoided them. Louise's self-recriminating thoughts were broken when she tripped and lost her footing. Letting out a yelp, she fell face first into a small puddle of water, splashing it everywhere. Saito fell beside her with a thud, groaning in pain as Louise hastily pushed herself back onto her feet. I'm sorry, she frantically apologized, leaning down to lift Saito back up. As she began to do so, however, Saito gently grabbed her arm, refusing to meet her gaze. No, don't, he muttered, shaking his head. No, what do you mean, no? Louise asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. Only then did Saito meet her gaze, and to her surprise, there was a look of sheer helplessness and resignation on his face, one that sent her aback. Louise, Saito began, look at me. I'm in no shape to do anything. I lost my bat, my gun, everything. I can't even move on my own. All I can do right now is slow you down, and Umbrella, they're not going to stop. Even if those bastards bite it, they'll just send more. You need to run away as fast as you can. Absolutely not, Louise declared, cutting Saito off and surprising him at the finality in her voice. Glaring at her friend as tears threatened to erupt from her eyes, she continued, I am not leaving you. I got you into this mess, and, with the founder as my witness, I'm going to get you out of it. Even if it's the last thing I do. You said it yourself. We're in this together to the end, wherever it takes us. Saito looked up at his friend, his eyes red and slightly puffy as a trickle of tears spilled out. Then, after a moment, he wiped away the tears from his eyes and nodded. The movement made his mind swirl for a moment, and he let out yet another groan, but he was able to pick himself back up with Louise's assistance. Once more draping his left arm over Louise's shoulder, the two of them continued advancing deeper into Raccoon City. He was unable to focus on anything more than a few feet away, and even that was a blur. Louise, meanwhile, focused on both keeping them away from the roaming zombies around them while also trying to find a place to rest. More than that, though, they needed to find medical supplies to patch Saito up with. If he didn't get those wounds treated, and fast, there was no telling how bad they might get, especially in this environment. While Saito's wounds were extensive, she was fairly confident that a few ground-up green herbs or some first aid spray and rest should be enough for most of them. Given how popular it was for residents of Raccoon City to grow said herbs in personal gardens, finding some hopefully shouldn't be too difficult. But that would be extremely difficult to do in their current condition. All she had on hand was an empty revolver, no spare bullets, and a hatchet. While she might be able to defend herself with the hatchet, trying to protect both herself and Saito as she scavenged for supplies might as well be impossible. Taking a quick glance at Saito, Louise realized what she had to do, even if she didn't like it. If there was to be any chance of finding supplies, she would have to put Saito somewhere safe, then venture out into the city alone. The thought made her stomach churn, particularly at the idea of leaving a defenseless Saito by himself. But at the moment, she couldn't think of anything else. Rounding a corner into another alleyway, Louise prepared to explain her plan to Saito when she suddenly stopped. She stared right ahead, her pupils shrinking and her grip on Saito tightening. A putrid, foul odor burned her nostrils, and she involuntarily took a step back. What's going? Saito began to ask, only for his voice to trail off as his vision cleared enough to see what Louise was looking at. He immediately had the same reaction she did, and he muttered, "Oh, God." Before them, strewn about the entire alleyway, were the bloody remains of what must have been several people. The corpses were so mangled, it was impossible to make out the full number. Blood and gore stained the ground and brick walls, clustered around dismembered limbs and shredded torsos. Many of the chunks that were left had noticeable bite marks in them, the wounds jagged and deep. They were unlike anything Louise had seen before, neither from a dog nor another person. It almost seemed as though a mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs and nothing else tore into its victims, ripping them apart to feast upon their flesh. There was only one relatively intact body, slumped against the wall. It was that of a businessman, still wearing a button-down, long-sleeved shirt, his eyes milky while his face was warped into a rictus of abject terror. But Louise was far more focused on the wounds he had, with 5 massive gashes shredding open his chest from shoulder to sternum, and his jaw nearly separated from the rest of his head as one side was sliced open. "What the hell happened here?" Saito whispered, speaking for both of them. Slowly, her and Sato's attentions drifted upward towards the fire escape, and Louise pulled out Sato's recovered flashlight to get a better look. All they found was the shredded and crushed remains of the iron staircase, a trail of claw marks leading up towards the roof. "I don't know," Louise admitted, then gulped. "Okay, then what the hell did this?" "I don't think I want to know," Louise replied, and Saito went silent for a moment. He then nodded in agreement, and Louise took that as her opportunity to keep going with a noticeable haste in her step. While she was certain that whatever caused this carnage was long gone, she did not want to stick around and test that. Moving beyond the alley, Louise looked around to try and find someplace safe to stow Saito away. Then her eyes immediately locked onto a billboard advertisement nestled on top of a nearby building. It depicted a friendly-looking man with graying hair and a clean-shaven face standing before a red cross. The words Mercy Clinic emblazoned above his head. To the side of the logo was Next Right, and Louise gasped. Silently thanking the gods for this salvation, she immediately began walking in that direction. She didn't even bother looking for a place to secure Saito in, especially as the building entered her line of sight. There were a few zombies roaming about, but Louise was able to maneuver around them while using the parked cars and debris as buffers between them. Keeping her eyes peeled for any signs of danger, she inspected the Mercy Clinic building as they approached. There was a white van parked in front of it, one that was noticeably dented along the sides and bumpers. Much like the rest of the buildings on this particular street, the lights inside were still on, and a flickering neon blue sign illuminated the entryway. It beckoned her towards the structure like a beacon, but as she got closer, she noticed that the glass doors had been barricaded from the inside by overturned tables and chairs. For a moment, she was worried that they might not be able to get in, but when they reached the door and she gave it an experimental tug, she found that it was unlocked. Smiling at their luck, Louise quickly opened the door, then closed it behind them. She twisted the door lock to the side, locking it and hopefully keeping the zombies out. Once again, pausing to readjust Saito over her shoulder, she led him further into the clinic, keeping her eyes and ears peeled for any signs of danger. Looking around the waiting area, she quickly noticed how disheveled it looked. Papers were thrown about everywhere, littering the ground and tables. With each step, the papers were kicked up and to the side, which she readily ignored. The clinic certainly looked secure enough, and for a moment, she wondered if it would be okay to simply put Saito down in the front office before venturing deeper inside in search of medicine. But as she heard the zombies moaning outside, she decided against it. It would be far safer to put as many walls between them and the zombies as possible. As such, she carried Saito further into the clinic, pulling open a door that led them into the main hallway, where all the individual patient rooms could be found. She had only taken a few steps when there was a sudden, loud bang, accompanied by a flash of light. Something small whisked past her head at incredible speeds, slamming into the drywall behind her. Letting out a yelp, Louise tripped and fell on her back, Saito falling to his side. There was a flurry of footsteps as someone ran over, and Louise closed her eyes while shielding her face with her hands. "No, no, don't shoot. We're not zombies," Louise cried out, her body shaking from the fear as the footsteps came to a stop right before her. There were a few moments of heavy silence, with only the sound of 3 people breathing being heard. Then, much to her relief, she heard a safety being clicked on, and she slowly opened her eyes to see a regretful man standing over them, holstering a blocky pistol underneath his white lab coat. After a moment, she recognized him as the man she saw on the billboard advertising Mercy Clinic, if much more disheveled. "I am so sorry," the doctor apologized, kneeling to bring himself to their level. "I thought you were one of those zombies. When I realized I forgot to lock the door while gathering supplies, I feared the worst. You weren't hit, were you?" Realizing that her nearly getting shot was just an accident, Louise nodded then said, "It's all right. We should have announced ourselves." Her eyes then widened as she further took in the situation she was in, alongside the boon suddenly presented before her. Hastily rising to her knees, Louise gently grabbed a groaning Saito and begged, "Please, you need to help my friend. He's hurt back." The doctor's eyes widened as he, too, saw Sato's current state. Leaning over to place his hand on Sato's other shoulder, he calmly asked, "What happened? Did a zombie do this?" "No," Louise answered, fervently shaking her head. She briefly paused to determine what all she should say, then clarified, "My friend and I were trying to get to an evacuation center at the library and decided to cut through the mall to save time. We ended up getting ambushed by armed men and women who tried to kidnap me. They did this to him before we managed to get away." Taking Louise at her word, the doctor scowled and shook his head, then muttered, No, this won't do." Looking up at Louise, he then ordered, "Help me bring him to the back. I have some supplies here, but I can't start treating him until I completely look him over." Nodding in agreement, Louise hoisted Sato's arm over her shoulder while the doctor did the same on the other side. Together, they carried Saito all the way to the back of the clinic, where a medical gurney lied in wait. They carefully put Saito onto the bed, the poor boy groaning in pain and discomfort. The doctor snapped his fingers, then pointed to a plate filled with tools, and without even looking at Louise said, "Scissors. I need to get through this hoodie." Without saying a word, Louise rushed over and grabbed the entire tool set. Placing the tray onto a small table next to the gurney, she handed the pair of scissors to the doctor, who immediately began cutting through the ruined, blood-stained cloth. "Ooh, what did they do to you?" the doctor muttered as he finished cutting Saito out of his clothing, while Louise untied the electrical cords wrapped around his forearms and lower legs. Now that his chest was bare, Louise finally got a good look at the full extent of her friend's injuries, and she winced. Several lacerations across the pectorals and face, severe bruising on the upper torso, face, and stomach. The doctor clinically spoke to himself as he looked over Saito from head to toe. Gently leaning the boy slightly over to his side, he added, "Bruising to the back as well. You weren't kidding, they really did a number on this boy." "They did," Louise confirmed with another nod. "They were going to kill him if I didn't surrender myself." The doctor nodded, then shined a light into Sato's eyes to observe his pupils dilating. After a moment, he frowned and added, "At a slight concussion as well." Leaning away, the doctor rubbed his jaw and slowly shook his head as he looked Saito over again. Under his breath, he muttered, "This is not good. I need him to be healthy." Louise couldn't help but glance at the doctor in slight concern, then shrugged. She then realized that she didn't actually know what to call him. So she turned to look at the man fully and asked, "I don't think I got your name." "My name is Louise, and my friend's name is Saito." "Dr. Kenner, at your service," Dr. Kenner answered, giving Louise a slight smile. At the same time, she couldn't help but notice that he was now looking her over. Then he asked, "You're not injured too, are you?" "No, I'm fine," Louise replied, shaking her head. Good. That's good," Dr. Kenner said, then returned his attention to Saito. He went silent for a moment, then nodded again and declared, "While his injuries are extensive, I should be able to patch him up. Combined with some rest, and he'll be as good as new, relatively speaking. I doubt anything could be considered good at the moment." "I know what you mean," Louise agreed, frowning slightly while looking away to idly observe the room they were in. A thought then popped into her mind, and she asked, "Dr. Kenner, do you have any idea what exactly caused this?" "Saito, and I thought it was cannibal disease, but—" She trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. But Dr. Kenner understood her all the same, then nodded and replied, "I've been trying to find that out myself, and I've come to the same conclusion you and your friend have. All of my research over the past few months tells me that this is a mass outbreak of cannibal disease." "You've been studying this for months?" she asked incredulously, reminded of the news reports she and Saito had seen leading up to the outbreak, and Dr. Kenner nodded. "Yes, months. At first here with my staff, but eventually I was forced to do it on my own," Dr. Kenner clarified, not looking at Louise as he began to clean Sato's wounds with medical alcohol and a cotton swab, which made Saito wince from the sting. As he worked, Dr. Kenner continued, "At first it was just isolated cases originating from the outskirts of town, but it just kept getting worse and worse. My clinic got some of the first few victims before they all started getting routed to the hospitals. Never seen anything like it before in my entire life. I've been trying to study it ever since to devise a treatment for it. How did it go from isolated cases to infecting the entire city? My research indicates that the virus that causes cannibal disease spreads through bodily fluids," he explained. "Saliva, blood, anything like that. The contaminated fluids are extremely virulent, and somehow enough of it got into the city's water supply. Perhaps an infected corpse fell into the system, or maybe even the rats. I don't know the specifics, but it's the only explanation I can think of for how everything fell apart so quickly." Louise scowled and looked away, clenching her fist at the confirmation of yet another of her and Sato's theories. More was beginning to fall in place, but still there were so many different questions. Before she could ask anything else, however, Dr. Kenner suddenly pointed to a side room. "Louise, could you go in there and grab a can of first aid spray? There should be a bag in the supply closet," Dr. Kenner requested. Louise nodded in agreement, then hastily walked over to do as she was requested. As she walked, she heard Dr. Kenner gently tell Saito, this is an anesthetic for the cuts. I'm going to have to stitch them up. The voices became muffled as she entered the supply closet. Unlike the other rooms in the clinic, the lights were off. Flicking the switch upward, the overhead lights turned on, illuminating the entire room. Louise took a moment to look over everything. Much of the supply closet had been cleared out, with containers that must have, at one point, contained medicine now empty. Strangely, there was plenty of duct tape stacked on the floor, but she ignored that in favor of searching for the medicine bag Dr. Kenner was talking about. She quickly found it at the back of the supply closet, a green and white bag with a green cross on its front, hanging off of a wall rack. Rushing over to it, Louise unzipped the bag and reached her hand inside, fishing around for her prize. Quickly finding the silver-green can of first aid spray, Louise smiled as she held it up to her face. She prepared to turn around and walk back to the patient room, where Saito was being worked on, only to stop as she noticed something odd in the back corner, obscured by a few stacked boxes. Dropping to her knees, Louise pushed the boxes to the side, and to her surprise found a message written on the drywall. A message written in dried blood, several days old at the least. Don't trust Kenner. Get out, it said, and Louise felt her worries rise to the forefront once again. Standing back up, Louise walked to the front of the supply closet, opening the door and re-entering the main hallway. Dr. Kenner, she slowly called out, the hairs on the back of her neck beginning to rise. I got the first aid spray you wanted. She got no response, and her heartbeat began to quicken. Picking up the pace ever so slightly, Louise continued walking down the hallway, which seemed much more ominous than it had just a few moments ago. Slowly and carefully, Louise reached for the hatchet carefully secured on her waist, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice. Dr. Kenner? Saito. Louise called out again, but no one said anything. Coming up to Saito's room, Louise slowly entered, and her eyes immediately fell onto a slumped-over, unconscious Saito. Louise's eyes widened, and she muttered, "Oh gods!" Before she could react, she was suddenly grabbed from behind. Then she felt a sharp prick in the side of her neck. Something was injected into her body as she struggled to free herself. Then, as her mind fell to darkness, she heard Dr. Kenner's voice say, "Don't worry, this will all be over soon." The world felt heavy around Louise, pressing down upon her from all sides. She felt as though she couldn't breathe as her body rested in a vast, empty void of pure darkness. There was no sound, no sensation of touch, just herself floating in a sea of nothingness. It completely consumed her mind, making it hard to think or even remember what had happened before all of this. Part of her felt afraid, but the rest just felt tired and resigned. Why she felt this way was a mystery, but she didn't bother trying to figure it out. She felt content to simply stay there in this limbo, feeling a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in what seemed like a lifetime. Yet it did not last, as a nagging sensation from the back of her mind kept springing to the forefront. That something was horribly wrong, and she needed to wake up. This thought confused Louise. Wake up from what? She wondered. She certainly didn't feel like she was asleep, yet that part of her mind was screaming at her that she needed to. Ever so slowly, that voice that she could not hear grew louder and louder, to the point where she couldn't ignore it forever. At its crescendo, a bright light pierced through the darkness, blinding Louise and confusing her greatly. As the light consumed everything around her, a disembodied voice that was a mixture of male and female-sounding voices pierced the void, and she clearly heard, "Wake up, Louise." With a start, Louise gasped for breath. She blinked her eyes open as her blurry vision began to clear. Her body felt sore all over, aching in more places than she could count. Confused, Louise found herself looking down into her lap, her pink hair draped down her head and obscuring her peripheral vision. Slowly, she angled her head up, only for her hair to completely cover her eyes. Annoyance rose up from within her, and so with a quick shake of her head, Louise's hair whipped back into its proper position. She quickly wished that she didn't, as Louise found herself in a completely unknown location. Thick walls made of red brick surrounded her, dimly lit by a dull, incandescent light bulb that hung overhead from a wire. There were no windows, nor any other source of light. The floor was simply concrete, as were the stairs that led up one of the walls to a door. Laid across the stairs was a wooden board, clearly placed there purposefully to serve as a ramp. Embedded into the wall, next to Louise, was an iron chamber with a grated door, a faint heat emanating out of it that washed over the confused girl. Next to the chamber was a fire extinguisher, held inside a metal box with a glass window in its center. Nothing made sense. She had no idea why she was here. Despite being awake, her mind was still groggy, unable to properly form the chain of events that led to this moment. All she could remember was that she and someone else, a friend perhaps, was running from something. But from what or why, Louise did not know. Scrunching up her face, Louise tried to get up from the chair she found herself in, but only managed to raise her hips up slightly before she was forced to go right back down as something stopped her. The force of the exertion caused the chair to slightly roll back, a faint grinding noise sounding off from beneath her feet as plastic wheels rolled across the concrete floor. Louise's eyes widened, and she looked back down at the chair in alarm. She quickly discovered that her arms were folded behind her back, tied to the backrest through thick wraps of duct tape. The same went for her ankles, folded behind the rod that connected the chair itself to its wheel base. Her breathing began to quicken, and panic rose up from the depths. That was when she finally noticed that she was not alone in the room. There were two other people. One was a woman who appeared to be a few years older than her, slumped over in a chair similar to the one Louise was tied to. Next to her was a boy laying down in a medical gurney, his arms and legs spread out, his hands and feet dangling off the side of the gurney. Both were wearing light blue medical gowns that Louise suddenly realized matched what she herself was wearing. Like her and the unknown woman, he was tied down by his wrists and ankles to the bed frame surrounding him. It took her a moment, but Louise remembered that his name was Saito Hiraga, her best friend and the one who helped her when she needed it the most. Everything fell into place in an instant, and Louise remembered everything. The outbreak, the zombies, umbrellas, mercenaries going through them all, then winding up at the Mercy Clinic in search of supplies. There they met Dr. Kenner, who started patching Saito up, then drugged both of them. Louise's pupils shrunk down to the size of pinpricks as she suddenly realized the very precarious situation they were in. "Oh, founder! Saito! Louise hissed, leaning her upper body as much as she could towards her friend. She struggled against her binds, but it was no use. Try as she might, they would not budge. The only thing she got for her efforts was her chair slightly swiveling to the side. Saito didn't respond, completely out and oblivious to the world around him. The girl, Louise noticed, did stir slightly, but she didn't focus on that. Instead, she shouted at Saito again, careful to increase the volume of her speech without making it so loud as to attract unwanted attention. "Saito, wake up now!" Louise ordered, continuing to thrash around in her chair in a futile effort to escape. After several more attempts to get Saito to awaken to no avail, Louise began to worry that something was wrong with her friend. With one final, desperate plea, she yelled, "Saito!" That finally managed to get Saito to stir, much to her relief. Louise let out a breath she didn't know she was holding as Saito slowly woke up, letting out a groan as he raised his head and tried to look around. "What the? Where am I? What's going on?" Saito asked to no one in particular. Still groggy, he tried to get up off the bed, only to find that he was unable to move his arms and legs. That made him completely wake up almost immediately. In an alarm, he yelled, "What the hell? SSSH, keep your voice down." Louise hissed, causing Saito's head to shoot over towards her direction. He was only barely able to tilt it upward, and he had to mostly look at her from the side, but Saito and Louise were able to make eye contact. "Louise," he asked, his eyes widening as he took their situation in. "Why are you tied up? Why am I tied up? What the hell is going on?" "Oh." The unknown woman tied up next to them let out a moan as she slowly stirred as well. She looked up around the room, her face quickly falling as she, too, realized what was going on. But when she looked at Saito and Louise, her eyes widened, and she muttered, "Oh shit." Now both Saito and Louise were looking at the woman, and not a word was spoken between them. A heavy silence fell over the room as they all contemplated the position they found themselves in. They were captives, sealed inside a dark, windowless room at the mercy of the man who drugged them. For what purpose, Louise did not know, but it couldn't be good. "Will someone please tell me just what the hell is going on?" Saito begged, shifting his attention between Louise and the woman trapped with them. The woman pointedly looked at Louise, allowing the young girl to get a better look at her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with short blonde hair that covered her ears. There was a piercing below her lip on her chin, and tattooed words could be seen on the side of her right arm and across her shoulder under her clavicle. Like Louise, she too was studying the girl opposite her. Then a moment later, she turned her attention to Saito. "I'm going to take a wild guess and say what happened to me happened to you too," she suggested, and Louise nodded in confirmation. "Saito," Louise began to explain, turning her head towards her friend. "After we got out of the mall." "You two went through the fucking mall?" the woman incredulously interrupted. "Holy shit, did you have a death wish? What led you to believe that was a good idea?" Louise ignored her, then continued. "You were hurt bad, really bad. I was trying to find a place to put you down safely before I'd go search for supplies when I saw a billboard advertising Mercy Clinic. I figured there would be supplies in there that we could use, so I went there and took you with me." Louise fell silent, trying to figure out the best way to explain what happened next. But the woman spoke up again and said, "Where you met Dr. Kenner, who pretended to want to help you only to knock you both out, right?" Louise looked at the woman, then slowly nodded. The woman nodded back, then added, "Same thing happened to me. I ran in there trying to escape some zombies, only to run into Dr. Kenner. I let my guard down for a moment, then the bastard drugged me. Next thing I knew, I found myself here. That was 2 days ago, I think. Hard to say exactly how long I've been down here. There isn't exactly a calendar." She turned her head to look at Saito, then further clarified, "I saw him bring you two down here earlier. He paid particular attention to you." "Me?" Saito asked, tilting his head back. "Why?" "You were pretty hurt from what I could see before I fell back asleep from exhaustion," she explained. "He was stitching you up, applying bandages and medical spray, the works." "He was actually helping him?" Louise asked in confusion, and the woman nodded. Any relief that Louise might have felt in this situation, however, was quickly dashed when the woman frowned. "Trust me, Dr. Kenner didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart," she declared. "The only reason why he did was to get your friend ready for what he wants to do, just like the others who were here before me when I was taken. He needs you to be healthy." Saito and Louise were silent for a moment. Then Saito gulped and quickly asked, "And what does he want to do?" The woman was silent, scrunching up her face as she tried to come up with an answer. But before she could say anything, they heard a sound as something was dragged away from the door upstairs. The brass doorknob jiggled, and it swung away as it was pulled open, allowing Dr. Kenner to descend the staircase. He was pushing a rolling chair down the makeshift ramp, a man tied to it. Thick black veins were spreading across the victim's body, but Dr. Kenner didn't seem to care as he focused on getting the man down into the basement. He was even humming to himself. Once he reached the halfway point, however, he paused once he noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Rather than be alarmed, he smiled happily and exclaimed, "Oh, good. You're awake." Dr. Kenner finished rolling the tied-up man down the stairs and deposited him next to the iron chamber. Walking away from the man, he went over to stand between all 3 captives and clasped his hands together before asking, "How are you all doing? Are you comfortable? Do you need anything? What we need is for you to let us out of here, you crazy son of a bitch." The woman snarled, attempting to lunge for the crazed doctor only for her duct tape bindings to hold her back. Dr. Kenner, more amused than anything, merely smiled and sked as he wagged his finger towards her. "Now then, January, you know I can't do that," Dr. Kenner chastised, speaking to her as he would to a child. "My work is far too important to just let you go, not until my tests are complete." "What tests?" Louise asked. Her face warped into a scowl as she, too, tried to wiggle her way out of her bindings, to no avail. Dr. Kenner eagerly turned to face her with a wide, crazed smile on his face, and he spread his arms wide and answered, "Tests for finding a cure, of course. I told you already, Louise, that I have been studying this virus for months, trying to devise a treatment. I'm this close to finalizing it," Dr. Kenner declared, holding up his hand while pinching his fingers nearly together, leaving only a small space between them. "All I need is just a few more tests, and it'll be perfect. Once the vaccine is ready, we can make more of it, give it to everyone, and stop this outbreak in its tracks." He clenched his fists and excitedly brought his arms up to his chest, smiling at Louise proudly. But Louise could only stare at the poor man behind him, who was beginning to convulse. Dr. Kenner noticed where Louise was staring, and quickly gasped as he remembered why he came down here in the first place. "Oh yes. Hold on. Let me take care of this," Dr. Kenner said as he moved behind the tied-up man. "What did you do to him?" Saito yelled, angling his head so he was staring down his chest towards the crazed doctor and his victim. "I infected him with the virus causing cannibal disease. He's turning into a zombie as we speak," Dr. Kenner matter-of-factly explained. Noticing the 2 teenagers' horrified expressions, he hastily added while shaking his hands, "Oh, don't worry. I only did this to test my vaccine. If everything works the way it should, the virus will be completely stopped in its tracks and expelled from his system. That's not how vaccines work. They prevent disease, not cure them. You fucking lunatic," Saito angrily pointed out, but Dr. Kenner merely waved him off. "Most people only recognize the term vaccine and not viral suppressant, but good on you for understanding the difference," Dr. Kenner congratulated Saito, completely ignoring the broader point. He pulled out a syringe filled with a clear liquid, then with an expectant smile on his face, stabbed it into the infected man's neck and injected it into his bloodstream. "Now then, let's all just sit back and watch," Dr. Kenner ordered, his voice dropping down to a whisper as he eagerly waited for the vaccine to take hold. All Louise, Saito, and the woman apparently named January could do was watch in horror, consciously leaning back to try and gain as much distance between themselves and the infected man and their crazed captor as possible. At first, nothing happened, but then the infected man began to gurgle. Dr. Kenner gasped, his smile widening as he took the act as a sign that it was working. No, no, no. We were so close," Dr. Kenner angrily shouted, stomping back and forth across the room while completely ignoring the zombie, trying to break free and eat him. Louise, Saito, and January were screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to break loose of their restraints so that they could escape, but Dr. Kenner ignored them. Pacing a few more times, throwing his hands up and down as he ranted incomprehensibly to himself, he finally stopped right behind the tied-up zombie. A deep scowl was on his face as he stared at the back of the zombie's head, who was trying to turn around and bite him. He didn't react. Merely hardening his gaze before, without saying a word, he pulled out his pistol and shot the zombie twice in the head. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the ground, making Louise and the others yelp while she herself reflexively flinched and clenched her eyes shut. Another disappointment. Dr. Kenner spat, dragging the chair towards the iron chamber. Opening it up, he cut the dead zombie's bindings with a scalpel, then kicked its corpse into the chamber. He slammed the door shut, then pulled a lever. Behind the grated window, Louise saw a massive flame consume everything, incinerating the zombie's body and leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Once again, the room fell silent, with only the sounds of heavy breathing cutting through. All three captives were staring at the back of Dr. Kenner's head. Then he slowly turned towards January. "All right, Ms. Van Sant," he slowly began as he walked up to the young woman, whose eyes widened in panicked revelation while she futilely leaned back in a desperate attempt to escape. "I am sorry, but it appears that I am in need of your services. Don't worry, I do have another formula ready, and this one should work." January Van Sant looked up at Dr. Kenner, then spat in his face and cursed, "Fuck you." Dr. Kenner merely stared blankly at her as he wiped the saliva away from his bearded face. Then, without saying a word, he moved behind her and began to roll her chair towards the stairs. She thrashed about in an attempt to escape, only for him to silently point the barrel of his gun at her head. That stopped her right in her tracks, and all she could do was stare pleadingly at Saito and Louise, begging them to do something as she was rolled up the ramp. Then the two disappeared behind the door, and a grating sound of something being moved against tile and propped up against the door on the other side could be heard. Once the muffled footsteps faded into the background, the basement fell silent once again, and all Saito and Louise could do was stare at the door in complete horror. "We need to get the fuck out of here," Saito declared, then immediately began pulling at his restraints. Louise did the same, and both teenagers grunted and groaned from the exertion. But it was no use, as the duct tape was too tightly bound to their wrists and ankles. While Saito tried to angle his head towards his wrist bindings to try and bite through it, it was too far away. "It's no use, I can't budge," Saito said, breathing heavily. He looked around, desperately trying to find a way out of this mess, only to hear a sniffle. Shooting his head in the sound's direction, he saw a despondent Louise staring down at her lap, openly crying. "It's my fault," she chastised herself between the sobs. "It's my fault we're here. I brought us to that mall, I brought us here. We're going to die in here because of me." Saito didn't say anything at first, then frowned and said, "Louise, look at me." She didn't respond at first, continuing to cry while blaming herself for their misfortunes. His frown deepening, Saito more forcibly called out, "Louise, look at me." After a moment, Louise finally turned to look at Saito, her eyes red and puffy as tears poured out of her eyes and snot ran out of her nose. She sniffed, staring up at Saito, who merely stared right back. He then declared, "You did suggest we go through the mall, yes. You did bring us to Mercy Clinic, yes." Louise's face fell at the seeming confirmation of her guilt, but then Saito continued, "But none of this is your fault. I agreed that going through the mall was worth the risk. Neither of us knew Umbrella would be there waiting for us, and if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten out of there. You sure as hell didn't know Dr. Kenner was a madman. You went to the clinic in the first place, trying to help me, and he took advantage of you. None of this is your fault. It's all on them. So stop taking responsibility for other people's actions and help me find a way out of this mess." Louise looked at Saito for a moment, her eyes widening at his words. Then her face hardened, and she nodded in agreement. Now wasn't the time to chastise herself. She had work to do. Okay. How are we going to do this?" She spoke to herself aloud, looking around the room for anything that offered the slightest hint of salvation. Pulling experimentally with her limbs, Louise noted, "I can't move my arms and legs, and the duct tape is too thick for me to break free on my own." "Same," Saito added, pulling at his own restraints. He took a few deep breaths, then said, "I think I might be able to wiggle my way out eventually, but I don't know how long that'll take." "I don't think we have that much time," Louise countered, her face hardening as she looked over herself, swiveling back and forth in her chair. "I know, damn it," Saito cursed, dropping his head back into the mattress. He wiggled his wrists a few more times, then wondered aloud, "You know, I've seen a lot of movies where the hero was tied up just like this." "This isn't a movie, Saito," Louise chastised, staring flatly at him without an ounce of amusement in her voice. I know, just hear me out," Saito replied. Taking a few breaths, he continued, "What I'm trying to say is that when the hero was tied up like this, they'd find something sharp and cut their binds loose. Maybe we could do something similar." Louise scrunched up her face as she contemplated his suggestion. It had merit, she supposed, but a quick look around the room showed that there wasn't anything sharp in sight. No knife, no piece of pipe, nothing. There wasn't even a table to put anything on, other than themselves and the incinerator. The only thing of note was the fire extinguisher held in an aluminum box. A box with a glass window. Slowly, an idea began to form in Louise's head, and she turned her chair around to look at it. "I think I have an idea," Louise spoke up. Saito tried to look at where she was staring, but from his angle he was unable to. "What? What is it?" "There's a fire extinguisher in here, and its compartment has a glass window," Louise revealed, and Sato's eyes widened as he realized where she was going with this. "Right," he whispered. "If you can break the glass, then I can use one of the shards to cut myself loose," Louise finished, turning back to face Saito. He looked at her and nodded, then scrunched up his face. "How are you going to do that?" he asked. Louise was about to answer, then stopped herself. She frowned, looking herself over, then released a sigh as she hung her head. "I don't know," she admitted, shaking her head and causing her hair to whip about slightly. From his angle, Saito was able to see the entirety of Louise's body and the chair she was strapped to. He couldn't help but notice that her chair had wheels on its base, and a solution began to present itself. "Hey, can you move that chair around?" he asked. Louise looked at him for a moment, then down at the chair she was sitting on. Scrunching up her face, she experimentally raised her hips upward, then forced them back down into the seat. Her chair rolled back slightly at the movement. Then she looked up and nodded towards her friend. "Yes, barely," Louise confirmed, and Saito nodded as more of his plan began to make shape. "Okay, I think I know what to do," he began. "See if you can't roll the chair back towards the fire extinguisher. Then, when you get close, try to slam the backrest against the glass. That might break it." Louise looked at Saito for a moment, then back towards the fire extinguisher. Nodding in agreement, she rotated herself so that her back was facing the compartment, then raised her hips and slammed them back down into the seat as hard as she could. Her chair rolled backwards, and with a determined scowl on her face, she repeated the action over and over. Every few movements, she would pause to look over her shoulder, making sure that she was angled the right way. If she wasn't, she would quickly correct her course, then keep going. Eventually, she managed to tap the corner of her chair into the side of the fire extinguisher. Panting slightly as sweat trickled down her brow, and her stomach churned from a sudden onset of hunger, she maneuvered herself so that the corner of her chair was facing the glass window. She then turned her head towards Saito, who was trying to look at her, but was unable to. "Okay, I'm here," Louise announced. She took a few more breaths, then steeled herself as she swung the corner of her chair away from the glass. Louise then brought the chair back, slamming it into the window. There was a dull thud as the plastic made contact, but otherwise it was to no avail. "It didn't work," Louise called out to Saito. "Keep trying," Saito ordered, and Louise nodded. Repeating the action, Louise slammed the side of her chair into the glass again and again. At first, the results were the same, leading her to believe that her efforts were for naught. But then the dull thuds were broken by a sharp crack, and a quick turn of her head revealed that the window was beginning to break. Smiling at her success, she rotated the chair back, then slammed it again into the glass. More cracking was heard, and her smile widened. With one last rotation, Louise managed to partially shatter the glass, sending pieces to the floor while most stayed in the frame. She breathed in and out, smiling at her victory, but as she angled her bound wrists towards the broken glass, she realized there was another problem. "Saito, the glass. I can't cut the duct tape on it," she revealed, turning her head to look at the shattered window. "It's broken, but I can't get an angle to reach it with my wrists." "Shit," Saito cursed and spat, shooting his head to the side. Contemplating their dilemma, he then asked, "Can you grab a piece?" "I can try," Louise replied. Maneuvering herself towards the broken window, Louise reached out with her fingers towards the glass. She was just barely able to touch it, and she slid her fingers around the smooth surface to try and find an opening. After a few moments, her fingers slid across a space between two pieces of glass, and she immediately maneuvered herself again so that she could get a better grip. But as she began to wrap her fingers against the edge, she felt a sudden, sharp pain across her finger, and she yelped. "Ah!" she cried, recoiling from the glass instinctively. "What? What happened?" Saito called out in alarm. Wincing, Louise shook her head, then answered, "I think I cut my finger against the glass." "Are you okay? How bad is it?" "I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to try again," Louise answered, then took a few more deep breaths. Steeling herself, she fought through the pain and once again moved her fingers around the sharp edge. She ground her teeth together, carefully trying to avoid another cut. Try as she might, though, she felt another sharp pain on another finger, and while she winced once more, she didn't recoil. Instead, she kept going, feeling warm blood drip down her fingers and splatter against the ground. Once she had enough of her fingers wrapped around the shard, Louise began to pull. Slowly and carefully, she applied force to the glass, and she could hear it begin to break more and more. Finally, after a few moments of effort, the piece of glass she was holding was snapped off. The sudden movement sliced part of her palm, but she fought through it once more. "I got one," she told Saito as she attempted to rotate the sharp piece of glass toward her bindings. But, to her dismay, the blood on her hands made it too slippery, and with the angle she was attempting to cut at, the glass threatened to fly out of her hands. Barely biting back an angry curse, Louise told Saito, "I can't cut the duct tape on my wrists without dropping the glass." "Damn it," Saito cursed once again, then looked towards his hands. Wiggling them slightly, he quickly compared its position to Louise's chair, then hastily called out, "Hey, I might be able to cut them for you. Try rolling back over to me. Be careful, we don't want to drop that." Louise nodded towards her friend, then carefully maneuvered herself away from the fire extinguisher. Rotating her chair so that its back was facing Saito, she began to push herself back towards him, making sure her grip on the shard was secure. It was a much slower process than what she did to get to the aluminum box, and she continued to feel blood dripping down her hands. But eventually she managed to reach Saito, and after positioning herself next to one of his hands, pointed the glass shard towards him. Using his fingers, Saito took the glass shard away from her, then angled it so that he could begin sawing away at the middle of the duct tape bindings. "Be careful, don't cut me," Louise requested, angling her head to try to see what he was doing. "Don't worry, I won't," Saito said as he continued to carefully cut away at the tape. "Just hold still. This isn't exactly the best angle." Slightly nodding at her friend, Louise kept herself as motionless as possible. She watched as Saito sawed away at the adhesive, with each movement weakening the binds. After a few minutes of careful cutting, Louise found that her wrist suddenly had a lot more movement, and once enough of the duct tape was split, she was able to forcibly pry them apart. "Yes!" Saito and Louise cheered, with the young noblewoman staring at her wrists victoriously. There were still pieces of duct tape attached to them, and with a scowl she used her mouth to rip the rest off. Louise felt a slight burning sensation as the tape was removed, but she powered through it. She briefly paused to look at her bloodied left hand and winced, but rather than dwell on it, she took the glass shard back from Saito and used it to cut the binding on his wrist. Thanks to her having a much better angle to cut at, it didn't take long for Louise to remove Sato's left wrist from its bounds. Using his free limb, he began to pull his other hand free from the duct tape connecting him to the medical gurney while Louise freed her ankles. After a few more minutes, Saito and Louise were finally able to remove themselves from the confines of the chair and bed and immediately got off of them. "Gag!" Louise winced, holding her left wrist as she looked at the state of her hand. It was completely drenched in blood, and every movement made the stinging sensation on her hand burn. "Here, let me see," Saito gently said, cutting a piece of fabric off the gurney sheets. Using it to wipe away the layer of blood caking Louise's hand, he studied her fingers and palm before saying, "They don't look too deep, but we should get that clean before we get out of here." "Okay," Louise nodded, grateful towards her friend as he began to wrap the quickly blood-stained sheet around her hand to serve as a makeshift bandage. As he finished his work, she then asked, "How are we going to get out of here?" Saito didn't quite have an answer for that yet, and with a frown on his face, he carefully went towards the stairs. Walking up them, he approached the door, then slowly reached for the brass doorknob. Grabbing hold of it, he experimentally turned it to the side. Much to his surprise, he found that there was no lock, but when he tried to push it open, he discovered that there was indeed something on the other side that prevented him from doing so. Looks like he propped a chair against the door on his end. Probably because this place wasn't meant to hold people, if I had to guess, Saito revealed as he kneeled down to look underneath the door frame. He wasn't able to see much, but 2 wooden stubs could clearly be seen. "Great, just perfect," Louise groaned, shaking her head. "How are we going to remove that chair?" "I don't know," Saito admitted, taking a few steps back as he tried to figure out what to do. Looking through the gap while rubbing his chin, he suggested, "If we could maybe stick something underneath this door, I might be able to push the chair away." "Okay, with what?" Louise asked. The 2 teenagers looked at each other, both hoping that the other would have an answer, but neither did. "Lost," she groaned and threw her hands through the air before aborting the movement with a wince as it jostled her cut hand. Then Louise's attention was drawn to the wooden board underneath Sato's feet, and she pointed at it and suggested, "What about that?" Saito mumbled, then tilted his head to look at where Louise was pointing. It took him a moment to realize what she was getting at. Then his eyes widened in realization. Picking up the board, he attempted to slide it underneath, but found that it was too wide. He held it up, trying to figure out how best to make this work, then had another idea. "Louise, come here and help me break this," Saito said, dragging the board towards her. Handing it to her, He ran back to the fire extinguisher, then slammed her chair into the window to break the rest of the glass, allowing him to pull the red and white fire extinguisher out of its compartment. He and Louise then leaned the wooden board against the brick wall and, using the fire extinguisher as a club, began to pound against the wood. It only took a few hits before the plywood began to dent and shatter, and with a few well-positioned strikes and kicks from the two of them, they managed to break off a long, thin, splintered piece. Rushing back towards the door, Saito carefully angled it towards the gap underneath, and to his relief, found that it was just thin enough at the end to go through. "Okay, I think this is going to work," Saito said, then turned to Louise. "Listen, when I get this chair out of the way, I guarantee Kenner is going to hear it. He's going to come running, and if he catches us, we're dead. As soon as I get this door open, run as fast as you can." Louise nodded in agreement, holding the fire extinguisher to herself protectively. It was the only thing resembling a weapon they had on hand, but that wouldn't be much to a man who had an actual gun. Saito nodded back, then carefully began to slide the wooden shard through the gap underneath the door and against one of the chair legs. He motioned towards the doorknob with a quick tilt of his head, and Louise got the message as she moved to grab hold of it, turn the brass knob, then gently push. Slowly and carefully, the dual movements caused the chair locking them inside the dungeon to shift, a faint grinding noise as it moved against the tile. Then, with one final movement, Louise felt the pressure on the other side of the door give way. The chair fell, slamming into the ground with a loud crash, and she pushed the door open as fast as she could. Both she and Saito sprinted out into the hallway, their bare feet clattering against the cold tile. "What the dash?" They heard Dr. Kenner shout in alarm, then a quick clattering of his shoes as he ran towards them. He rushed over to the front of the hallway they were sprinting down, his eyes widening as he saw Saito and Louise make their escape. Reaching his hand into his coat to pull out his pistol, Dr. Kenner wasn't able to get off a shot before Louise hurled the fire extinguisher at his head. He hastily ducked underneath the thrown projectile, and the nozzle on its top broke as it hit the ground and caused white gas to fill the room. When he got back up and aimed his weapon down the hall, the mad doctor found that both Saito and Louise were gone. Breathing heavily, Dr. Kenner slowly made his way down the hall, his pistol held out in front of him. Keeping his voice as calm and reassuring as possible, he began to speak. "Saito, Louise, I know you two are scared. Believe me, I'm scared too. That's why I'm doing this." Rather than be reassured, Louise pressed her hands against her mouth as she hunkered down behind a doorless threshold. Barely peeking out to watch as the doctor moved by her, she noticed Saito doing the same thing on the other side of the hall, slowly shaking his head and telling her to stay absolutely still. "You have to understand, I didn't have a choice." Dr. Kenner tried to defend himself, continuing down the dimly lit hallway as he inspected adjacent rooms. Louise used the opportunity to quickly crawl away on her hands and knees to a better location, careful to make as little noise as possible. She couldn't help but scrunch her face up, biting in her lower lip to prevent herself from wincing as pressure was applied to her cut hand. But the doctor heard her all the same, and he slowly began to make his way towards her general location. The virus, it was too dangerous, too unknown to follow normal procedures, he claimed, continuing to advance on Louise's position. He was looking around, trying to find a trail, and Louise was grateful that the makeshift bandage Saito had given her was enough to prevent a literal blood trail from forming. "Believe me, I try to do things the right way," Dr. Kenner continued, "but I didn't have enough time or resources. The outbreak was getting worse and worse by the day, and if I didn't do something, everyone was going to die. Not just in Raccoon City, but perhaps the entire world if it got bad enough. I had to find a cure. I was forced to do this." Louise heard Dr. Kenner's footsteps get closer, and she tried to keep her breathing down as much as possible. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the tip of his shoes peek around the corner, his arms outstretched and his weapon aimed. Before he could notice her, however, there was a sudden noise as Saito threw the splinter of wood, slamming into a metal object with a reverberating bang. It caught Dr. Kenner's attention, and he turned away from her to face it. Once more, Louise used the opportunity to crawl away, and as she disappeared behind a row of metal boxes, Dr. Kenner abruptly turned towards the sound of her scraping against the tile floor. From her position, she wasn't able to really see where she was. But, judging by the metal shelves and curtains around her, she supposed she was in a makeshift medical bay, most likely to perform his twisted experiments. It was remarkably well maintained and cleaned, although there were obvious bloodstains on the ground, walls, and curtains. Stains that looked far too dry and dark to be anything recent. If she had to guess, some of these looked like they'd been there for months. "Please, just come on out," Dr. Kenner begged, wandering through the maze-like room as he tried to find them, walking right past Louise who had hastily hidden herself behind a curtain. "We can work through this. The last thing I want to do is hurt any of you. And with your help, I know we can cure this. All we need to do is just a few more tests." then I'll let you go. I promise. Louise already knew that. Even though Dr. Kenner sounded like he was being sincere, there was no way in hell that was going to happen. Even if his intentions were as noble as he claimed, the man had lost his mind, and none of his solutions would keep them safe. They had to get out there before he ended up killing them one way or another. Keeping her eyes on his shoes, Louise carefully crawled away underneath the curtains. Several empty gurneys could be seen, many of which had noticeable bloodstains on their sheets and frames. It was a macabre sight, and the burning stench of death filled her nostrils, nearly making her cry. But she powered through it, continuing along towards what she hoped was the exit. After a few minutes of careful crawling and desperate hiding from the crazed doctor, who continued to wander around trying to find her in Saito, Louise finally located the front entrance. To her dismay, however, there was a noticeable electronic lock barring it closed, a bright red light shining from a mount on its top. Louise then heard a gasp, and she looked to the side and noticed that January Van Sant was staring at her incredulously. She had been removed from her chair and tied up onto a medical bed, and force sticking out of her arm. It hadn't yet been connected to anything, the clear cord simply dangling over her shoulder, but Louise could easily determine what it was supposed to be connected to. Hanging over January's head was a blood bag, marked with a biohazard symbol. Zombie blood, Louise realized as her eyes widened. Dr. Kenner had been giving people zombie blood transfusions to infect them with cannibal disease. Such a barbaric act made her sick to her stomach, and she let out a low growl as she quickly crawled over to the young woman. Louise hushed as she carefully got up next to January, who frantically nodded and silently begged for Louise to get her out. Louise nodded in understanding, then looked around at the duct tape bindings holding her in place. Noticing a scalpel lying in a metal tray, Louise grabbed it and prepared to cut January free, but hearing Dr. Kenner approach made her stop. Hastily falling back on her knees, Louise crawled underneath the light blue curtain, disappearing behind it just as Dr. Kenner made himself visible. Peeking through a gap, Louise could see that the doctor was somehow looking even more disheveled than before, gripping his pistol with one hand and waving it about erratically. "Listen, you two, get out from wherever you're hiding now," he angrily ordered. When neither complied, he spat. "If you don't step out here right this second, I cannot be blamed for what I'll be forced to do." Again, neither Saito nor Louise responded to his demands. Snarling, he waved around his pistol and shouted, "I am giving you to the count of 3. 1, 2. Dr. Kenner pointed his pistol towards January, and with a start Louise realized what he was going to do. He noticeably paused, his gaze swiveling around the room as he tried to find both teenagers, silently daring them to come out. Neither did, and with a frown he began to gently squeeze the trigger. He began, but just before he could finish saying the word, Louise suddenly came out from the curtain behind him. With a yell, she stabbed the scalpel into his leg, slicing it open as she pulled it out and causing warm, red blood to spew everywhere. "Gagh!" Dr. Kenner screamed in agony, dropping onto his knee. Seeing Louise, he aimed his pistol at her, only for Saito to rush in from the other side and grab the arm. The two men began to wrestle for control of the weapon, their shouts and grunts filling the room. But even though Dr. Kenner was severely injured, he was still bigger and stronger than Saito, who was unable to rip the weapon from his grasp. That was when Louise struck again, this time slicing the scalpel down his wrist. Tendons were severed as blood sprayed, splattering against both Saito and Louise's faces. Dr. Kenner's grip on his weapon loosened, allowing Saito to rip it away. Acting purely on instinct, he aimed it at Dr. Kenner, whose eyes widened in fear as he held his good hand out in front of him protectively. "Wait," he begged, but Saito was already pulling the trigger. The first bullet pierced right through his hand, severing a finger and lodging itself through Dr. Kenner's cheek. The rest hit lower, piercing into his chest and causing blood to spray out. Each impact made the middle-aged doctor's body twist and recoil. He tried to gasp out in pain, but several bullets had already punctured his lungs, which were rapidly filling with blood, some of which spewed out of his mouth. Saito only stopped shooting when the weapon ran out of ammunition, and silence filled the building as everyone stared at the mortally injured man. Dr. Kenner pathetically breathed and gurgled, futilely holding his hands to the wounds on his chest and face. He looked up at them, his eyes tearful and confused as though he couldn't understand why they had done this to him. Before their very eyes, Saito and Louise watched the color drain from his skin, and his breathing quickened as his body desperately tried to keep itself going. But it was unable to, and he slowly slumped over onto the ground. Blood pooled around him, and with a few final, desperate breaths, Dr. Kenner went still. His eyes blankly stared out into nothing. Yet somehow they pierced Saito and Louise's souls. All the two teenagers could do was stare at Dr. Kenner's dead body. Neither said a word, nor so much as breathed. They were completely still, trying to comprehend what they had just done. Slowly and shakily, Saito brought up the empty gun in his hands. Its chamber automatically pulled back as it waited for more ammunition. A weapon he just used to kill someone with. Louise did the same thing to the scalpel in her hands, knowing she was just as responsible for Dr. Kenner's demise as Saito was. Both of them felt sick to their stomachs. It was one thing to put down a zombie, for it was already dead. But Dr. Kenner, as dangerous and insane as he was still a human being. A human being with full cognitive function, one who did the things he did because, in his warped mind, he thought it was the right thing to do. There was no way to get around it. Saito and Louise had just killed a man. It was a soul-shattering realization, but even more so was that, even though they knew they should be breaking down into hysterics at what they had just done, neither were able to do so. They just felt numb, and nothing else. Had they grown so desensitized to the violence and horror in such a short time, to the point where them killing someone meant so little? It was a sobering thought, one that they didn't want to dwell on longer than they had to. Louise was the first one to break out of her stupor, and she gently pulled at Sato's sleeve to break him out of his trance. He looked at her, then Louise gently said, "Come on, let's get her out of there." Saito looked at her for a moment, then gulped and nodded in agreement. Together, the two of them walked back towards a silent yet thankful January, and they began to free her from her bounds. The next half hour went by quickly. No one said a word, too absorbed by the heavy atmosphere to do anything more than recover from their ordeal. January was able to find where the late Dr. Kenner had stored their stuff, along with all the other items taken from his many victims. There were clothes, food, their weapons, and some ammunition, and more. Part of Louise felt guilty for taking it, but the rest said that their previous owners weren't able to use them anymore, while they could. The same went for Saito, who had taken the liberty of keeping Dr. Kenner's pistol and accompanying holster for himself. According to her friend, it was a Glock 17, a far newer and frankly better weapon than the high power he had been using previously. A Glock was lighter, its magazines could hold more bullets, and it was also more customizable, though that last one didn't really seem relevant to them. She was no longer wearing her light blue medical gown. Neither were Saito and January. Instead, they had changed back into the clothes they were wearing before Dr. Kenner kidnapped them, with the noticeable exception of Saito. Only his shoes, socks, and jeans were salvageable, with his white undershirt and blue hoodie completely destroyed. Luckily, there was another white t-shirt his size among Dr. Kenner's horde that he was able to change into, along with the electrical cords he and Louise were using as makeshift armor, but nothing else that fit him. TSSH, Louise hissed as Saito continued cleaning Louise's injured hand, rubbing a cotton swab doused in alcohol against the cuts. "Hold still," he gently requested, continuing his work and focusing on nothing else. It was both necessary and, more importantly, served as an effective distraction. He'd rather not focus on the cold corpse laying on the ground in the other room. The corpse he put there. Louise complied with the request, also using the process to distract herself. At the same time, she repeatedly glanced over at January Van Sant, who was sitting down on a chair in front of a computer. She was wearing a black leather vest over a black shirt that exposed her midriff and a pair of dark leather jeans that went into her boots. It completed the punk look that the young woman was clearly going for, but other than that, Louise didn't really care or mind. They had taken temporary refuge in a room next to the medical bay that Dr. Kenner had turned into an office. The building itself wasn't very big, and it appeared to be an old house that Dr. Kenner had converted into a makeshift laboratory and office. There were filing cabinets lined up on the walls and a wooden desk that housed the boxy computer. As soon as January had noticed the electronic device, she had immediately went over to begin working on it, leaving the two teenagers by themselves. Louise got the sense that she knew the two needed to be alone at the moment, and she appreciated it. Once Saito was finished cleaning her wounds, he gave her some ground-up green herbs that they had found. She popped the powder into her mouth and swallowed without question, wincing as her throat suddenly felt dry. Before her eyes, she watched as the shallow cuts on her hand healed, leaving only faint scars behind. Saito then handed her a plastic water bottle, and she greedily began to gulp its contents down. "Thank you," Louise whispered as she finished drinking, wiping the excess away from her lips with her red jacket sleeve. Saito silently nodded back, then finished the rest of the bottle. He didn't even care that Louise had just drunken out of it, not finding it particularly noteworthy. The two teenagers fell back into silence. Occasionally, one of them would stare out the window of the office into the medical bay, particularly towards Dr. Kenner's body whom they had draped a bedsheet over, but almost as soon as they had done, so they forced themselves to look away. Both preferred to keep their dark deed as far out of sight and out of mind as possible, but try as they might, it just would not go away. They both wanted to yet couldn't speak about it, instead distracting themselves by silently digging into some food they had recovered from Kenner's refrigerator. "All right, January suddenly spoke up, catching both of their attention. I'm in. Standing up, Saito and Louise walked over to stand behind January's shoulders, looking down at the computer monitor, which now displayed Dr. Kenner's home screen. More importantly, it also displayed his security system, which consisted of a series of cameras and the front door lock. Where are we? Saito asked, looking at one of the external cameras and leaning over January's shoulder. Looks like we're near the rail yard, January revealed, pointing her finger at a pair of tracks that could just barely be seen in the corner of one of the cameras. The rail yard? How did he get us all the way here from the mall? Louise wondered, then immediately had her question answered as she noticed a familiar white van parked out front. She frowned, realizing that Dr. Kenner must have loaded them into the vehicle, then driven them here. What time is it? Saito then asked, shifting his gaze to the lower right corner. Clock says it's 2:30 a.m., September 27th, 1998, January read aloud, and their eyes widened. We've been trapped here for over a day, Louise quietly declared, the realization hitting her like a truck. Looks like it. I was taken on the 25th, January added, a deep scowl marring her face. I was right. I've been stuck in that hole for 2 goddamn days. Damn him. The room fell into silence, once more, as all 3 former captives stewed in their thoughts, with January bringing her fist up to her mouth and lightly nibbling on her knuckle to relieve her stress, about the time that they lost, and how close they brushed with death itself. It was sobering, particularly how all of this happened, because they let their guard down for just one moment. One slip up and it nearly got them killed. Shaking his head, Saito returned his attention to the computer monitor, then pointed at what he assumed was the door icon and asked, "Can you unlock the door?" "Yeah. Give me a moment," January confirmed, then began to type into the keyboard. She pulled up a page filled with lines of code, describing something that Saito could make no sense of. "How do you know how to move through all of that?" Louise asked, scrunching up her face as she watched January highlight and sift through different lines of code, searching for something. "Years of experience," January admitted, a faint smirk on her face. She then laughed and muttered, "Kenner called this a firewall? I could get through this in my sleep." It all clicked into place for Saito, and he looked at January then declared, "You're a hacker." "Hacktivist," January corrected, briefly bringing up a single finger in emphasis before getting back to work. "What's the difference?" Louise asked, genuinely curious. "Motivation, really," January clarified as she continued to type, shrugging slightly. "Most hackers break into computer systems for personal gain. Hacktivists like myself do it to advance social causes." Saito nodded, then immediately asked, "Such as?" "Exposing the Umbrella Corporation's crimes," January answered, and once more the room fell into silence. Both Saito and Louise glanced at each other, then looked at January, who felt their eyes descend upon her. Feeling the pressure rising, January stopped typing and released a sigh, weaving her fingers together before rubbing her hands through her hair. "What crimes?" Louise asked, her voice grim and serious. January turned to look at the young girl, her face hard and flat. After a moment of silence, she began, "I've been hacking into computer systems of dozens of companies for years. Sometimes on my own initiative, other times I'm hired to pull information for another party. Whistleblowers, reporters, even an FBI agent one time, believe it or not. But it was mostly exposing small stuff. Bribes, corruption, not following regulations, that kind of thing." She paused and looked down at her side. January then continued, "About 2 months ago, I was approached by a reporter from News Comet named Alyssa Ashcroft. She was researching for a story about Umbrella USA's potential illicit relationship with the RPD. Ashcroft was convinced something shady was going on, and she wanted me to break into their systems and get evidence. I told her that I had never broken into a system as secure as Umbrella's, that it would be nearly impossible to do. So obviously I took the job. What can I say? I enjoy the challenge. Plus, she was paying me a shitload of money." January chuckled, but her smirk was quickly replaced by a frown. She then said, "It took me about a month, but eventually I was able to sweet-talk an employee low on the corporate totem pole into giving me his corporate email address. Used that to upload a Trojan virus, giving me access to their systems. Well, I started convinced me to do the job pro bono." "Pro bono? You mean for free?" Saito said incredulously, and January nodded. "I couldn't get very far into their systems. Again, super secure. There were layers upon layers of security and redundancy, and I had to slowly and tediously chip my way through all of it," she admitted, then stared right into their eyes. "But what I did find was bigger than anything I had ever seen before. Umbrella's actions went so far beyond corruption that I don't think there's a word for it." Once again, Saito and Louise looked at each other, then back at January. Louise then quietly asked, "What did you find?" Ashcroft was right. The relationship between the RPD and Umbrella USA was shady as shit, January revealed. "Brian Irons, the chief of police, has been on their payroll for years. I found emails between himself and some high-ranking scientist named William Birkin discussing under-the-table bribes and payments Irons was getting. Umbrella was running completely roughshod over every single regulation, city, state, and federal on the books, and Irons was diverting RPD attention away from them. Sometimes he'd even plant evidence blaming some poor bastard for a crime Umbrella actually committed. But it didn't just stop there. January continued, her frown deepening as the gravity of the situation increased. The mayor, district judge, over half of the city's legislators, all of them were receiving bribes from Umbrella. Millions of dollars over the course of years, and through dozens of shell companies, they've bought up all of the city's utilities and services. Water, electricity, gas, transportation, healthcare, hell, even the media. The Umbrella Corporation effectively controlled the entire city, giving them free rein to do whatever the hell they wanted. January sighed and shook her head, then returned her attention back to the monitor. As she began typing again, she said, "About a week before the outbreak, I found out they were researching something. Something big, which was taking a lot of their resources and manpower. Couldn't figure out exactly what it was, not even a name, but there were a lot of private messages between employees talking about it. Whatever it was, it made them nervous and questioning a lot of ethics. I get the distinct feeling we know what they were working on now," Louise dryly noted, her face hardening again. January nodded, then remarked, "Yeah, probably. But before I could get any further, Umbrella caught wind of what I was doing. They sent Irons to arrest me, and the RPD confiscated all of my equipment before putting me on house arrest for illegal hacking. Never mind how corrupt they were. My court date was scheduled for the 26th. Actually, then, well, you know what happened. I took it as a sign to get the fuck out of the city, where I ran into the Mercy Clinic. You know the rest." Louise nodded, seeing more and more of the puzzle surrounding the zombie apocalypse fall into place. Each piece solidified more and more the truth of Umbrella's guilt, and it made Louise furious. She clenched her fist and snarled, shaking her head as she glared into the monitor. "Hold on, didn't the mayor disappear right before the outbreak started?" Saito brought up, and both women turned to look at him. After a moment, they realized he was right, which served as even more proof towards January's claims. A deep sense of betrayal filled Saito, and he growled at the thought of the man he personally supported not only selling him and his family out, but also cowardly abandoning them in their time of need. The office went quiet again, with only the tapping of fingers on the keyboard being heard. The silence was then broken after Louise released a heavy sigh, and she hung her head. "Umbrella came after me, too," Louise revealed, shocking January, who once again paused in her work to look up at the girl. "They did? Why?" she asked. Louise considered telling her the truth, but decided against it. Besides, she figured there was no way January would fully believe her claims, especially without any proof. Deciding to go with a modified version of the actual circumstances, Louise admitted, "I arrived in Raccoon City about a month ago. It wasn't exactly in the best of circumstances, and I didn't have any medical records at all. The police decided to take me to Spencer Memorial Hospital for treatment. Their Umbrella found something interesting about my body that they wanted to look at. Kept me in that place after I should have been let go. Had Saito and his family not taken me in, I would have been kept there indefinitely. Even then, they had her keep coming back for weekly checkups. Said it was due to them just wanting to monitor her condition," Saito continued, shaking his head and scowling deeply. His voice then fell, and he quietly continued. "When the outbreak started, Umbrella hired mercenaries to kidnap Louise. They probably hoped to use the chaos of the zombies eating everybody to get her out with no one noticing. My parents, they bought us time to escape. We've been running from them ever since." "Oh God," January muttered, her eyes widening as she realized the implication of Sato's admission. I'm so sorry." Saito gently nodded while Louise rubbed his shoulder affectionately. He reached across his chest to hold onto her hand with his own. Then he continued, "Those mercs caught up to us a few times, but Louise and I were able to escape. First time was when we were nearly killed by a zombie horde, only for them to swoop in and start killing them all. We just booked it and let them deal with the monsters. The second time, we had help from some special forces soldiers we ran into who directed us to the library while attempting to fight Umbrella's mercenaries off. The third time was at the mall, where they nearly got us. Had Louise not held herself hostage and pulled a fire alarm to overwhelm them with zombies, we wouldn't be here right now. You held yourself hostage, then willingly attracted zombies to you?" January incredulously asked as she looked at Louise. When the young girl nodded, January's eyes widened. Then she nodded back respectfully and said, "Damn, nice one. I don't think I could do that." "Thanks," Louise replied, a sincere smile on her face. January Van Sant nodded back, then returned her attention to the monitor. The room fell into silence once more, and several minutes passed. Only the sound of January's fingers flying across the keyboard and their own breathing could be heard. Finally, They heard a loud chime as the thick metal door keeping them trapped inside unlocked, and January smiled and clapped her hands together. "There we go, one unlocked door," January exclaimed, smiling victoriously. She then brought up a collection of folders and added, "Not only that, but I managed to break the good doctor's encryption of his personal files. Now we can see exactly what he was doing in here, and for how long. Want to take a peek?" Saito and Louise looked at each other for a moment, then back to January before nodding in agreement. January nodded back, then opened the first file. It was an MPEG-1 file simply titled Log Entry 1. January opened it, revealing a grainy video taken from a small, mounted video camera staring right into a clean-shaven Dr. Kenner's face. There was a marked difference between how he looked then and how he looked by the end, and it sent Louise aback. Today is May 29th, 1998. Time is 3:32 p.m. Central Standard Time. Dr. Kenner began, then he sighed heavily. "I received a new patient today. Name was Jonathan Smith. According to Mr. Smith, he was on a hike through the Arkley Forest this morning when he was attacked by what appeared to be a rabid dog. He ended up getting bitten on the arm before managing to escape. When he arrived at Mercy Clinic, he was suffering from a fever, and the wound itself was clearly infected. I had my staff clean it up and prescribe some drugs to deal with the infection and fever. Didn't think anything more of it. Standard animal bite procedure, along with requesting animal control to find the animal and test it for rabies. I was preparing to move on to my next patient when I don't know. He changed somehow. In a matter of minutes, he went from calm and collected to absolutely berserk. We tried to help him. Then he bit Miranda on her hand. Not just a tiny little snap, but he sank his teeth in her, drawing blood and everything. I had to stitch her up before sending her home. She was so distraught." Dr. Kenner shook his head, running his hand through his hair before continuing. "The police were called. They took Mr. Smith away, and right now the entire clinic is closed so they can complete their investigation and the staff could process what happened. Told Miranda to not come in for the rest of the week. As a precaution, I've already written up a rabies shot request for her and Mr. Smith. Won't be able to act on it until we find that dog, but as soon as we do and the tests come back, I'll be ready." The video ended, and the three people looked up at each other. After a moment, Louise said, "He looked normal." "Yeah, he did," Saito confirmed, a deep frown on his face. Silently requesting for January to move on to the next video, she opened up the next log. Once again, it displayed Dr. Kenner looking straight into the camera, only this time he looked a little more disturbed. June 8th, 1998. Time is 6:42 p.m. Central Standard Time, he reported, then paused to take a few breaths. After a moment, he began to say, "They managed to find the dog. Didn't have rabies, but Miranda came in today. Not to work, but as a patient. Ever since Mr. Smith bit her last week, she'd been getting worse and worse. At first, it was a fever, then she started complaining about a constant itch across her body, to the point where she was drawing blood. Yet even then she couldn't stop, particularly around her hand. Her appetite had increased tremendously, and according to her, nothing she ate filled her up. She'd also been experiencing severe mood swings. She'd become angry and easily irritable at the slightest provocation. This isn't like Miranda. She's one of the sweetest and kindest people I've ever met. She's scared and doesn't know what's going on. I'm sad to say that nothing we have on hand is working, so I transferred her over to Spencer Memorial. They should be able to help her, but even still, I'm concerned." As soon as the video ended, January opened the next one. Unlike the others, the log had a date and time written into the title, telling them it was taken 2 days later. "We had 2 more victims of animal attacks come in today," Dr. Kenner revealed, frowning heavily. "Same situation as with Mr. Smith. They were near or in the Arkley Forest when happened. I reached out to a few of my colleagues in other clinics and hospitals across Raccoon City, and they're telling me that they're experiencing an influx of patients suffering from animal bites and some unidentified disease. Some of the patients even attack some medical staff, forcing the police to get involved. Just like Miranda, whom I haven't heard from since she went to the hospital. Something is going on, and I don't know what." Dr. Kenner sighed, then said, "I'm going up to the hospital tonight to check up on her. Hopefully she's feeling better." The video ended, and January opened the next file dated the very next morning. This time, it showed a clearly distraught and emotional Dr. Kenner, who looked like he just finished sobbing. "Miranda's dead," he revealed, making Saito, Louise, and January gasp, even though it shouldn't have been shocking. "So is Mr. Smith and many of the other patients that have been sent to the hospitals, all of whom had the same unidentified disease that she did. It killed her." Dr. Kenner paused to cry slightly, then he wiped away the tears across his sleeve before looking back at the camera. His face hardened, then he said, "I tried asking Dr. Bard for more details, but he wouldn't give me any. None of the doctors in those hospitals did. Said that doing so violated HIPAA. I told them that, as her employer and fellow doctor, I deserved to know how she died, but even then they refused me. Well, I'm sorry to tell them that I'm not just going to let this matter rest. One of my employees, one of my friends, is dead because of a disease she caught in my clinic. A disease that I know nothing about. I'm already allocating some of Mercy Clinic's resources to studying whatever this disease is, and I'm reaching out to all of my colleagues. I don't care how much it costs me, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. For you, Miranda, may God watch over your soul. When the video ended, the three former captives looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Saito spoke up and remarked, so, he wasn't bullshitting us when he said he'd been studying cannibal disease for months. The death of an employee is certainly a big motivation. Yeah, January noted, then frowned and added, the only question is, did those victims actually die to the disease, or were they put down? Neither of them had a definitive answer, although they each felt that they knew what it was. Gulping heavily, Louise gently tapped January's shoulder to tell her to move on to the next one. The video was dated July 1st, 1998. The media is starting to take notice of what's going on. That this isn't the work of cultists or simply a spike in animal attacks, Dr. Kenner reported as he rubbed his hand across his chin. They're calling it cannibal disease since it's somehow causing people to attack and try to eat others. It's an apt name, if fairly morbid. Dr. Bard and other noteworthy doctors in the city are downplaying its severity or outright denying its existence, probably to try and avoid a panic. Can't say I blame them, but they're not taking this seriously. My staff and I have been working with samples we collected from Mr. Smith and all the other victims brought to my clinic, and what we're seeing, God, it boggles the mind. I've never seen a viral structure like this before, and it is a virus. Not a prion or bacteria, but a virus. We're taking every precaution we can. So far, we've limited our tests to just figuring out what the hell it is, mainly by injecting the virus into blood samples, skin cells, and more. Not just from humans, but rats, mice, dogs, crows, cockroaches, anything we could get our hands on. Even a few plants, Kenner revealed. He nervously looked to the side, then back at the camera before revealing, it has a near universal infection range. The cross-species barrier might as well not exist. That does not happen. The video ended, and Louise felt confused. Looking towards Saito, she asked, what does he mean by cross-species barrier? He means going from one animal species to another, Saito clarified. Most viruses are specialized for only a few species or group of species. A virus that infects a fly might not do anything to a human, and vice versa. But it looks like this virus infects everything, regardless of species. Which means it's easier to spread. Louise finished the thought, and Saito grimly nodded. She then frowned and remembered the zombie dogs. Both the pack they ran from inside the city and the infected animal they ran into a few days before the outbreak officially started. They were bad enough, but hearing that any other animal could be just as dangerous, if not worse, was horrifying. Open the next one, Saito requested, and January complied by opening up the file dated July 9th. We've been conducting more tests regarding the unknown virus, Dr. Kenner said, now sporting a slight 5 o'clock shadow along his jawline. My investors aren't particularly happy about how much time and resources I'm allocating to this project, but frankly, I don't care what they think. Let them fire me. But researching this disease is far too important. I'm seeing the signs everywhere. This is getting worse and worse, but hardly anyone is talking about it. They're more focused on trivial matters like entertainment and politics. Don't they realize none of that matters if they're dead? Dr. Kenner's sudden shout sent all three viewers aback slightly. It even disturbed him for a moment, and his eyes widened as he fell back into his chair. For a few moments, all the now-deceased doctor did was breathe heavily and run his fingers through his hair. Then he released a sigh and looked back into the camera, resting on his arms propped up on the table. We still don't know hardly anything about this disease, and we're running out of time, he admitted. I'm reaching out to everyone I know, trying to gather as much information about this cannibal disease as possible. I don't expect most of my colleagues to know anything more than I do, but something tells me that Umbrella might know more than what they're letting on. Most of the victims are starting to be routed directly to their clinics and hospitals, completely bypassing small clinics like my own, which makes sense. They're the largest medical and pharmaceutical company in the world. The resources and manpower they have at their disposal puts my operation to shame. Luckily, a few former employees of mine went to work for them. I might be able to ask them for some information. The video ended, and January leaned back into her chair. Neither Louise nor Saito said a word, but the unspoken request to continue was followed, nonetheless. The next video was dated a week later, and it showed Dr. Kenner, who now had bags under his eyes. Most of my contacts in Umbrella completely ghosted me, Dr. Kenner bitterly revealed. Then he grumbled, ungrateful pricks, they wouldn't be there if it weren't for my recommendation. He released a groan. Then suddenly his mood shifted as a slight smile grew across his face. Dr. Kenner looked back into the camera, then said, but one of them did. They did so anonymously, and weren't able to tell me much. They're pretty low on the corporate ladder, from what I understand. According to them, Umbrella had known about this virus for years now. Years. Called it the T virus, and were running experiments in an isolated lab near Raccoon City. Where? I didn't know, nor how Umbrella came to find it. I think I have an idea, though. Umbrella likely discovered the T virus, and after realizing how dangerous it was, undoubtedly started working on developing a vaccine just in case it started infecting people. Sadly, it looks like it got out despite their best efforts. Dr. Kenner frowned and looked to the side. When he returned his gaze to the camera, he said, "Knowing that Umbrella is already working on this does help somewhat, but I still can't just let this matter lie. I need to keep studying it, but sadly the reality of running a clinic is catching back up to me. Our finances are in a free fall because I've been allocating nearly our entire budget into studying the T virus. I've been forced to shut it down, refocus Mercy Clinic into actually serving people. If I don't, Umbrella will just swoop in and buy it up. I may be fine with buying my supplies from them, but I'd rather not be in their employ." But Dr. Kenner revealed, spreading his arms wide, "Just because I can't use the clinic's resources anymore doesn't mean I have to stop. I have more than enough money saved up to run experiments on my own. Even have property near the rail yard that I can convert into a personal lab. I'll keep doing this on my own from there. With any luck, I might be able to find a breakthrough. Here's hoping." The video ended. Then the trio went silent as they turned to look at each other. With wide eyes, Louise breathed out, "That's it. That explains everything. This T virus, that's what got out. That's what's been killing all these people and turning them into zombies. Umbrella was working on it, it got out, and now they're trying to cover up their mess." "What does the T stand for?" Saito asked, then January perked up. "While I was in Umbrella Systems, I got a few references to something called Project Tyrant," she answered, then suggested, "Maybe it stands for that?" "The Tyrant virus," Saito said, testing out the combination. He then grimaced and remarked, "Sounds ominous." "No fucking shit," January sarcastically replied. Louise then frowned and looked at the still image of a happy Dr. Kenner, then turned her attention to his dead body in the other room. "He looks so different in these," she noted. "So genuine and wanting to help people, only to end up like that. I almost feel sad." "I don't. Fuck him," January spitefully cursed, and Saito nodded along in agreement. The key word was almost, Louise clarified. Even if Dr. Kenner's motivations were genuinely noble, his actions turned him into a monster. Returning her attention to the computer, Louise then asked, "Are there any more videos?" "Nope, that was the last one," January revealed, then opened up another folder. She then said, "But looks like we got a bunch of Word documents saved on here." "What do they say?" Saito asked, and January opened up the first document. "Let's see," she began. "This one's an experiment log. Says that he injected a lab rat with a sample of T virus to understand how it spread. Results were that in a few hours, the rat became hyper-aggressive and nearly doubled in size. He put it down with a lethal injection, then threw its body into the incinerator. Looks like there's more under here," Louise pointed out as January scrolled down the large file. "Mice, rats, dogs. He was testing on a lot of animals, injecting them with the T virus. Why would he do that? Says he needed to know how it interacted with a living host. That way he could begin devising a treatment," January noted. Then her face fell flat as they started to leave the animals behind. Names of people began popping up, accompanied by several bits of information including name, age, race, sex, even occupation. "A lot of homeless guys in here," January grimly noted, scrolling down the page. Looks like at first he was paying them to participate in his trials, but when the test kept failing and progress wasn't going as fast as he wanted, he started kidnapping them. Saito finished for her, and January nodded. "Perfect targets, too. After all, who'd miss a bunch of vagrants, right?" January rhetorically asked, and Louise felt anger bubble up from within her stomach. "God," Saito muttered as he read the details of the increasingly horrific experimentation he was conducting. Look at what he was doing. Skin grafts, organ transplants, blood transfusions. Not just from zombie to person, but person to zombie to see if that would cure them. He lost his damn mind. January couldn't help but glance up at a horrified Louise, then asked, still feeling kind of sorry for him? "No," Louise replied, staring at the impassionate detailing of Dr. Kenner infecting a woman 7 months pregnant with the T virus, then recording how both she and the unborn child turned into zombies, just to see if it would pass through the placental barrier. They continued to read the experiment logs, detailing the complete and macabre events that transpired in this very building. It was truly a house of the dead, they realized, and they felt dirty just sitting there. January couldn't take any more and closed the file. Breathing heavily, she was about to just shut the computer off and leave, then stopped when she noticed another file labeled cannibal disease, symptoms. Curiosity returned, as it did for both Saito and Louise. Taking a deep gulp, she opened the file, then read aloud, Cannibal disease, hereby referred to as CD, is a viral disease spread through the transmission of bodily fluids. Infection is nearly universal across all species, with only an estimated 10% of the population having natural resistance. Resistance that can be overcome if exposed to enough of the virus to overwhelm the human body's natural immune system. Testing has suggested that the stronger and healthier the body, the more likely it is for the body's immune system to fight the virus off. Most of the time, though, it only gives them a few hours. Luckily, it appears that alkali herbs may have an effect on slowing the virus down, but I'll need to conduct more testing to verify. All three glanced at the ground-up herbs that had already been stored into Ziploc bags. Returning their attention to the file, January continued. Symptoms begin almost immediately, but start off mild. Fever, increased hunger, itching sensation. But, as time goes on, the body begins to rapidly break down. Sudden onset of necrosis is common, as a severe mood swings as the brain itself begins to decay. Specifically, the frontal, parietal, and occipital lobes become severely damaged. Increased aggression and hunger inevitably ensue, turning the infected individual into a zombie. Despite the terminology used, however, the zombies produced from a T-virus infection are not actually dead. January read from Dr. Kenner's notes, shocking all three of them. Their body is still able to function. It can process nutrients from eaten flesh, repair itself. In fact, the T-virus seems to augment the body's natural ability to heal tremendously, capable of repairing itself from all but the most traumatic injuries. This inevitably results in mutations over time, with a particular mutation in people resulting in increased strength, speed, and durability, the growth of nails into claws, and increased blood flow to the head, which turns them crimson in color. Further mutations are unknown at this time, but are likely to exist. In light of the development of these crimson head zombies, I have found that only the complete destruction of the brain, or making the body utterly non-functional, can kill a zombified creature. Otherwise, the body will repair the damage and return to an active state, or back to life as it may appear. January, Louise, and Saito skimmed through the rest, then got to the conclusion of the paper. She read aloud. It is my belief that, should an individual become infected by the T-virus, they only have a limited window of opportunity to be cured. A few hours at most, assuming they're not among the lucky 10% who are resistant. Once the necrosis and neurological decay sets in, however, there's no hope for any vaccine to cure them. It is best to euthanize them before they become a danger to others. With that, the paper ended, and January Van Sant closed the file. There was nothing else they wanted to look at. Instead, they simply stood and sat there, staring at Dr. Kenner's home screen, depicting himself standing and smiling along with all his employees at Mercy Clinic. He looked so happy in the photo, so utterly irreconcilable with the monster he became. Well then, January began, getting up from her seat. I suppose it's time to get going. Louise and Saito looked at each other, then nodded in agreement. As January walked to a wall-mounted rack near the door, Louise offered, "You should come with us. The Army has an evac center at the public library. That's where we're going." "The library's on the other side of town," January pointed out, grabbing a keychain before turning to face them. "You honestly think you can get all the way over there? We don't have much of a choice. It's the only lead we have, and according to those soldiers, all of Arkley County is under a military blockade." "Sounded like no one was getting in or out without their permission," Saito answered. January looked at them for a moment, then nodded in understanding before shaking her head. "I appreciate the offer, kids, but I'm going to have to say no," she refused, surprising both Saito and Louise. What? Louise asked, not quite understanding why she would say no. "Two reasons. One, I'm better off on my own," January answered while patting her hand against her own holstered pistol and holding up a single finger. When she added a second, she continued, "Two, and most importantly, Umbrella is actively hunting you down. You may have gone away from them so far, but we all know they're not going to stop. No offense, but I'd rather not get involved in that. I'm already on their shit list, but they think I'm dead. I'd rather they keep thinking that for the time being." Part of Saito and Louise did feel offended at the implication that simply being around them was dangerous, but at the same time, they did know where she was coming from. Letting out a sigh, Louise nodded in reluctant agreement and said, "Okay, we understand." January frowned towards the young girl, then sighed and shook her head. Before either Saito or Louise could react, January suddenly tossed in the keys to the van parked outside. Saito managed to catch it, and he looked up at her incredulously. The young woman was smiling knowingly at them, then gestured towards the front entrance with a sharp tilt of her head. "If you two are dead set on getting to that library, take the car," she offered. "Don't know how far you'll be able to take it, and I doubt you'll be able to just drive out of here with how clogged the roads are, but it's better than going on foot." It was hard to argue with that logic, and both teenagers nodded. Before they turned to leave, Saito looked at January, then said, "Thank you." "Thank you," January sincerely countered, a genuine smile on her face. "If it weren't for you two, I'd be dead, or worse. When you get out of the city, send me a holler if you ever need some hacking done. I'll do it free of charge." Louise couldn't help but chuckle, letting the light-hearted and hopeful tone of the offer break through the pall of horror that had been settling over them. She held on to that feeling tightly as she and Saito exited the building. Walking towards the white van, Saito inserted the key into the handle, unlocking it and granting him entry. Placing himself into the driver's seat, he reached over and unlocked the passenger door, letting Louise inside. They took one last look at January, who left the building right behind them and had her own pistol out, just in case. Quickly waving goodbye, Saito ignited the engine, then began to drive off into the city, praying that salvation would be there at the other end. Chapter 13, Nevermore. September 27th, 1998, 4:05 a.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. Saito and Louise knew that attempting to drive through the streets of Raccoon City was going to be difficult. It was certainly faster and, more importantly, safer than walking, but they were under no illusions that they would just be able to drive out of the city. That would be far too easy, and if nothing else, the events of the past week had made it abundantly clear that life had no intention of making it easy for them. It only took a few minutes for reality to confirm what they already knew and had seen. Raccoon City had been turned into a veritable maze. What once were open streets that could have easily been driven straight through were now closed off. Abandoned cars, wrecked vehicles, downed power lines, police fences, and barricades. Not to mention the roaming hordes of zombies shambling about. The freeways were even worse, completely packed with the mother of all traffic jams. Some of the overpasses were even outright destroyed, sections broken off and shattered against the ground below. If there was any hope of getting out of Raccoon City by themselves, it was gone. Now, the only way was to continue their present course to the Raccoon City Public Library. Hopefully, they would find salvation there. Assuming there was enough open road, which was becoming more and more scarce the further they got into the city. Saito tried not to focus on that, however. Instead, he kept his attention firmly on his surroundings, his fingers tightly gripped on the steering wheel. Beside him, Louise was fiddling with the radio, hoping to find an emergency broadcast or something that would tell them what was going on. Thus far, all she had been getting was static. "Damn it," Louise cursed as she slowly twisted the dial again, going from station to station. Every so often she would pause to glance out the window, but then would go back to what she was doing. "I'm beginning to think the radio is out completely," Saito said, his face flat and grim. But rather than get discouraged, Louise merely deepened her scowl and redoubled her efforts. "Just because the music stations are out doesn't mean something isn't up," Louise insisted, twisting the dial once again. Saito felt no need to stop her. If nothing else, it was keeping her occupied, something they both needed right now. His mind kept going back to the house of horrors he and Louise just escaped from not 2 hours ago. He was still trying to process just how close to death he, more than any of them, got. "Saito, are you okay?" Louise gently asked, drawing Sato's attention. Her hand was still on the radio dial, but she was now looking squarely at him, her eyes filled with concern. For a brief moment, Saito considered lying to her, but decided against it as he returned his attention to the road. "No, I'm not," Saito quietly admitted, slowing the car as they came across yet another dead end. Putting it into reverse as he prepared to turn around, he continued, "I'm not okay. None of this is okay." Louise was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded and replied, "I know. Neither am I." Saito glanced at Louise, then asked, "You want to talk about it?" She shook her head, then answered, "No, but we probably should. I just don't know what to say." Saito nodded in agreement as he completed his three-point turn, then drove the van towards a different, relatively clear street he saw earlier. A pair of zombies shambled in front, but Saito merely ran them over without a second thought. The van bumped and shook as it struck the walking corpses, but other than blood splattering against the windshield and slightly obscuring his view, they were unimpeded. Saito merely turned on the wipers and wiper jets, washing off the crimson blood and leaving behind faint streaks. "Well, I suppose we can talk about it later," he suggested. "When we get out of Raccoon City." Louise sadly frowned, then muttered, "You honestly think we will?" Sato's face grew firm. Then he nodded and answered, "Yes, I do. You and I are going to get out of here together." Louise continued to stare at him. If she was inspired by his words, she wasn't showing it. After a moment of silence, with the only sound being the wheels spinning against the pavement, she pointed out, "Then what?" Saito found it harder to answer that question, but he did know one thing. Quickly tilting his head towards the files they recovered from Dr. Kenner's lab, he answered, "Well, first thing we're going to do is give that to the authorities. Hell, I'd give it to the KGB if I needed to. Anyone who can use that to rake umbrella over the coals." Louise was silent for a moment. Then a ghost of a smile graced her lips as she pointed out, well, given how the KGB no longer exist, I think try to give this to them would be a bit difficult. Saito couldn't help but laugh, then replied, you know what I mean. Point is, Umbrella's got to pay for this. For what they've done. Louise nodded in agreement, then said, I don't see how they can't. What's happened in Raccoon City is just too big for them to get away with it. I think they know that, Saito suggested. They're in damage control mode, trying to cut their losses while getting as much out as they can, with everyone else suffering the consequences for their actions. Tale as old as time. Funny how their attempts at damage control involved kidnapping me. Louise grumbled, then went back to working on the radio. As she did, her voice grew quiet, then she asked, what about after that? What do you mean? Saito asked in confusion, perking an eyebrow as he continued driving. At the same time, he kept an eye on the van's gas gauge. It appeared that the late Dr. Kenner didn't refill the tank, and now it was running dangerously low. I mean, what are we going to do after we turn this over? Louise asked, do we just keep going after Umbrella? Saito vigorously shook his head, then replied, as much as I would love to burn Umbrella to the ground myself, we're not equipped for that. Better to let people who actually know what they're doing handle it. All we do is just get in the way. Louise looked a little unsure, but nodded in agreement regardless. She then closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then said, Saito, what I actually mean is... She trailed off, and the van grew silent once more. After a few moments, Saito released a sigh, then admitted, I know what you mean. Louise's lips grew flat, and she quietly began, I don't know how or when, but I know I'm going to get back to Tristain eventually. When I do, you're more than welcome to come with me. I will take care of you. I promise you that. Saito remained quiet, then whispered, well, I don't see why not. It's not like I have anything else. Louise's heart broke at the admission, and she leaned over to give Saito a one-arm hug. He leaned into the gesture affectionately, but kept his attention firmly on the road itself. As they continued to drive, Louise gave up on trying to tune the radio. She didn't know if it was a citywide problem or something wrong with the van itself, but regardless, it wasn't working. The young girl instead turned her attention out the window, watching as they slowly and carefully made their way through the crowded streets. Dead bodies were everywhere, some being feasted upon by zombies. When the van drew close, the zombies turned to face them, but Saito kept going and refused to look back. Nor did he stop for a moment. Doing either would only result in their grisly demise. As they continued to drive, Saito then asked, speaking of getting back to Tristain, how are you going to do that without your wand? Louise nodded, knowing that was very much a valid question. She then answered, without my wand, I can't. It's impossible for a mage to cast any magic without a foci. Damn it, Saito grumbled. After a moment, he then began, what about that theory we had? About completing the familiar summoning? Louise asked, and when Saito nodded, she continued, I have thought about it, but even if I had my wand on me, I don't think it would work. As far as I can tell, the only way we're getting back to Tristain is to open another portal. I don't think binding you as my familiar would do that. More importantly, there's no telling what it would do to you. What do you mean? Louise looked at Saito, then said, we still don't know everything that goes on with the familiar runes. As a society, my people have mostly just taken it as is. I myself never really thought much about the runes other than how they mark an animal as a mage's familiar. But after I summoned you, I started thinking about it, and I realized a few things. Things that made me uncomfortable. Such as, Louise took a deep breath, then answered, when a prospective familiar is brought to the mage and successfully bound, the animal is changed, somehow. Not physically, but mentally. Animals that would normally be too stupid to understand human speech can now understand it perfectly, not just from their owner, but anyone, allowing them to take orders. Animals that would typically be violent predators too dangerous to be around become docile and tame. Creatures that would be too timid will now throw their lives on the line to protect their master. The runes turn a creature into the perfect servant for any mage. Saito looked at Louise, his face warping in horror as he asked, are you saying that those runes could have brainwashed me? I don't know. No one has ever summoned a human before, and whatever effect the runes have on an animal isn't perfect. There have been cautionary tales of mages who abuse their familiars only to be killed by them in retaliation, for example, Louise pointed out. There's no telling what would have happened had I actually bound you. But that's a risk I'm not willing to take. Saito was silent for a moment, and he slowly returned his attention back to the road. He gulped loudly, then said, well, thanks for, not doing that. No problem, Louise replied, and the van fell back into a slightly uncomfortable silence. A few minutes passed, with neither saying anything. Louise took the time to check over their supplies and the ammunition they had on hand. It would be enough for a few close encounters, but otherwise their best bet would be to avoid as much danger as possible. Saito then spoke up and asked, back to your wand. I think it's safe to say that we're not getting that back. Probably not, Louise grumbled, scrunching up her face. Is it, I don't know, special or anything? What do you mean? Is your wand made of silver, dragon bone, the horn of a unicorn? Anything like that? No. Why would you think that? My wand is made out of maple wood, Louise clarified, a confused look on her face. So it's not anything special? It's special to me, Louise grumpily shot back. It was carved from maple tree grown on the Valier estate, the same one all of our wands have been carved from for generations. It's not something you can just buy in a store. That's not what Saito tried to defend himself, but stopped. He took a deep breath, then clarified. I meant to say that the wand isn't made from anything exotic, right? No, it's not, Louise confirmed, crossing her arms across her chest as she began to calm down. Some mages like to make wands from expensive materials to flaunt their wealth and status. But a mage can use anything as a foci. A knife, a cup, a staff. One of my classmates used a magically preserved rose for his wand. I could literally pick up a random stick or a pipe off the ground and use that as a foci, and it would have the exact same result as if I used a specially made wand. So you could just make another one and cast magic with that? Yes, Louise said, then released a sigh and shook her head. But, unfortunately, it's not that simple. Of course it isn't, Saito grumbled and frowned. What's the problem? While anything can be used as a foci for a mage, it can't just be picked up and immediately used as one. The mage has to properly attune to it, form a connection between their magic and the foci. That takes time, usually several days of concentration. Otherwise, it's useless. Damn it, time is something we really don't have, Saito mumbled. Then he released a sigh. So, I take it that making a new wand is impossible at the moment? I'd say difficult more than impossible, Louise clarified. But either way, it's as you said. There's no telling how long it would take me to bond to a new foci, and that's time we really can't afford to waste. Saito grimly nodded and, as they continued to drive and avoid the wrecked cars and walking dead around them, suggested, well, clearly it was magic from your world that brought you here. Maybe someone over there could try to bring you back. Louise openly scoffed and shook her head before declaring, I doubt it. Even if, somehow, there was a way to cast a spell and bring me back, I don't think anyone would actually want to do it. Not for me. Louise, Saito said, sensing the hurt in her voice. Come on, I'm certain people would try to find you. Your family would at the very least. Louise hung, then slowly shook her head before replying, no, they wouldn't. People might panic at first, especially since I reverse summoned myself right in the middle of the academy, in front of my entire class. Can't exactly hide that. The academy would likely go into lockdown, my family would be notified, and Professor Colbert would probably work himself to death trying to find out what happened to me. He was always the most supportive, which is why he was my favorite teacher. But while my family would try, I don't know how much effort they'd put in. Are you saying they wouldn't really try? They'd certainly put in a token effort at least, Louise scoffed, a sad frown across her face. Might even invest a fair amount of time and money trying to find me, and would definitely raise hell at the academy. But after that, once it got too expensive, only the founder knows. They'd probably give up pretty quickly. You don't actually believe that, right? Saito incredulously asked. They're your family. They do anything to find you. I know it. Saito, my family isn't like yours. My parents aren't like yours, Louise whispered as she held herself close. They loved you unconditionally, but my family, in my society, magic is everything. If you can't cast magic, you're basically nothing. My mother and father were two of the strongest mages of their generation, with my mother the strongest mage in Tristane's history. They embody everything that a noble is supposed to be. My eldest sister is one of the head researchers in Tristane's Magical Research Institute, and while my other sister has been battling illness her entire life, her beauty is renowned across the entire kingdom. Then there's me, their youngest daughter who can't properly cast magic at all. Every spell, every incantation, every single attempt resulting in failure. Louise mirthlessly laughed, then continued. Oh, they try to fix the problem. Spent so much time and money buying the best tutors, best healers, highest quality potions. Nothing worked. By the time I became a teenager, they had already given up on me. I'd become nothing more than a black mark on the Valier name, one that was best ignored and pushed off to the side. They sent me to the academy fully expecting me to fail, prepared to marry me off as soon as I got back just so they could get rid of me. Louise, that isn't true, and you know it, Saito insisted, but Louise remained unconvinced. Maybe, Louise admitted, then shook her head. Point is, though, we're on our own, and I'm not going to wait around for a rescue that isn't coming. Saito didn't know how to respond to that. Before he could think of anything, they heard a clunk. Alarmed, he shot his attention towards the dash, and to his dismay, saw that the van's tank had finally run empty. The vehicle slowly ground to a stop in the middle of the road, the engine making a few more sputters before dying completely. He attempted to turn the key and restart the ignition, but while the engine tried to spring back to life, it was no use. Saito angrily slammed the palms of his hands against the top of the steering wheel, then released a sigh. "Looks like we're walking from here," Saito said, unbuckling his seatbelt and unlocking the doors. Grabbing his Glock 17 pistol, he held it at the ready as he slowly opened the driver's side door. Opposite him, Louise did the same with her Smith & Wesson revolver, and the two survivors scanned their surroundings for any threats. A few zombies could be seen and heard, but while some had noticed and were making their way over to them, none were in their immediate vicinity. Nodding to each other, they exited the van and left it behind, picking a direction that was vaguely west. With how turned upside down everything was, Saito found it hard to know exactly where they were. But so long as they played their cards right, he knew it was only a matter of time before they found something to guide the way. Trestwho Academy of Magic. Kingdom of Trestwho. The headmaster's office was completely quiet, its occupants gathered in a rough semicircle facing the far end of the room. Both Duke and Duchess Valier were standing before a large chalkboard covered in writing and pictures, with a few chests laid out near their feet. Displayed on top of the headmaster's desk was the ancient sword Derflinger, uncharacteristically quiet for the moment. Something Agnes took pleasure in, even if she knew it would only last for a moment. There were chairs for all of the nobles, with a particularly extravagant throne placed in the center for Pope Vittorio. Another lavish chair, meant for Princess Henrietta, was right beside him. The commoner retainers, however, were forced to stand. Blinds were drawn over the windows, and with all the silencing spells placed on the room, no one could hear or see what was happening inside. An extreme security measure, perhaps, but one that was necessary. As the meeting hadn't officially started yet, Agnes took the moment to subtly scan the room as she usually did. Normally, it was to ascertain potential threats to Princess Henrietta, and while that did motivate her somewhat, Agnes was mostly trying to get a sense towards how everyone was feeling. She couldn't pretend to be a mind reader, but over the years she had gotten fairly good at determining people's emotions by reading subtle cues and body language. From what she could see, the gravity of the situation was not lost on any of them, and none were backing down from nervousness or cowardice. Not just the nobles, who had their ever-present air of arrogant superiority around them, but the commoners accompanying them as well. The commoner soldiers had arrived later in the same day as the nobles. Unlike them, their arrival didn't get the pomp and circumstance, with only Princess Henrietta and Agnes themselves there to greet them. They weren't even given servants to help unload their gear. While they all grumbled at the obvious difference in treatment, especially those who served directly under the princess herself, at the same time, they had all grown used to it by this point. Collectively, they decided it would be a better use of their time to simply do their jobs, and proceeded to do so with effortless efficiency. Excluding Agnes and Julio Cesare, there were 10 of them in total. They were hunters, scouts, warriors of the highest caliber. All of them were born and raised in the kingdom of Trestwho, scattered among its many villages and small cities. For one reason or another, the men and women assembled ended up joining Trestwho's military forces, and over the years had developed quite an extensive service record. Records which would have been ignored by any other noble, except for the princess who had a keen eye towards the common people. While Agnes did personally nominate these soldiers, she unfortunately only had the pleasure of working alongside the women as part of Henrietta's private musketeer force tasked with protecting her. They liked to call themselves the Musketeer Knights as a subtle way of mocking the magical knights who openly looked down upon them. Henrietta wanted to make them official, but sadly for her, she didn't yet have the political clout to do so. Agnes would have liked to have the entire commoner contingent of this mission be derived from the Musketeer Knights, but unfortunately they were still a fledgling group that didn't have the numbers to do so. Should something go wrong in this mission, which was certainly an open possibility, they needed to have enough remaining to secure the princess protection of the Musketeer Knights joining them. With Agnes considered to be their unofficial leader, there was Marion de Calvet, Vivienne de Rousseau, Laurette de Peltier, and Claudette de Piaget. Marion, a tall brunette with tan skin and hair tied into a ponytail, had a stone-cold expression plastered on her face as she read over what was currently being written on the chalkboard. Before entering the princess service, she had extensive history as a hunter, one who ultimately got in trouble with a local lord after she was caught poaching in his lands. Something she was only doing because her family was starving. She would have been executed had the princess not directly intervened, thus earning Marion's undying loyalty. A tall, muscular woman with a slightly scarred face and short, cropped, dirty blonde hair, Vivienne de Rousseau's history was more mundane than most of their members. Her father was a soldier who fought under the previous king, and from him she learned everything she knew about fighting. When she came of age, she attempted to follow in his footsteps and become a soldier, but unfortunately women aren't typically allowed to fight in Trestwho's armies outside of very select circumstances. War was seen as a man's domain, even now after Karen de Lavaliere's success on the battlefield, so she was turned away despite being better than most of the men enlisting alongside her. Undeterred, she sought out anyone who would accept her, ultimately becoming one of the personal bodyguards to Princess Henrietta not too long after Agnes signed up. Beside her was Laurette de Peltier, who was a head shorter than her companion, and whose blonde hair was neatly cut short, not unlike Agnes, if a little more maintained. Laurette was raised in Tristania, and her family owned a small printing shop. She undoubtedly would have continued down that career path had a group of thieves not robbed her family store, an act that resulted in her father's death. When the city guards proved unable or unwilling to apprehend the murderers, Laurette took it upon herself to bring them to justice, bringing her to the attention of both Agnes and Princess Henrietta when she succeeded. Out of all the musketeer knights, Laurette was among the most educated and had an insatiable curiosity that drove her to understand anything set before her. Claudette de Piaget's olive skin and brown hair exposed her Romalian heritage for all to see, something that Julio had obviously noticed by the intermittent glances he sent her way. But if he hoped to use that connection to establish a rapport with the group, he was sadly mistaken. Claudette was a proud Tristanian through, and out of all of them was the most open in her hostility towards the non-Tristanian members of the mission. If she had it her way, the church wouldn't be involved at all, something that Agnes readily agreed with, but unfortunately they had no other choice. Without the church, there was no way to successfully bridge the gap between the two worlds, making any chance of rescuing Louise de Lavaliere hopeless. Unfortunately, while Agnes was familiar with the basics of the men in their group, she didn't know them personally. All were soldiers from across the kingdom, each serving under a different lord in their private armies. Eugene de Allemand and Enzo de Hatchet were muscular and heavily bearded axemen who served along the Tristanian-Germanian border, where over the years they patrolled the nearly lawless regions and brought justice to brigands, bandits, and rebels alike. With his skills as a carpenter, Eugene was often tasked with building fortifications while on the field. Hopefully that skill wouldn't be necessary, but it was better to be prepared than not. The comparatively thinner and clean-shaven Richard de Anel, Alain de Riquetti, and Erard de Chausson were swordsmen who'd patrolled the interior of Tristane's holdings. While normally a much calmer station, over the years they had participated in many raids against would-be insurgents, earning the praise of their commanding officers. It was one of these raids that exposed the possibility to Princess Henrietta of Reconquista having infiltrated the kingdom, something that had left her on edge ever since. Suero de Camorra, with his short, curly black hair, neatly trimmed goatee, and dark skin in contrast to everyone else's pale or tan skin tone, stood out the most in Agnes' mind. Not just because of his Hesperian name and his appearance, but also by his service. By all accounts, he served with distinction along the Tristanian Gallian border, helping to protect it from the results of a mad Gallian mage's experiment running wild. Whenever those threats crossed into Tristane proper, Suero was part of the local military forces that dealt with containing it. He in particular was giving both the Pope and his familiar harsh glares from the corner of his eyes. Given Hesperia's history, how the southwestern peninsula of Hocagenia was ruled by the elves for centuries before successfully waging a rebellion that kicked them out, allowing them to establish an independent kingdom of Hesperia that sadly existed for only a few short years before Romalia, and the church conquered them in turn, it didn't surprise Agnes. Most Hesperians who left their homeland, settling in either Gallia or Tristane, tended to view Romalia's act as a betrayal. Combined with the triangle and square-class mages accompanying them on this mission, Agnes was decently confident that the team would be as prepared as humanly possible for what laid ahead. But she would be remiss to ignore the many dangers and unknowns they were blindly going into. They were effectively walking into a dragon's den without verifying if the dragon was there or not, nor what type of dragon it was. In any other circumstance, the severe lack of information would be grounds for mission abort under a competent commander, but unfortunately, they didn't have much of a choice. I suppose now is the best time to start, Duchess Valier began, causing everyone's heads to turn towards her. She subtly scanned them all with eyes as hard as steel. Then she used her sword wand to point at the chalkboard behind her. We all know the events that led up to this moment, so I will not waste any more of our time refreshing your memory, the Duchess declared. Instead, we will be focusing on what will happen next. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, Pope Vittorio will cast World Door, allowing us to cross into the world my daughter summoned herself to. I trust, Your Holiness, that your willpower reserves will be sufficiently recovered by then. That is correct, Duchess Valier, Pope Vittorio confirmed with a subtle nod, which Karen de Lavalier returned. Agnes, however, still had concerns which prompted her to raise her hand. Yes, Agnes. Henrietta spoke up, looking over her shoulder to lock eyes with her bodyguard. Slowly the other nobles turned to look as well, their expressions blank and unconcerned with the notable exception of the Valiers. It appeared that they were about to call on her, but the princess beat them to the punch. I have concerns about the infiltration point, Agnes pointed out, crossing her arms across her chest. We don't know what's waiting for us on the other side, nor exactly where we will be arriving. Indeed, that is a valid point, Pope Vittorio acquiesced. As for your first concern, it is possible for me to cast World Door to see what is happening on the other side. Why haven't you? Unfortunately, while the founder was powerful enough to cast multiple void spells in quick succession, I myself am not so fortunate. Neither is Louise for that matter. If I were to attempt to cast World Door again, even briefly, it would delay the operation by another week at the least for each spell cast. Needless to say, that is time we do not have to spare, Duchess Valier Brisky added, and Agnes nodded. She already figured that was the case, but she wanted to make sure. At the same time, she got the sense that Pope Vittorio wasn't being entirely truthful about his answer, but she knew better than to challenge that in the open. Pope Vittorio then continued. To respond to your second point, for the past week, I have been attempting to synchronize with the faint magical signature left behind by Lady Louise. It is a lengthy process, but not overly complex if you know what you're doing. I am reasonably confident that we should be able to arrive roughly where she did. Do we know where that is? Did she arrive inside the city, on its outskirts? Baron Gillis de Value added, leaning forward while rubbing his hand through his beard. Those are two entirely different scenarios, and if what you're saying about the brief glimpse you got of the city itself is true, it is massive. Assuming she's still there, Marion pointed out, causing everyone to frown. Glancing at the Valier family, she then added, with all due respect, it's been a month. A lot can happen in that time. While she wasn't openly saying it, Marion's broader point was being clearly laid out for everyone to see. None of them wanted to hear it, especially the Valier family, but at the same time it could not be refuted. Marion was entirely correct. There was a wide range of options as to what had happened to Louise since her reverse summoning, and very little were good. She could have run afoul of the locals and been killed, a high possibility if the Pope's claims about how monstrous and dangerous the people of this planet were. The local government might have noticed a stranger in their lands and taken her into custody. Louise might have even left the area on her own accord in hopes of finding a way back home. Agnes hoped she didn't do that. A city meant food, water, and shelter, essential things that were much harder to come across in the wilderness. Starvation wasn't something Agnes wished on anyone, even a noble. That was when Julio spoke up and added, while that is a possibility, I do believe that Louise is still with us. If she weren't, her void magic would have passed on to someone else, most likely her sisters. Unless the royal family has a few more branches out there. Derflinger spoke up for the first time, drawing everyone's attention. Which, let's be honest, tends to happen. There's probably traces of it all over the place. The group flatly stared at the talkative sword. Then Julio slowly returned his attention to the others and continued. While Derflinger could have used some more tact, just pointing out the obvious. He does have a point. Nevertheless, I remain hopeful that Louise yet lives. Agnes forced herself not to scoff and huff. It was far from solid evidence, barely even passing as is. But, as Julio said, it was really the only thing they had to go off of. With any luck, it would prove correct. In any case, once we get there, I should be able to home in on the Gandalf runes, Derflinger helpfully added. Might take me a bit, but so long as the Gandalf is around, you can use me as a compass. That was more reassuring, if only slightly. There was the complication as to whether Louise did successfully bind her familiar, a human if Agnes remembered correctly. The thought of a human being the familiar of a mage was disconcerting to Agnes on many levels, but she knew none of the nobles saw the issue with it. Not even Princess Henrietta, although she might recognize the problems a bit more than the others. Louise would probably be just like them, likely to bind her familiar without question. But that was a dilemma for later. For now, it was best to focus on just finding a way to get her back safely. Regardless, once we arrive in the city, we will begin our infiltration, Duchess Karen continued, wrestling back control of the meeting. Since we will be arriving completely in the dark, our first order of business is to both scout out the area as well as find ways to blend in with the native inhabitants. To that end, we are bringing 2 bars of gold to transfer to the local currency, which we will use to buy clothes, supplies, and shelter if need be. What about weapons and armor? Eugène de Almolasqued. I'm usually equipped with a 2-handed axe, and I doubt a civilized society would just let a man walk around open carrying a weapon. If we aim to blend in, I don't see how I can bring that along. Correct, which is why you won't, Duchess Valier replied. Any weapons and armor we bring has to be easily concealable. Short swords, daggers, pistols, carbines, the like. Hauberks have been made for each of us to wear underneath our clothes. But besides that, we can't bring anything else. Agnes did not like the sound of that. Neither did any of the team members present, prompting Chevalier Alphonse de Howitt to ask, given the importance of the mission, why are we even bothering with an infiltration? If the safety of Lady Valier is paramount, the last thing we need to do is go into the unknown with one hand tied behind our back. Sadly, infiltration is the best and safest course of action we have, Julio answered. You have to understand, this world that Louise brought herself to is the homeland of the Variag. You've mentioned the Variag a few times now, but I can't say I'm familiar with them, Professor Colbert admitted, prompting Julio to shift his attention to him. I'm not surprised that you aren't. Most are blissfully unaware of their existence. But believe me when I say that the Variag are perhaps the greatest threat to our people, even more than the elves. The Variag wouldn't have sequestered our people into ghettos, Julio countered. They would have killed us in massive pogroms, just as they tried 6,000 years ago, something they nearly succeeded in before the founder was forced to kill them all. The Variag try to wipe us out? Why? Henrietta asked, concern seeping into her voice. Not even the church fully understands, Julio admitted. All we know is that the Variag were a highly advanced civilization that viewed magic as evil, and those who used it were witches and demons that needed to be exterminated. They outnumbered the ancient Marquis and elves nearly 10-1, and used steel weapons and armor when the most we had were stone, bronze, and the occasional iron weapon from the elves. They were so numerous and powerful that our magic wasn't enough to drive them off after they pursued our ancestors into the Holy Land. If it weren't for the founder and the power of void, they would have succeeded. The room was so quiet that one could practically hear their own heartbeat. The nobles nervously looked at each other, with a few glancing at the commoners behind them. Agnes, meanwhile, couldn't help but notice some subtle yet glaring holes in the story. Parts of it seemed off, most strikingly how this other world was the homeland of the Variag, yet they somehow pursued Bremere and the Marquis into the Holy Land. It didn't add up, but she didn't know enough to say that definitively. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder if the Marquis's near extermination at the hands of the ancient Variag played a role in how mages placed themselves on top of the social order in Hockagenia. Perhaps it was to prevent that from happening again. It was something to think about at the very least, but not right now. Professor Colbert, however, scrunched up his face and pointed out, if what you're saying is true, that was 6,000 years ago. Clearly things have changed since then. You saw their city. How can you say they are still a threat when we haven't even had true contact with their people for thousands of years? That is not a risk we can take, Julio insisted. If the Variag were to discover any of us have magic, they would either seek to capture us or kill us. The same goes for Louise. Colbert's frown deepened, and he added, you don't know that. If we go in there expecting these people to be our enemy, judging them for something their ancestors did 6,000 years ago, all you're going to do is ensure that they become our enemy. The tension in the air was palpable, and everyone was glancing back and forth between the Pope's familiar and the surprisingly hardened professor. Agnes was personally torn on the matter. On the one hand, humanity had been essentially at war with the elves for the past 6 millennia. What with all the crusades the church kept organizing to take the Holy Land and the invasions the elves had made against the humans in Hockagenia. Not to mention the elven blockade to the south of the Mare Nostrum, meant to isolate humanity to just the Hockagenian continent. So she could definitely believe that a grudge could be kept alive between two peoples for that long. At the exact same time, though, that conflict had only been kept alive because both sides kept adding fuel to the fire. By all accounts, Terra hadn't had any contact with the Variag since Bremere supposedly wiped them out, at least the ones in the Holy Land. It was possible that things have changed, and acting like they hadn't would only cause the conflict to erupt all over again. Be that as it may, Duchess Valier spoke up, cutting through the tension like a hot knife. Keeping a low profile is the safest course of action. We can determine whether the Variag is our enemy or not when we get there. We will defend ourselves if need be, but we are not starting any conflict while we're trapped in their territory. Am I clear? Duchess Valier was pointedly glaring at Julio, who met her eyes without flinching before nodding in agreement. She stared at him for a few seconds, then returned her attention to the others and announced, once we arrive into the city and secure our position, we will begin to search for my daughter. When we find her, we will provide Louise with both the water ruby and the Founder's Prayer Book. From them, she will learn the World Door spell to get us home. If, for whatever reason, she is unable to, we will hunker down in a secure location for a week as the Pope recharges his willpower. Any questions? There were none, and Duchess Karen de la Valier grimly nodded before saying, get your equipment and affairs in order. We leave at dawn, and may the Founder look down on us all. Everyone nodded in agreement, and at once the nobles got up from their chairs and turned to leave the room. Viscount Wards was suspiciously eyeing the 2 members of the church with them, but his glance only lasted for a moment before leaving. Agnes and the other commoners were right behind them, leaving the Valiers, the princess, the Pope, and his familiar behind. Now that they truly had a plan, some of Agnes' worries were abated. But not enough. For a reason she couldn't quite describe, she had a sinking feeling in her gut about this mission. So much of it could go catastrophically wrong, and as much as she tried to convince herself that it wouldn't, in her heart, she feared the worst. Kerchie von Zerb sat on her bed, her legs dangling over the side as she gently lifted the bottle of sleeping potion up and down in her hand. Idly, she stared out the window, trying her best to keep her mind at ease. It wasn't working. If anything, she was more nervous now than ever before. How could she not be, given how they were less than a day away from doing the stupidest and most dangerous thing she had ever done in her life? Something she was probably going to be expelled for, at best. She stared into the dark blue bottle, her reflection staring back up into her eyes. You know, she gently spoke up, this is probably our last chance to back out. You know I can't do that, Tabitha flatly replied, checking her own gear that she had subtly gathered for the mission. Why not? Just lie about it, and say that you did, Kerchie offered, raising her free hand in emphasis. All you have to do is leave the academy without anyone seeing you and hide out in the woods for a bit. Then, when the others come back with Louise, you slip back into the academy with no one the wiser. If anyone asks, I'll say you went with them. Tabitha couldn't help but let out a ghost of a smile before shaking her head, replying, You make it sound so easy. Years of practice, Kerchie playfully admitted, a touch of nerves in her voice. But seriously, Tabitha, this mission can go wrong in more ways than I can count. You've seen how nervous the soldiers and mages are. I know, Tabitha said, focusing her attention on Kerchie. But I don't have a choice. Even if I did try to lie about it, my uncle won't accept my word as gospel. He would need physical proof that I was there. Can't you just swipe something off of one of the soldiers? Unlikely. Tabitha dismissed with a shake of her head. It would be easier for me to get what I need if I go there myself. More importantly, there's no guarantee that my uncle doesn't already have eyes and ears on the academy, watching my every move. If he does and I don't go, he'll know about it. You don't know that for certain. That's a risk I'm not willing to take, Tabitha declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Kerchie sighed and hung her head. She knew ahead of time that there was no real chance of successfully dissuading Tabitha, but she felt that she had to at least try. Before she could do anything else, however, Tabitha spoke up and suggested, If you're scared, Kerchie, you don't have to come. I'm not scared, Kerchie refuted, looking up to refocus her attention on her friend, but clearly Tabitha didn't believe her. Undeterred, Kerchie continued, And besides, if you insist on going on this mission, I'm going too. I cannot, in good conscience, let you do this by yourself. Most of my missions for Gallia were by myself, Tabitha pointed out, but Kerchie shook her head. That isn't a convincing argument, and you know it, Kerchie dismissed. If you're going, so am I. End of discussion. Tabitha stared at her for a moment, then said, All right. Kerchie nodded, then quickly added, Doesn't mean I'm not going to point out how stupid this is until we actually do it. Tabitha smirked slightly as she returned to her preparations. Kerchie took the opportunity to glance over and see what her friend was doing, watching as the fruits of their labor finally came into being. Both of them had been busy over the past few weeks, carefully spying on the proceedings while gathering whatever supplies they could. Usually it was Tabitha who gathered information on the rescue team and the mission plan, while Kerchie went into town and got their supplies. It was a process that took many weeks and copious amounts of the Zerp's money, but in the end they had managed to get everything they needed. 3 rucksacks identical to the ones the commoner soldiers were using, potions and medical supplies, cloaks and matching uniforms, and more. Kerchie even managed to acquire a few shirts of chainmail similar to what the soldiers were apparently wearing. Combined with the disguise potions Tabitha had created, they should be able to slip right in without anyone noticing. The issue of Tabitha's staff was briefly raised, but luckily Sylphid could use her disguise magic with it in tow, meaning they could bring it along. Kerchie did try to ask the Rhyme Dragon how, exactly, that was supposed to work, but the explanation she got was nonsensical. All she got from it was that Sylphid was going to ask a spirit, and that was good enough for Kerchie. The hardest part was actually figuring out who their targets were. Initially, Kerchie and Tabitha had thought that, outside of Julio and Agnes, any of the commoner soldiers were fair game. That was quickly proven to be false when the commoners actually arrived. As it turned out, all of the women musketeers participating in the mission were a part of the same unit, one that served directly under Princess Henrietta and appeared to be led by Agnes herself. That meant they couldn't be touched. If they tried, not only would Agnes likely figure out the deception faster than they would like, but also it might be seen as an attack on the princess. That left the men, which honestly Kerchie was more than okay with. It was far easier to use her womanly charms on men than women, most of the time. There were, of course, rumors going around the academy servants that Agnes wasn't interested in men at all in favor of women. Kerchie didn't know if that was true, but if it was, she didn't particularly care. People could love whoever they wanted in Kerchie's opinion, regardless of gender. Not that she was going to try seducing the princess bodyguard. That would only result in disaster. It took a few days, but ultimately Kerchi managed to find their targets, and it started working her magic to get them to lower their guard. A few helpings of alcohol, and they even shared a few details about the mission that they probably shouldn't have. It certainly helped them out, so Kerchi only encouraged the behavior. Part of her felt a little guilty that she was taking advantage of them, and not in a way that was fun for all of them, but she also knew she didn't really have much of a choice. She'd ask for their forgiveness later. Still, she couldn't help but think about the real objective of the mission they were inserting themselves into. Kerchi couldn't pretend that she and Louise were anywhere close to being friends, but she liked to think that she had a good understanding of the girl ever since they met each other and their rivalry began. Louise was annoying, easily prone to anger, and had a chip on her shoulder as large as a mountain. But she was also incredibly smart and driven, unwilling to accept the hand fate had dealt her in favor of striking out on her own path. Kerchi actually admired Louise somewhat for that, if only slightly. It certainly reminded her of herself, since she too came to the academy in order to escape a life planned for her. If nothing else, Kerchi was convinced that Louise was still alive. That girl was simply too stubborn to die, and she'd keep herself going out of pure spite. To get her back, then life would go back to normal. Hopefully. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. It had been several hours since Saito and Louise were forced to abandon their vehicle. Their progress almost immediately slowed to a crawl as they desperately tried to avoid the zombies. They went through alleys, unlocked buildings, anything that offered them even the slightest hint of protection. Not that it mattered much. Zombies were everywhere, making it rare to go more than 5 minutes without seeing one. The temptation to kill every undead in their path was ever present, but both teenagers fought against the urge. A quick look at their limited ammunition and supplies was all it took to convince them not to. It was better to run away or move around the zombies rather than try to take them out, not unless it was absolutely necessary. That didn't stop Saito from whacking the back of a zombie's head with a lead pipe he found. As the zombie fell down onto the tile floor, he kept up his assault, repeatedly striking the skull until it crumpled. Blood and brain matter spilled out of the large splits, and Saito stood over the corpse with the pipe raised, prepared to swing it down again at a moment's notice. When the body didn't move, only then did he allow himself to relax and move away, but always keeping the body in sight. At the same time, he glanced at the gore-covered pipe, which was noticeably cracked and dented in places. Knowing it wouldn't survive much more use, he tossed it haphazardly away, then turned to look at Louise as she wrenched her hatchet out of a zombie's face. Louise was breathing heavily, her dirty hair coming down in rough strands across her head and dangling towards the floor. There was some fresh blood splatter on her cheek, likely from the zombie she just killed. But Louise didn't seem to notice as she continued to glare at the dead body, silently daring it to come back to life. After a few moments, Louise relaxed and stood up straight. Only when she noticed Saito staring at her did she realize that blood was on her cheek, and she quickly wiped it away with the sleeve of her jacket. "You good?" Saito asked, and Louise nodded. He nodded back, then turned towards the kitchen and said, "We should probably check around for a bit before we leave." "Right," Louise quietly replied, then walked off to another area of the townhome. At the same time, Saito doubled back to make sure that the back door was locked, and from the front of the house he heard Louise do the same with the front door. Saito briefly glanced at the two dead bodies now strewn across the floor. He and Louise had been running from street to street, avoiding zombies whenever possible, when they came across an unlocked back door to a townhome. Given how a small group of zombies were chasing them down, neither teenager thought much of the gift given to them and just took it, running inside the house and locking the door behind them. They even used a chair and propped it up against the door to prevent the zombies from getting in, or at least delaying them. But it wasn't long before they found that the house wasn't empty as the previous homeowners. Two men who appeared to be in their 30s with casual clothes turned out to have succumbed to the infection and tried to eat them. One was out in the open, while the other was trapped inside a bedroom, and got out as Louise attempted to lure the first zombie away. She had opened the door in an attempt to duck away, only to find another zombie waiting for her. Luckily, Saito and Louise were able to dispatch them in short order, but it was still a harrowing experience. As Saito searched through the cupboards and pantry, he couldn't help but study the two dead men and the injuries they sported. He tried to ignore the damage he himself dealt and discern only what they had prior to their arrival. From what he could see, the zombie that Louise killed was relatively undamaged, while the one whose skull he bashed in had a noticeable bite wound on his neck. If he had to guess, the former had contracted the virus through Raccoon City's water supply like so many other victims. Then he bit the latter when he turned. Saito sighed at the tragedy of it all, then returned his attention to searching for supplies, if only to keep his mind off of things. Sadly, it appeared that the two men weren't very big believers in pre-packed meals. Most of the stuff they had were of the organic, easily perishable variety. Normally something Saito wouldn't particularly mind, but right now it left him frustrated. At the very least, he did find a pair of green herbs growing in small pots, alongside a red one. That made him smile, and he grabbed all 3 plants before leaving the kitchen behind in search of Louise. He found her in the very bedroom the second zombie had emerged out of. She was holding a picture frame, staring at it forlornly as she gently rubbed her fingers across the cracked glass. "I couldn't find anything useful," Louise revealed as Saito walked up to her. As he looked at the picture depicting the 2 men smiling and hugging each other, pondering the wedding band, he just noticed they both wore despite there being no sign of anyone else living here. Louise frowned. She looked like she wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Saito didn't need her to say anything else. He understood her perfectly. The young boy slowly nodded, then placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, "I know. This shouldn't have happened," Louise firmly declared, a hint of anger seeping into her voice. How many other people did this exact same thing happen to? How many friends, husbands, mothers, and children were turned into monsters and attacked the ones they loved because of Umbrella? Saito closed his eyes and sighed, then quietly replied, "I don't know." Louise seethed, then gently placed the picture back on the table and sat down on the sofa. She glared into the wall, hissing, "It's not right. It's evil." Saito sat down next to her, placing the herbs beside him before leaning forward and clasping his hands together. He released a sigh, then said, "I know, and they're going to pay for it. Not just for what they did to us, but everyone whose lives they've ruined." Louise's glare briefly hardened, and tears began to pool. But she wiped them away as quickly as they appeared. She sniffled and scrunched up her nose, then shook her head as she refocused herself. Turning her head to look at Saito, she asked, "Anyway, did you find anything useful?" "Just a few bandages, and these," Saito revealed as he pulled out the 3 plants. Louise nodded approvingly as she looked at the Arkley herbs, but raised an eyebrow at the sight of the red one. "What's with the red one?" she asked, and Saito put the green herbs away and placed the potted red herb on his lap. "This is a red Arkley herb," Saito explained. "On its own, it does nothing, but if combined with a single green herb, it boosts its healing properties exponentially. 1 green herb becomes the equivalent of 3, to put it simply. It was a big discovery that was all over the news a few years ago. Before then, people thought red herbs were useless and only good for decoration." Louise nodded, immediately seeing the advantages of that, especially with managing their limited inventory space. She pondered the implications of Sato's explanation, then asked, "Are there any other types we should look out for?" "For what I remember, there's 4 types of Arkley herbs," Saito revealed. "Green herbs heal people and helps them recover their strength. They're also the basis for most herb-based medicines. As I just said, red herbs magnify the effects of the other herbs and makes them more potent. Blue herbs can cure toxins. Then there's yellow herbs that they're still trying to figure out what they do. Some say that if you combine them with green herbs, it makes you tougher, but I don't know if that's actually true. All I do know is that if you combine the red, blue, and green herbs together, you essentially get a super drug." Louise glanced at Saito, then remarked, "Once again, the alchemist back home would kill to have these herbs." Saito nodded along, then stood up and said, "Well, I'm going to grind these up and put them in baggies. I'll meet you at the front door." Louise nodded, then got off the bed. She briefly glanced at the picture, a forlorn frown on her face. Then she turned away and walked to the front of the house. Saito made a beeline for the kitchen, and she heard him quickly tear apart and grind the herbs into a rough powder. After a few moments, he returned while stuffing 2 plastic bags, one with green herbs in it while the other was a mix of red and green, into his backpack. When he joined her at the door, he pulled out his Glock and firmly nodded at her, which Louise returned as she pulled out a revolver. Slowly, the noblewoman opened the door, aiming her firearm in front of her. She scanned the area for any signs of threats. While there were a few zombies, they were far enough away to leave an opening. Louise quietly nodded at Saito, and together they left the relative safety of the house behind. Dashing across the street toward another back alley, Saito and Louise kept a careful eye on the zombies shambling about or feasting on corpses around them. Those closest to the pair snarled and reached out, attempting to grab hold of them, but the teenagers were too fast and nimble. By the time the zombies could recover, Saito and Louise were already gone, and the undead's limited attention went elsewhere. The 2 of them carefully made their way through the alleyway, a long one which snaked around for several city blocks. Around them they could hear and see countless undead, either in the buildings themselves or in the cramped alley with them. Some were even standing around on fire escapes, and whenever they saw the fresh meat pass by, they would simply fall over and crash onto the concrete. Their legs and bodies would break upon impact, with the worst injuries partially caving in their skulls or causing bone to eject out of their skin, but the zombies didn't care. Instead, those with intact brains literally dragged themselves towards their prey, ignoring the damaged states of their bodies. It was as Dr. Kenner's note said. Whenever a person turned into a zombie, they would shrug off any blow. Only the complete destruction of their head or their bodies would be enough to put them down permanently. But as they watched the broken zombies continue trying to go after them, Saito and Louise did notice just how hampered they were. Taking out a zombie's legs could actually be a useful tactic. It was something to think about, if nothing else. Eventually, however, their progress through the alleyway came to an end when they came across a large wire fence. Barbed wire lined the top, and there wasn't anything nearby that they could use to get over it. Looking around, they saw that the alley split off into 3 distinct routes, not including the one they just came in from. The route to their right was blocked off by another gate, this one having a door built into it. It was sealed shut by thick chains, however, and unlike before, they didn't have Louise's wand as a handy universal lockpick. Even if they had a pair of lockpicks, neither of them knew the first thing on actually picking a lock, which meant that route was sealed off for them. Luckily, the route to their left was clear, so the 2 teenagers took the path of least resistance and carefully traversed their way down it. Soon, they began to see a street on the other end of the alleyway. At the exact same time, they noticed how eerily quiet everything had become. Normally, there would be the sounds of zombies echoing across the brick walls or thumping inside the buildings beside them. This time, however, all they heard was their footsteps and breathing. Part of them felt relief at the lack of noise. No noise meant no zombies, theoretically at least. But the rest was only put more on guard. In nature, if things were quiet, that meant a predator was around. While Saito couldn't pretend to think that anything about these zombies were natural, the overall thought was the same. "What the?" Louise muttered, coming to a stop a fair distance away from the alleyway exit. Her head was turned to a small alcove beside her, and Saito turned his attention to see what she was looking at. His eyes widened as he saw a massive hole in the brick wall. "Holy shit, what happened here?" Saito whispered to himself. Holding his pistol out, he carefully approached the wall while keeping an eye out for anything nearby. Getting close, he tilted his head up and down, then noted this hole's got to be at least 9 feet tall. "Look at the bricks," Louise pointed out, her own revolver out as well. "They're inside the building, not in the alleyway. Whatever did this came from out here." "I'm not seeing any explosive residue," Saito added, remembering the dozens of tests he and Louise conducted in the Arkley forest. Whenever Louise blew something up, there was usually stuff left behind. Scorch marks, small bits of debris, things of that nature. None of that was here. Did something break this down with brute force? Louise suggested. Like with a truck or something? Maybe, Saito replied, but he wasn't sure. That was when he noticed something in the corner of the room. It was a body, partially covered by debris thrown by whatever broke down the wall. Half a dozen bullet casings were around him, and a crushed Browning high power that was broken beyond repair. Scrunching up his face and holding his pistol tighter, Saito carefully approached the corpse. He tapped the exposed leg a few times with his foot, and when it didn't move, he began to carefully excavate it with one hand. The other was aimed squarely at the body, just in case it decided to move. When enough of the body was exposed, Louise walked up and carefully pulled the body over to lay on its back. She immediately recoiled at the sight of the man's head, which was almost completely crushed along the top and middle, his face warped in terrified agony. Although his body was covered in blood and gore, Saito was still able to recognize what the man was wearing, and he gasped in shock. "This is a SDRS officer," Saito revealed. Glancing at the patch on his shoulder, he added, "SDRS Charlie team, by the looks of it." "I thought SDRS was disbanded?" Louise asked, and Saito nodded. They were, but there were rumors that they were still doing investigations on their own after what happened in the Arkley Forest mansion. Louise pursed her lips in thought, then realized something. Her eyes widened slightly, and she asked, "Saito, you said that most of SDRS Alpha and Beta teams were wiped out in that mission, right?" "It went horribly wrong." "Yeah," Saito confirmed, and Louise frowned. "How much do you want to bet that this," Louise replied, waving her hand around in a circle over her head, "is what they found?" Saito thought for a moment. Then he clenched his jaw as realization sunk in. Thinking back to what January told him that morning, he added, "Then Chief Iron shut SDRS down when the survivors started going after Umbrella." Louise nodded, seeing exactly where Saito was going. She gulped loudly before saying, "It all makes sense now. When SDRS went into the forest and investigated that mansion, they found the T-virus and the zombies. That's what killed most of them, and since Chief Irons was on Umbrella's payroll, he shut them down to stop their investigation." Sato's breathing turned harsh, and he tightly clenched his fist before growling, "God damn him. If he hadn't done that, this entire thing could have been stopped. SDRS could have exposed Umbrella's crimes, and none of this would have happened." "What?" Louise's frown returned in force, and she answered, "Greed. Does there need to be any other reason?" Saito paced back and forth to process, then angrily picked up a brick off of the man's chest and hurled it against the wall. It shot through the drywall and out the other side, but Saito didn't particularly care. He just needed a vent. The young boy breathed in and out harshly, trying his best to calm himself down. Louise tried to comfort him by placing her hand on his shoulder, and while the gesture was appreciated, it did little to help. After a few moments, his rage began to subside, and he let out a deep breath before standing up straight. Saito prepared to suggest that they keep going, then noticed a small recorder on the SDRS officer's chest exactly under the brick that he'd thrown. Curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned over to gently pull it off. "What is that?" Louise asked. "It's a tape recorder," Saito answered, trying to figure out how to turn it on. Must have been recording himself. Maybe he still had it on when whatever did this happened. Louise focused her attention on the recorder, pursing her lips as curiosity got to her as well. After a few moments, Saito released a groan as he popped open the back case, then revealed, "Damn it, batteries are dead. Looks like this thing was running for a while even after the guy died." Louise scrunched up her face, then remembered the batteries she looted from the Radio Shack. Pulling them out, she held them up to Saito and suggested, "Will these work?" Saito looked at the offered AAA batteries, then popped open the back of the recorder. Much to his relief, the recorder did, indeed, take AAA batteries, and so he quickly pulled the spent batteries out and slotted the new ones in. He rewound the tape for a bit, then stopped and let it play normally. "Hear me? This is Officer Greenwood, SDRS Charlie team." The SDRS officer yelled into his radio. When he didn't get anything back, he let out a grunt and continued, "Damn it. Jill, Brad, if you can hear me, you need to get out of the city now. This thing, I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's been hunting SDRS officers down like dogs. It already killed Olivia and Benson, and now it's been chasing me for the past 2 hours while this city's going to hell. I've shot it, used explosives." There was a loud crash as something broke through the wall, and Officer Greenwood shouted, "Holy shit." Gunshots rang out, then a loud thud as the man was violently punched and thrown against the wall. Greenwood let out a pained gurgle, and large, heavy stomps were heard approaching him. He let out a grunt as the thing lifted him up, then a low, raspy voice said, "Stars." Saito and Louise stared in silent horror at the tape recorder as they heard the man scream in utter agony, his skull getting crushed by the creature's hand. After a few moments, the screaming stopped suddenly as a massive and wet squelch could be heard, then a dull thud as the officer's body was dropped. The only sound they could hear was loud, raspy breathing. Then the creature repeated, "Stars." It began to walk away, its dull, heavy footsteps fading into the background. Only then did Saito stop the recording, and he lowered his arm before dully staring at Louise. He gulped loudly, then said, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Louise couldn't have nodded faster if she tried, and the pair of teenagers ran away from the ransacked room as fast as they could, trying their best to put the horror of what they just listened to behind them. But try as they might, they couldn't. They ran so fast from the broken building they nearly tripped on the loose bricks. Luckily, they were able to keep their footing, and they continued to run until they reached the end of the alleyway. Saito and Louise were tempted to sprint straight out into the open, but they had enough presence of mind to slow down and stop just before doing so. Neither of them knew what awaited them on the other side, and with what they had just seen, it didn't seem like the best idea to run ahead without looking. Sticking close to the wall, their weapons out and held up next to their heads, the two survivors peeked out into the street. Like all the others, it was jam-packed with dozens of abandoned and crashed vehicles. Overturned police barricades lined the street, some of which had fallen on top of the parked vehicles. The buildings along the sidewalks appeared to be storefronts, most of which were barricaded with wooden planks nailed to the windows, while others had wire fences extended down on the interior. On the other side of the street, they saw a hardware store, and further down on their end, much to their excitement, was a gun store called .45 Artworks. A purple neon logo depicting 2 customized M1911 pistols crossed behind the first part of the name could be seen at the front of the building. Instinctively, Saito prepared to make his way towards the store, then felt a slight tug on his sleeve. He looked back at a worried Louise, and he asked, "What's wrong? Where is everyone?" Louise quietly asked. Blinking his eyes a few times, Saito looked around and, much to his surprise, found that the street was utterly devoid of any zombies whatsoever. Normally, that would be a cause for relief and perhaps even celebration. But instead it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "I don't know," Saito admitted, scanning the area for any threats. At first, he saw nothing, but the foreboding sense of danger refused to leave. That was when his gaze began to drift upward towards the power lines, and his eyes widened. Perched atop of the lampposts and electrical wires were dozens of crows. They were silently waiting, barely even moving. Their eyes were all an ominous red, and dark red patches could be seen on their pitch-black feathers. For a moment, Saito wondered why they were all there, Then he remembered yet another piece of information gathered by Dr. Kenner, supported by their own experiences. The T-virus didn't just infect humans. It infected animals, too. "Oh shit," Saito whispered, tightly gripping his pistol. Beside him, he heard Louise's breath quicken as she reached the same conclusion he did. "Saito, what are we going to do?" she asked in near panic. "I'm working on it," Saito quietly replied, his mind racing as he struggled to figure out their options. The crows didn't appear to be doing anything, just standing there menacingly, so there was a possibility that he and Louise could just carefully cross the street while doing nothing to draw their attention. On the other hand, there was a reason why there wasn't anything on the street at all, and Saito had a hunch those crows were that reason. No sooner had the thought began to cross his mind, Saito noticed a man slowly emerge out from another alleyway further down the street. He didn't seem to be infected, and in fact was carefully clutching what appeared to be a pistol. It was another survivor, Saito realized, and he carefully peeked out while waving his arm frantically up and down to catch the man's attention. The other survivor didn't notice him, however, and after he looked both ways across the street, he began to cross. At first, nothing happened, and all Saito and Louise could do was watch with bated breath. Then, as the lone survivor reached the middle of the street, he accidentally kicked a glass bottle that had been discarded earlier. The crows shot their eyes towards the frozen man, who looked up at them. With a cry, the crows flew off their perches straight towards him. The man frantically fired his pistol, but the single shots were ineffective against the swarm. His terrified, agonized screams echoed across the street, only to fade away after a few moments. The man's body, completely covered by a mass of dark feathery creatures, fell to the ground, and the crows continued to rip away strips of cloth and flesh. "Gods have mercy," Louise muttered, unable to look away as the crows finished stripping their victim down to the bone. When they finally flew away back to their perches, all that remained was a blood-stained skeleton with a few bits of flesh still exposed. All of it happened in less than a minute. "Fuck that," Saito declared, fully prepared to turn around and go back the way they came. Louise turned around as well, but they only got a few paces before they were stopped by a moaned echo. Emerging from deeper in the alley, they saw a group of zombies crawl and shamble their way towards them. "Damn it," Louise cursed, aiming her revolver at the horde, but not firing. Saito did the same beside her, both slowly stepping back to try and get as much distance between them and the zombies as possible. They couldn't get far, however, as they came across the edge of the crow-covered street once again. Now caught between a rock and a hard place, Saito and Louise frantically looked around to try and figure out what to do. Saito glanced at the Glock in his hands, then at the zombies and the crows. While his pistol was effective against a few zombies, what he just saw proved that it would be next to useless against the crows. He and Louise could try their luck against the zombies, but there was no telling if that would actually work. Their best chance of getting out of this situation, he knew, was to simply run, but he had no idea where to run that wouldn't get them killed by the crows. That was when Louise pointed at a window next to them and whisper shouted, "Saito, look!" His gaze shot to where she was pointing, and to his surprise, saw that the building right next to them had its plywood barricade exposed to the elements. Louise had her hatchet in hand, and he quickly nodded at her in agreement. Louise nodded back, then rushed over and began to use her hatchet to chop and pry the plywood apart. Each impact reverberated across the street, drawing the attention of the crows. They didn't move, however, but Saito and Louise could feel their gazes concentrate on their backs, all the while the zombies got closer and closer. After a few strikes, Louise was able to get enough leverage to pry apart the outer edge of the plywood. She slinked herself through, with Saito pushing though his backpack, then himself a moment later. They rushed to the back of the dark, empty store, and they could see the dozen zombies attempt to follow them in. But they lasted for only a few moments as the crows suddenly swarmed, attacking the zombies with the same ferocity that they did to the lone survivor. Loud screeches and hisses echoed inside the room, and both teenagers could only watch in horrified silence as the zombies were eaten down to the bone. A few moments later, everything went silent again. The only sounds that could be heard was Louise and Sato's heavy breathing. They stared at the gap in the plywood, their pistols aimed and ready to fire at anything that attempted to make its way inside. When nothing did, they relaxed slightly, but knew that they were far from safe. "Saito, how are we going to get out of here?" Louise asked, lowering her revolver, but fully ready to raise it back up at a moment's notice. She glanced at the weapons in their hands, then noted, "I really doubt our weapons are going to do a thing against those crows." "You're telling me," Saito agreed, then began to pace back and forth. Let me think. Stopping and looking at the left side of the room, he said, "There's a gun store a few buildings down that way. We might be able to find something in there to help us." Louise nodded in agreement, then added, "That might not be enough, though. Maybe these crows seem to be attracted by sound and movement. Perhaps we can make something to distract them, or even lure zombies in and let us escape." Yeah, that might work," Saito said, then started looking around the store they were in. They appeared to be a hardware store, with mostly empty shelves. There were, however, several empty tin cans. Figuring they could be useful as noisemakers, Saito grabbed the tin cans and stuffed them into his backpack. Then he and Louise made their way out the back of the store, where they found themselves in yet another back alley. This one, like the street beside them, was seemingly devoid of any zombies, which Saito and Louise eagerly took advantage of as they rushed down. Once they reached the back of the gun store, helpfully marked by the appearance of the store's logo above its door, they tried to get in. Unfortunately, the door wouldn't budge. After a few tugs, Saito and Louise realized that the door was locked. Louise angrily stomped onto the ground while Saito bit back a curse, and he tried to figure out a way to get inside. That was when Louise noticed that above the door was a small rectangular window, one that was slightly ajar. She pointed up at it, and Saito immediately realized where she was going with it. Nodding at her, he got up to the door and crouched slightly, cupping his hands together to form a platform. Louise stepped onto the offered hands, and Saito grunted in exertion as he carefully lifted her up. When she reached the window, Louise slipped her backpack off her shoulders and gently lowered it onto the ground next to Saito, then lifted herself through the opening. Saito had to help her through by lifting up with his arms, and soon the top half of Louise's body disappeared. Her legs dangled out the side for a moment. Then they quickly disappeared as Louise fell. She let out a startled yelp. Then Saito heard a dull thud as she landed hard on the ground. Ow! Louise moaned, and Saito pressed his face against the door. Louise, are you okay? He asked, voice dripping with concern. I am, just give me a moment, Louise replied, her voice muffled. She laid there for a few moments, then painfully pushed herself off the ground. Saito stepped back as he heard her mess with the lock. Then the door was unlocked with a loud clink. She pushed the door open, then quickly ushered Saito inside. She closed and locked the door behind him, then thankfully took her bag back from Saito. Thanks, Saito said to her, and Louise nodded in appreciation. Pulling out his flashlight, Saito led the way deeper into the gun store. Once they got to the front, his heart fell when he saw how utterly devoid of merchandise it was. The store had almost been completely cleared out. There were a few boxes of 9mm, .38 special, and 12-gauge shotgun shells, but not much else. He was about to lose hope entirely. Then he noticed behind a single firearm that was still available. With its wooden stock and pump, blued steel finish, and perforated heat shield, Saito was able to recognize it immediately. Oh, hell yes, Saito gushed with a wide smile on his face as he moved towards it. What is it? Louise asked, figuring it was a shotgun of some kind but unfamiliar with the model. This is an Ithaca 37 pump-action shotgun, Saito answered, his smile widening as he moved closer to the weapon case. Perfect for dealing with a bunch of birds and pretty much anything else. This'll come in handy. Louise nodded in agreement, taking Saito at his word. That was when they noticed that the weapon rack was locked by a secure padlock and chain. Saito cursed and spat, taking the lock in hand and jiggling it around in a desperate attempt to see if it would slide off. Unfortunately, it did not. Damn it, Saito cursed, angrily throwing the lock back against the grate. He began to look around, saying, try to find the key. There might be one somewhere. I'm not leaving without this shotgun. Louise nodded, then began to search around the gun store. The store was covered in dust, and particles could be seen floating in the air underneath the incandescent lights on the ceiling. Sunlight filtered in through the gaps in the iron fencing behind the windows. Briefly pausing in her search, Louise glanced out the window towards the flock of crows once again resting on their perches, several of which had small strips of flesh hanging off their beaks. She forced herself not to gag, then continued her search. Soon Louise entered what appeared to be a break room, complete with a plastic table, a storage chest in a back corner, and strangely a typewriter on a small desk with a lamp right beside it. She and Saito had seen quite a few typewriters across the city, often in the most secure places from the undead hordes that roamed outside. Louise wondered if there was a reason for it, that perhaps the presence of these typewriters was more than just a decorative piece and instead denoted that they were in a safe room. But she dismissed the thought just as soon as it arrived as being preposterous. Clearly, the people of Raccoon City simply liked to use the outdated piece of technology as decoration. From what Saito had told her, that was fairly common as it gave a rustic, established feeling to a place. Pulling out a water bottle and taking a swig, Louise began to look around the break room for any hints on what to do next. She noticed that there was a corkboard on one of the walls, with plenty of pictures and notes nailed to it with thumbtacks. One in particular caught her attention, seemingly written by the store's owner. Dante, the note read, if you're reading this, you need to get out of the city now. I know you and Nero can handle yourselves, but don't do anything stupid. Just get on your bikes and leave. Now is not the time to play hero. I already took Nico with me to Chicago, so meet us there. You're welcome to anything in my store, but you might have a bit of trouble getting that shotgun off the wall. Don't bother trying to use the key. The damn lock broke, and I wasn't able to get a locksmith in here before things started going to shit. Unless you can break that chain with a bolt cutter or something, you're not getting it. I think the hardware store across the street might have one. Might want to try there. Louise bit back a curse and snarled, quickly looting the storage chest for anything valuable inside, which was just a red toolbox. She rushed back to the counter. There she saw Saito trying to use his knife to break the lock, but despite his efforts, he was having no success. Saito, we have a problem, Louise revealed. That lock is completely busted. Yeah, I figured that out already, Saito replied, pointing toward the key that was on top of the counter, broken clearly in half. Found that in the cash register, and it snapped when I tried to turn it. Damn thing won't budge. Louise frowned, and once again wished that she had her wand still. If that was the case, it would be as simple as casting a cantrip, and they'd already be on their way. But that wasn't an option now. Getting closer to the lock, she suggested, have you tried breaking the chain? I did. Also tried cutting through the lock itself with my knife, Saito answered. Didn't do a damn thing. This is a high-quality lock. I ain't cutting through it. She scowled, then looked out the glass door towards the hardware store directly across from them. Remembering what the note also said, Louise added, the store owner said that there might be a bolt cutter in that hardware store. We could use that to cut the chain. A bolt cutter would be useful, but there's a small problem with that, Saito pointed out as he extended his arm towards the flock of crows. Unless we can find a way to get past them without getting eaten, then get back, we're shit out of luck. Damn it, Louise cursed, then looked at the toolbox in her hand. Hefting it up onto the table, she unlatched it and said, maybe there's something in here we might be able to use. Opening the toolbox, it was filled with a bunch of nails, screws, and some wrenches, much to her disappointment. None of it seemed applicable in their current situation. Same with the gear in their backpacks. Yet again, the two teenagers were stuck, and Louise didn't know what to do. That was when she noticed Saito eyeing two of the wrenches curiously, and he slowly picked them up. What are you doing? Louise asked, perking up an eyebrow. I may have an idea, Saito revealed. Saw it in a movie once. Saito put the ends of the wrenches together, then inserted them into the gap of the padlock. As he began to push the wrenches together like levers, he explained, if you put some wrenches in like this, then you push, you might be able to just break a lock apart. Louise supposed that there was logic in there, and to Sato's credit, he seemed to be exerting some serious force against the lock. But, as Saito also said, the lock was of high quality, making it difficult to do much of anything. Saito paused for a moment to collect his breath, then continued as his face turned red from the exertion. Louise could hear the metal begin to bend and strain, and for a moment, she was worried that the wrenches themselves would shatter. Wait a moment, she cautioned him, frowning in thought and concentrating on the lock as Saito released the tension with a gasp. We don't have to break the whole lock, just get it open. The little bits inside that hold it closed are probably the weakest parts, so if we just lever against those, she reasoned as she grabbed one of Sato's hands and repositioned the wrench to be perpendicular to its counterpart, then we can force the bar up and out. The boy blinked at her in surprise, then shrugged and resumed squeezing the wrenches together like she said. Finally, much to their relief, Saito successfully broke the padlock as the shackle snapped open, allowing him to simply pull it free. Letting the broken lock drop to the floor, Saito glanced at the misshapen wrenches, then tossed them aside before pulling the thick chain away from the grated door. The chain fell to the ground with a loud clang, and then Saito opened the wall mount, allowing him to take the Ithaca 37 into his hands. He smiled victoriously, then loaded 4 shotgun shells into the underbarrel tube. You know, I think I'm going to keep this, Saito declared, then racked the shotgun once. For close encounters, an unamused Louise stared at him blankly, then said, Really? You making movie references now of all times? What? Aliens is a good movie. I know, but this isn't the time or place. Well, excuse me for trying to lighten the mood. Saito shot back and turned away. He lowered his voice, then said, It's just, I don't know, it felt good to say it in the moment. Made me feel less stressed. Louise softened her expression, now realizing why he said it. She stayed quiet for a moment, then added, Game over, man. Saito shifted his gaze over to her and stared. Then his composure broke as he smiled and pointed out, This isn't the right context to use that line. Oh, so you can say a movie quote, but I can't? Louise playfully shot back, leaning forward while putting her hands on her hips and squinting her eyes. I see how it is. No, not all. You just got to use the right one in the time and place, Saito said through a smile. Louise smiled back, letting the levity of the moment fill her heart. But it couldn't last forever. Soon the two teenagers returned their attention to the street outside. The crows were still there, hungrily looking around for anything to quell their insatiable appetite. Only now did Louise realize that some of the crows were so full of meat that their bellies had literally exploded, their guts hanging down from their bodies, yet they didn't even care. It was a horrifying and revolting sight, one that only added to the urgency of their situation. She glanced at the shotgun in Sato's hands, then said, "I don't think that's going to be enough to get through all of them." "Yeah," Saito agreed. "We need to distract them somehow. Get them all in one place at once." "Then, well, Saito raised his shotgun in emphasis, and Louise nodded. It hopefully could be enough to at least clear enough of the swarm to get past safely, but she didn't know how. That was when Louise glanced over the toolbox and the large tin cans that she and Saito had previously recovered. An idea began to take shape, and she rushed back over to the counter. She began to dump the contents of the toolbox into the tin cans, filling them with whatever she thought would make the most noise. When she finished, she capped them both with recovered plastic lids, then walked back to the front door. Saito noticed what she had and immediately began to silently open the door. "Here, give one to me," Saito requested, shifting his shotgun from his right hand to his left. Louise gave him one of the cans, and he experimentally hefted it in his hand while Louise did the same with the other. The two of them aimed for the middle of the street, then as one threw the cans as hard as they could. Sato's went further than Louise's, but both managed to mostly hit their mark. A loud racket was heard as the cans bounced around the road, and the crows squawked as they instinctually swarmed the objects. Saito immediately took aim with his shotgun, then fired at the closest mass of black feathers. The buckshot tore through the undead birds' bodies, some of them exploding into clouds of bloodied feathers. Racking another shell, Saito fired again, killing more of the birds before they realized what was going on. Taking to the skies, Saito fired 2 more shells before the remaining crows surged towards him and Louise. They slammed the door shut, but the crows crashed into it without care. A few broke their necks upon impact, falling to the ground, but the rest pressed themselves as tightly as they could against the glass, which began to crack under the weight. "Shit! Fuck!" Saito cursed as he quickly began to reload. Fumbling one of the shells which fell to the ground, Saito bit back a curse as he continued reloading with the other shells they had recovered. Once he had a full tube, Saito racked the shotgun, then aimed at the center of the mass of birds and fired. The glass partially shattered from the impact of the buckshot, and most of the remaining birds exploded. But the rest ignored the fates of their compatriots, continuing to try and get in. More of the glass was broken through, allowing some of the birds to start pushing their way inside, squawking and hissing the entire time. If it weren't for the metal fence, they probably already would be inside. Louise merely shot the mostly stationary targets with her revolver, letting Saito focus on dealing with the large groups. Both teenagers focused their fire onto the flock of infected creatures, gunshots ringing across the tightly enclosed building and pausing only to quickly reload. With each shot, more and more of the glass broke, but more importantly, more of the birds were wiped out. Soon, there were only a handful left, which finally forced their way through the holes blasted through the barrier. The teenagers' screams joined the shrieks of the ragged corvids as they dived to the floor, forcing the birds to abort their charge before they slammed into the wall. Saito and Louise flipped onto their backs to see the crows swoop up to the ceiling above them and hurriedly raise their weapons to unload into the flock before it descended upon them. Finally, as Louise's and Sato's guns clicked empty, the last of the birds were reduced to foul-smelling feathers which floated down around them, and the room was silent. "Holy shit," Saito muttered, breathing heavily as his ears slightly rung. He glanced over at Louise, who shakily turned to look at him as well. Finally, after several moments, they gulped and hauled themselves up before reloading their weapons. Saito also picked up the dropped shell, sliding it into his pocket before he and Louise carefully exited the building. The street was now utterly devoid of life outside of themselves. Somehow, even with all the birds dead at their feet, it seemed even more ominous. Neither of them had any desire to stay there any longer than absolutely necessary. Saito considered picking back up the improvised noisemakers they had thrown back up, but sadly they were punctured with buckshot and now useless. But as they prepared to continue running vaguely east, they spotted the hardware store. Remembering the note, they quickly rushed inside. There, located at the back of the store, was a single bolt cutter. "This would have been useful 5 minutes ago," Saito dryly noted, and Louise nodded in agreement. Saito slid the tool into his backpack. Then he and Louise turned around and ran back out onto the street, moving away from the carnage without looking back. As they did, they heard the moans of zombies. Now that the crows were gone, it was open territory for them to freely occupy without any risk of them getting devoured. It caused Saito and Louise to pick up the pace, but as they reached the end of the street, Saito stopped at the traffic light. Wait, hold on," Saito said, looking at the street signs above the traffic lights. Darting his eyes between the green signs, he nodded, then declared, "I know where we are." "You do?" Louise asked, and Saito nodded. "We're a few miles away from the Raccoon City Zoo," Saito revealed. "We head in that direction, and we can keep going straight towards the library." "Wait, the zoo?" Louise repeated, her eyes widening. "You're not suggesting we go through it, are you?" After what we just went through? Absolutely not. Unless we have literally no other choice. I'd rather not deal with a zombie lion, Saito replied, nervously shivering from the implications. But from there I can lead us to where we need to go. Louise stared at Saito for a moment, then nodded in reluctant agreement. Saito nodded back. Then together the two turned and made their way deeper in the city, not truly knowing what lay ahead. Chapter 14, Belly of the Beast. September 27th, 1998, 7:12 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. The sun was beginning to set, dipping lower and lower below the horizon. Large shadows were being cast from the buildings, spreading across the city below. Undeterred, Saito and Louise continued to move, avoiding the zombies and the open streets as best they could. Only when they absolutely had to did they stop to engage their enemy, putting them down with a few bullets to the chest or head, or using their knife and hatchet when they got too close. They only had so much ammunition, though, so most of the time they were sticking to melee. Get back, Saito yelled as he slowly backed away from a shambling zombie, its arms stretched out and its clearly broken jaw hanging open. Its face was bloodied, the nose nearly severed from some unknown prior injury, and several teeth were missing. Yet, despite its injuries, the zombie kept coming, eager to sink its remaining teeth into Saito's flesh. I said, get back, Saito shouted, firing a shot from his pistol into the zombie's kneecap. The 9mm bullet tore through the already damaged and rotten joint, causing the limb to sever and the zombie to fall to the ground. Saito immediately pulled out his knife and started stabbing the back of the zombie's head and neck as fast as he could. He only stopped when he heard a final squelch from the zombie's head, and even then he stomped his foot into the skull, just in case. Breathing heavily, Saito shot his head around to see if there were any more immediate threats. Aside from the zombie that Louise was hacking apart with her hatchet, there were none in sight. Letting out a sigh, Saito slowly shifted his gaze to his knife, which was absolutely covered in blood and gore. Looking down at his chest, he realized that his shirt, jeans, and shoes were covered with blood and brain matter. Just a few days ago, the sight would have made him hurl, but now he just couldn't find it in himself to care beyond feeling relief that it wasn't his own. Most of it, at least. There had been a few close calls with the zombies, most notably a heavy bruise on his neck, but luckily none of it had broken the skin, and any injuries he or Louise sustained were quickly alleviated with just a bit of herb powder. After a moment, he realized that some of the blood was on his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away with his hand before rubbing it off on his pant leg. When Louise finished decapitating the zombie, she stood there for a few moments while glaring at the undead's corpse, silently daring it to rise again. When it didn't, she let out a sigh of relief, then stood up and shifted her attention to Saito. Upon seeing the state he was in, Louise stoically remarked, I think we need to get you a new shirt. Saito slowly nodded as he looked over Louise's gore-covered state and replied, I think we both do. It probably isn't safe to keep wearing these clothes. That was what worried Saito the most about the state of his attire. By now, both he and Louise had accepted the grim reality of just how dangerous the T-virus was and how it spread. The more contact they had with contaminated substances, the further their chances of them succumbing to the disease. Neither Saito nor Louise were willing to gamble that they were among the fortunate 10% of the population who had a natural resistance or immunity, assuming that Dr. Kenner was right with that analysis. Given the man's mental state prior to his demise, that was an open question, but it was also the only solid source of information they had to work off of. Louise nodded in agreement, then asked, Is there a clothing store nearby? Yeah, I think so, Saito said as he wiped the blade of his knife on the dead zombie's torn shirt. Sheathing it while unholstering his Glock, Saito jerked his head to the side and said, It should be this way. Pulling out her Smith & Wesson revolver, Louise carefully followed her friend and only companion down the alleyway towards the street. Red and blue flashing lights could be seen bouncing off the glass windows and brick walls. When they reached the end, they saw it was from a crashed police cruiser, the front half completely crushed underneath an overturned semi-truck. Shards of broken glass were strewn everywhere, and all they could see of the poor driver was a bloodied limb hanging out the side of the car. Not knowing what happened, but also knowing they didn't have time to look into it further, the two teenagers quickly checked the trunk of the vehicle to try and see what was inside. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, it wouldn't budge. It made Louise wish once again that she still had her wand so that she could simply unlock it, but alas, that wasn't possible until Louise somehow managed to make herself a new one. There was no telling how long that would happen, so it was the last thing they could count on. For a moment, she and Saito considered trying to find the key and unlocking the trunk through it, but it wasn't hard to figure out where it most likely was. Realizing that getting to it was either impossible or simply not worth the effort, the two teenagers moved on, making their way towards the clothing store Saito said was there. Why aren't you using your shotgun more? Louise asked, glancing towards the weapon stowed away in the top of Sato's backpack. I only have a handful of shells for it, Sato pointed out, whereas I have a lot more bullets for my pistol. Right. Louise muttered, figuring that made sense, especially given where they were going. While the last thing they wanted was to actually go through the Raccoon City Zoo, there was still the possibility that they wouldn't have a choice. Even then, it was possible that some infected animals might have escaped. Given how tough normal zombies were, Louise didn't want to have to deal with a zombie lion, tiger, or bear with just her .38 revolver, and especially not her hatchet. There wasn't nearly enough stopping power. Her thoughts were interrupted when a zombie crawled out from underneath a nearby car. Almost immediately, Saito and Louise turned and fired their weapons simultaneously into the exposed skull, popping it like a balloon and shooting gore everywhere. They stared at it for a moment before moving on at a noticeably quicker pace, knowing that any zombies nearby would have heard the gunfire. At the same time, Louise winced at the ringing in her ears, which wasn't going away as fast as it normally did. I think all this gunfire is hurting my ears, Louise offhandedly mentioned, and Saito grimaced while nodding. Yeah, same with me, Saito admitted. I've been taking some herbs when it gets really bad, and they've helped, but unless we find some earplugs, we're going to risk permanent hearing loss. Won't the earplugs make it harder for us to hear the zombies? Probably, but better than not being able to hear at all, Saito pointed out. I heard that Umbrella made some super expensive earplugs that can protect your ears during combat, but still let you hear normally while outside of it. But I don't know if that's actually true, much less where we would find it. Louise grimaced at the thought of willingly using Umbrella technology, given what they had done to her. Seeing this, Saito quickly added, I don't like the idea of it either, but we need to face the facts. We're in a survival situation, and we can't afford to be picky. I know, Louise replied. Wasn't going to suggest that we do. It's just, she wasn't able to finish her sentence, but Saito nodded regardless before saying, I know. With that, the two returned their full attention back to the street, keeping an eye out for any zombies nearby. Louise also took a moment to chew on some herbs, and, just as Saito said, the ringing went away. The zombies were everywhere, mindlessly wandering between cars and buildings, or just standing right out in the open. Others were trying to break down the erected barricades, throwing their bodies against the chain-link fences that, for the moment, held firm. Spent bullet casings and shells littered the pavement, clinking around whenever Saito and Louise's feet brushed past them. Then, of course, there were the bodies, most of which had noticeable bite marks on them. Some are still being feasted upon by the zombies, making Saito and Louise's blood boil. Using the cars as barriers, they kept their distance while continuing to move. Soon, they found the clothing store that Saito had mentioned, and so they rushed towards the building. The door was luckily unlocked, allowing them easy entry. Bracing a heavy trash can against the glass door, both teenagers turned their attention to the inside of the store, aiming their weapons with Saito, also shining his flashlight. Doesn't look like anyone's here, Saito remarked while releasing a sigh of relief. Glancing towards the trash can and the zombies outside, he quickly added, that's not going to hold them for long, so we should hurry. Nodding in agreement, Louise made her way towards the women's apparel section while Saito went to the men's. They made sure to stay in constant sight of one another, their weapons at the ready, while checking every corner for danger. But, with the exception of what was outside, they were in the clear at the moment. This gave Louise the opportunity to properly search for what she needed. Aside from a new undershirt to replace the bloodstained one she was using before, she avoided anything with short sleeves or pant legs. The more skin covered equaled more protection in her eyes. After a few minutes of searching, Louise managed to find another pair of light blue jeans in her size, along with thick, padded socks and thick boots. Her red jacket, while mostly intact, had to be discarded simply due to how much blood and gore was staining it. Luckily, she was able to find another red leather jacket to replace it. Once she was fully changed in her new clean, and thereby safe clothes, she found that she didn't look all that different than what she was wearing before. The biggest difference was that the white undershirt no longer had the Raccoon City logo on it along with her thick boots. Satisfied that she was safer from the threat of infection, Louise discarded the contaminated clothing while grabbing a few extra pairs of socks. Part of her wanted to grab another change of clothing, figuring that she would most likely need to change again sometime in the future, but she simply didn't have the room. Making her way to the center of the store, she was soon joined by Saito, who had also changed into clean attire. He was now wearing a pair of dark blue jeans, with his sneakers swapped out for a pair of boots. His white undershirt was swapped out for a black one, but most notably Saito was now wearing a light blue jean jacket with a pair of pockets on its face. Look what I found, Saito declared. It was the only one they had, and it actually fit me. How lucky, right? Right, Louise muttered, which Saito took as a sign of approval. Personally, Louise didn't understand why people were obsessed with the idea of jean jackets. Jeans were perfect as pants, but they should stay as pants. Once you turned it into shorts, or, in this case, a jacket, it lost most of its appeal in her opinion. But Saito seemed to be a fan of it, and more importantly, they weren't in a position to really care about fashion. They took a moment to scour the rest of the clothing store for anything else they could use, but aside from another flashlight for Louise, they found nothing. Deciding that now was the time to leave, emphasized by the sound of zombies banging their bodies against the glass, the two teenagers made their way out the back. Just as they closed the door behind them, the glass windows shattered, allowing the zombies to get inside. Carefully moving through the currently clear alleyway, Saito and Louise returned to the nearest street. Sato's attention immediately shot towards a street sign. Then he pointed north and declared, "The zoo is this way, come on." Taking her friend at his word, Louise followed Saito at a brisk pace through the street. It was cluttered with crashed and abandoned vehicles, but they were able to maneuver around or over them as needed. They soon reached an intersection, two ends completely blocked off by wire fences with a large group of zombies on the other side. Only one way was still open, but luckily it was the way they needed to go towards the zoo. As the sun fully set and the moon began to rise above, they finally came across the entrance to the Raccoon City Zoo. Part of Saito had hoped that perhaps things had gone better here, that there might have even been an evacuation point, but sadly that hope was in vain. Just like the outside of the Raccoon City Mall, there were dozens of dead bodies laying around at the remains of a military checkpoint. Hundreds of bullet casings littered the ground, and blood was everywhere. But, strangely, the soldiers weren't like the U.S. Army soldiers that manned the other checkpoint. Their uniforms were notably different and much less standardized. "Hold on," Saito muttered as he made his way towards the nearest soldier, who was laying on his chest in a pool of his own blood. Slowly turning him over while keeping his pistol trained on the body's head, Saito stopped once he managed to get the man onto his side. He then gasped in shock at the insignia proudly displayed on his long green sleeve. It was the Umbrella Corporation's logo, with a shield and two swords crossed through the center. Underneath the logo was text that read, "Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service." "This guy's Umbrella," Saito whispered in disbelief and outrage. "I think they all are," Louise called out, looking over another cluster of bodies. True to her word, every single soldier who'd been manning this outpost was a member of the UBCS, but for what reason, they didn't know. "They weren't evacuating people, were they?" Saito asked, but Louise fervently shook her head. "No way. This outbreak started because of Umbrella, and they care more about covering up what they did than actually doing the right thing," Louise dismissed. "Why else would they shoot at U.S. soldiers?" Saito looked at her, then after a moment nodded and said, "Yeah, you're probably right." Turning away from the site of the massacre, Saito looked around at the three-way intersection they found themselves in. He knew exactly which way to go from here to get to the library. But to his dismay, he quickly found that their options were limited. One end was completely blocked off by the burning remains of semi-truck ferrying gasoline, making it impossible to go through without severe risk of injury. The other direction was similarly blocked off with another barricade, with several zombies just waiting on the other side. "Damn it, there's no way through here," Saito cursed while grimacing. Gripping his pistol with both hands, he turned to head back the way they came and added, "Come on, we'll double back in." That was when they heard a loud squeal, followed by crash. To their horror, they saw the barricades at the other end of the street collapse as the horde of zombies finally managed to break them down through their sheer weight of numbers. Beside them, spurred on by the loud noise, more zombies crashed against the wire fence, threatening to tear it down as well. "Saito, what do we do?" Louise yelled, aiming her revolver at the horde which had quickly noticed them. Shambling, limping, and even crawling across the ground, the zombies moaned hungrily, their milky white eyes glaring into Saito and Louise's souls. "I'm working on it," Saito replied as he swapped out his Glock pistol for his Ithaca shotgun. As he pumped and chambered a shell, the barricade next to them finally collapsed. They were quickly getting surrounded, and he struggled to find a way out of this mess. That was when Sato's gaze shifted to the zoo gate. It was damaged and locked, but mostly standing. More importantly, there was a section of the fence that offered plenty of handholds and footholds, allowing them to conceivably scale it. As much as the thought horrified him, he quickly realized that they had no other choice, and so he shouted, "Quick, into the zoo!" "What? Are you crazy? You said not to go into the zoo," Louise pointed out, but Saito was already running to the entrance. "We don't have a lot of options," Saito answered once he reached the entrance. Louise looked on in dismay as Saito began to scale the iron bars, but after quickly glancing at the zombies slowly advancing towards them, she grimaced and ran after him. Leaping onto the same section Saito was on, Louise began climbing as fast as she could. She got up a few feet before she was suddenly jerked back. Shooting her eyes downward, she saw that a zombie had grabbed hold of her ankle and was already biting down. Luckily, while the pain was intense, the cords wrapped around her lower leg was enough to stop the teeth from reaching the skin, allowing her to kick the zombie away with a few hits to the head. Now freed, Louise redoubled her ascent, soon reaching the other side where she rolled over the top. She lost her grip and fell, letting out a brief yelp before being caught by Saito waiting for her at the bottom. "You okay?" Saito asked as he bridle carried her. Louise, her arms instinctually wrapped behind his neck, nodded. "Yeah, I'm okay," she told him, and Saito nodded in relief before placing her down. As the zombies slammed against the thick iron fence, the two teenagers jumped in surprise before turning their weapons to them. Backing up slowly, their eyes never leaving the danger in front of them, they waited for the fence to come down. But it didn't. Unlike the hastily placed police barricades, the fence of the Raccoon City Zoo was much sturdier, reinforced by thick columns of concrete. Combined with the elevation and angle, it soon became clear that there wasn't enough room for the zombies to actually break it down. Realizing that they were safe for the moment, Saito and Louise turned around, only to find themselves staring right into the heart of the Raccoon City Zoo. It quickly dawned on them that they weren't safe at all. All they had done was trade one threat for another, and they didn't know if it would be better or worse. But despite their misgivings, they knew they didn't have a choice. Swallowing a lump in his throat, Saito said, "Come on, the faster we get out of this place, the better." Louise nodded in complete agreement, and together the two survivors made their way into the heart of the zoo. Last year at the academy, Louise began, everyone was looking forward to the familiar summoning ceremony. Even the first years. Watching all of our upperclassmen summon their familiars, bonding with them, it made us look forward to our own even more than we already were. "I can imagine," Saito replied. "There is this one girl, Caroline de Matthew, who summoned this small and adorable little creature that looked kind of like a bear in some ways," she continued. "It wasn't magical, nor was it a bear, but Caroline loved it all the same. Then it died about 2 weeks later after it refused to eat anything she tried to feed it. Meat, fish, nuts, and berries, not even leaves out of a bowl. Like it couldn't even tell they were food. When it died, she was so distraught, and a lot of her classmates thought it was her fault. I was one of those people. Now I know the truth. It wasn't Caroline's fault her familiar died, because her familiar was a koala." Louise flatly stared at the aforementioned koala bear exhibit, which consisted of a large, domed, round cage with several eucalyptus trees inside, and its informational sign with cutesy cartoon koalas drawn on it. There weren't any koalas inside, but the pried open bars and the bloodstains on the ground and plants were more than enough to guess their fate. Louise supposed the real question was what got in there in the first place. "Yeah, koalas are stupid," Saito agreed with a firm nod while keeping his shotgun close to his chest. "What brought this on?" "I don't know," Louise admitted with a nonchalant shrug. "It just did." Saito supposed that was good enough of an answer. With that, he turned to the side and began walking away, with Louise right behind him. They hadn't gone too far into the zoo itself, maybe a couple dozen meters at most, and so far things were relatively calm. But it was clear that wasn't always the case. There were dozens of bodies littered across the ground, whether from zookeepers and former zoo patrons, or even escaped animals. Most sported clear signs of T-virus infection, their bodies bloated, rotten, and many sporting exposed bone. Just as many also showed clear signs of gunshot wounds, and spent casings and shells were frequently seen. "Someone came through here before, recently," Saito surmised, and Louise nodded. "Looks like it," Louise added, keeping her revolver at the ready and her head swiveling around for any sign of danger. "Too many casings and bodies for one person." "A group? Probably." Saito pursed his lips, then nodded and said, "Well, I hope they made it through." Louise couldn't agree more. Silently, carefully watching their steps to keep as low of a profile as possible, they continued to snake their way through the zoo. The signs of carnage were everywhere. From all the bodies and spent bullets, Saito got the sense that a lot of people attempted to make their way through the zoo much like they were. Whether they succeeded was unknown, but Saito got the sense that most didn't. That gut feeling did little to calm Sato's nerves, but even still he forced himself to keep looking at his environment. Doing anything else could mean the difference between life and death. At the same time, Saito couldn't help but look at this place and the state it was in sadly. He had lived in Raccoon City his entire life, and many of his fondest memories were at this zoo. Walking around with his parents, a soda in one hand and a bundle of cotton candy in the other, watching the animals in their exhibits. Most of the time, the animals didn't really do anything other than lay around, but it was still fascinating to see in the flesh animals that he previously could only read about or watch on TV. He was particularly a fan of the zoo star attraction, Oscar the Elephant, a statue of which he and Louise passed by. Before the outbreak started, they were even planning on taking Louise to visit the zoo. They sadly never got the chance. But now everything in the zoo, once filled with life, was dead, much like the city itself. It was yet another stark reminder of what they had lost and what they had to escape from. Hopefully they would be able to get through the zoo without much issue, but Saito wasn't counting on it. Things were calm now, but they would inevitably heat back up again. The state of the zoo only added to that feeling. not just because of all the dead bodies, but also the physical damage to the property itself. There were crushed buildings, overturned light poles, and power lines. Something big ran through here, and the worst part was that he didn't know what. That was when the calm was finally broken by the sound of a loud thud coming from behind a nearby building. Shooting their attention towards the source, Saito and Louise aimed their weapons into the darkness. At first they saw nothing, but soon they could make out a hunched-over form. It was inching its way towards a flickering overhead light, dragging something behind that scraped against the concrete. Tightening their grips on their weapons, Saito and Louise slowly stepped back, which seemed to only encourage the oncoming form. As it got closer to the light, Saito could begin to see that it was humanoid in shape, but much stockier and bulkier. "That's not a person," he quietly noted. His prediction was proven to be correct when the figure fully stepped into the flickering cone of light, revealing the decayed, zombified corpse of a chimpanzee. Much of its face was gone, exposing the right cheekbone and bloodstained jaw. One of the eyes was completely busted, the other milky white. Entire chunks of flesh were torn out of its chest, exposing its ribcage in a few places. There were even chunks of its biceps and thighs missing, but despite its injuries, the chimp didn't seem to care. In fact, upon noticing Saito and Louise, it snarled and bared its fangs, dropping the partially eaten body of a zookeeper behind it. "Get behind me," Saito ordered, stepping in front of Louise while aiming his shotgun right at the zombie chimpanzee's head. Rather than advance, the chimp began to whoop and holler, slamming its hands and feet against the ground in what appeared to be an intimidation display. Why it was doing that, Saito didn't know. He figured it was a possible remnant of what the chimpanzee used to be before it succumbed to the T-virus. Then, much to his and Louise's surprise, the hollering chimpanzee was joined by another. Emerging from on top of the building came two more chimpanzees, both of which were in a similar decayed state as their apparent ringleader. Like the first chimp, they too were whooping and hollering, slamming their limbs against the ground while staring right at Saito and Louise. "Ah, shit," Saito cursed, realizing now exactly what the chimpanzee was doing. It wasn't trying to intimidate him and Louise. It was calling for backup. Realizing that the longer this went on, the more likely it was for other creatures to arrive, Saito took action and fired a single shot right into the first chimp's head. Its neck shot back as the buckshot tore through its skull, blasting away the flesh and exposing more of the bone. But it still didn't die, merely stumbling back before screeching in outrage. It charged towards Saito and Louise, prompting Saito to blast away again. It took two more shots before it finally went down right at their feet. The two teenagers breathed heavily, staring at the chimp's corpse before quickly turning their heads towards the other two. Both of the surviving chimps were already leaping forward, their fangs bared and their arms poised to crush them. Saito and Louise dove to the side, avoiding the infected animals as they slammed into the ground. The chimp's momentum carried them through, causing them to crash into a guardrail with enough force to severely dent it. Undeterred, the chimps turned to their nearest target, one going after Saito, while the other went after Louise. "Ah!" Louise screamed in terror as the chimp ran after her, forcing the young girl to back away as fast as she could. She haphazardly fired her revolver towards a zombie, but most of the shots went wild and hit the ground or walls around them. "Hey, watch the crossfire," Saito shouted as he fired his shotgun into his chimpanzee's lower torso, causing it to stumble back while its guts spilled out of the bloody hole in its stomach. "Sorry," Louise yelled back as she quickly aimed and fired in the zombie's chest. The small caliber bullet punctured a hole where its heart would be, but the zombie didn't care as it leapt towards her. She dodged to the side and quickly backed away, releasing the spent cartridges from her Model 36 and reloading fresh bullets one by one into the cylinder. As the chimpanzee turned to face her, Louise stopped midway, stood her ground, and carefully fired all three reloaded bullets into its body. But while the bullets did damage, it wasn't enough to deter the zombie as it screeched and ran after her again. "Damn it," Louise yelled as she ejected the spent cartridges, trying to reload while continuing to dodge the zombie. "Oof," Saito grunted as he was backhanded away from his chimpanzee. Slamming into the ground, he barely had enough time to raise the shotgun defensively before the ape was on him. Its jaws clamped around the barrel of the shotgun, and it was trying to slam its arms into Sato's head. He quickly reached for his knife and stabbed it into the crook of the ape's neck, causing it to briefly loosen its grip. Kicking the ape away, Saito loaded a shell, cocked the weapon, then fired the 12-gauge buckshot point-blank into its skull. It popped like a balloon, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Panting heavily, Saito stared at the body for a moment before hearing Louise cry out in terror. "Louise!" Saito yelled, jumping to his feet. Rushing towards Louise and the last remaining chimp, he loaded the last of his shells into the tube. But, as he got close, another chimpanzee suddenly emerged from below the guardrail. With it lashing out at him, Saito was forced to pivot and back away before aiming his shotgun at the chimpanzee as it was climbing up. He fired his weapon towards the monster, but most of the buckshot impacted harmlessly against the guardrail. Cursing under his breath, Saito slowly backed away while racking another shell into the chamber. He waited for the chimp to fully expose itself, then fired again. This time, all of the buckshot slammed into the zombie's chest, causing it to stumble back. But it was still alive, and with a snarl it began advancing towards him. Saito fired again, this time taking out a chunk of its shoulder. Still, it continued moving towards him with a noticeable limp. Finally, Saito fired the last shell into the chimp's skull, causing an entire chunk to fly away. The ape collapsed to the ground, blood and rotten brain matter leaking out onto the pavement. Unable to wait as he heard Louise cry out in pain, Saito turned towards her just as Louise was thrown back into a trash can. The plastic waste bin fell back, spilling its contents all over the ground. Louise's revolver slipped from her grip, sliding away across the pavement. Terrified, she tried backing away on the ground as the chimp ominously advanced towards her, seemingly taking pleasure from her torment. "Get your stinking paws off her, you damn dirty ape!" Saito screamed as he swapped out his shotgun for his Glock. Aiming at the monster's back, he fired as fast as he could, careful to avoid putting Louise in his line of fire. But the ape didn't even flinch as the 9mm bullets tore through its flesh, continuing to advance towards Louise. Terrified, Louise began tossing pieces of trash at the zombie, but it didn't care. Soon it managed to reach her, and it grabbed her neck with its rotten hand. The chimpanzee began to squeeze, opening its jaws wide as it prepared to sink its fangs into Louise's face. But just as Saito began to charge and try to tackle the ape off of his friend, a loud shot rang out. The side of the chimp's head exploded outward, and the lifeless body slumped over while releasing its grip on Louise. She fell back, coughing and trying to regain her breath as a stupefied Saito stared at her and the corpse. "Hey, you kids okay?" An unknown woman called out, catching their attention. Saito and Louise turned to look at the source of the voice, watching a young woman with long, blonde hair who appeared to be in her mid-20s running over to them. She was wearing the tattered remains of a park ranger uniform, with a red flannel shirt over it. In her hands was what Saito recognized as a Winchester Model 70 bolt action rifle, with a high-powered scope mounted on top, while a M1911 pistol was holstered on her hip. We're fine," Saito replied, taking a moment to catch his breath before helping Louise to her feet. The woman nodded at them, then said, "Come on, it's not safe here." Breathing heavily, Louise incredulously asked, "Is anywhere safe here?" The woman shrugged and admitted, "Honestly, no, but it's safer up there." She pointed up and behind them, prompting Saito and Louise to turn around. They soon saw what appeared to be an army observation tower near the center of the zoo, one accessible only by a ladder. "I have a bunch of supplies up there," the woman remarked, letting a slight southern accent slip through. "You two can rest and stock up for a bit while we figure out what to do next." Saito and Louise stared at each other for a moment, then turned towards the woman and nodded. "Thank you," Saito said as he walked over to pull his knife free from the chimpanzee he had stabbed it into while Louise grabbed her discarded revolver off the ground. "Don't mention it," the woman dismissed with a wave of her hand. "Who are you?" Louise asked as she caught up to them. "The name's Becca Woollett," she revealed, carefully surveying their surroundings as she led the way. "I'll explain more when we're safe." Luckily for the trio, the trek back to the observation tower went without much incident. A few zombie zookeepers who had been attracted to the sound of gunfire had attempted to impede their progress, but Saito, Louise, and Becca made short work of them before moving on. When a zombified bear attempted to attack them, Saito and Louise briefly got concerned that they were in actual danger, but Becca had rock-steady aim, and 2 shots from a rifle into its eyes was more than enough to put it down. If nothing else, it made the 2 teenagers appreciate their savior even more. Soon they found themselves at the base of the observation tower. The remains of a checkpoint were strewn around it, with sandbags and floodlights concentrated around key intersections. There was a lot of blood, but luckily no bodies. Now that they were closer, Saito could also see that the observation tower, along with much of the equipment, had the UBCS logo proudly displayed on it. All of this was umbrellas? Saito muttered incredulously, and Becca nodded. Most of it. With a few army outposts on the other side of the zoo, Becca confirmed as she strapped her rifle across her back and reached upward to pull down the ladder. Some of their mercenaries tried turning this place into an evacuation center. Got a lot of people out, then things went to shit and it all fell apart. That was 3 days ago, I think. Saito and Louise looked at each other in surprise. Louise then pursed her lips and replied, "That's altruistic of them." Becca nodded, seemingly not fully understanding Umbrella's role in this entire catastrophe. Before either Louise or Saito could elaborate, Becca managed to lower the ladder. It fell to the ground with a loud clank, and she turned towards the two teenagers while pulling her rifle back out and said, "Go ahead, climb on up. I'll cover you." Saito and Louise gratefully nodded. Then both began to climb up the ladder. Louise reached the platform first, followed by Saito. Safe for the moment, the two survivors took a moment to look around, and their eyes widened in shock at what they were seeing. Becca wasn't exaggerating when she said that she had a lot of supplies. If anything, she was underselling what she actually had on hand. There was a cot for her to sleep on, along with boxes upon boxes of ammo crates, filled with a wide variety of ammunition and copious amounts of food and water bottles. An MP5 submachine gun, a Mossberg 500 shotgun, a Mini 14 rifle, and even an M79 grenade launcher were placed around the platform, leaned up against the walls or stacked on top of crates. Combined with the clear view of nearly the entire zoo, Becca had turned the observation platform into a veritable fortress. At the same time, the view also showed them the full extent of the zoo. It was clear, now, that they had entered through one of the side entrances. The front gate of the zoo, where the smoldering remains of a crashed Chinook helicopter could be seen, was almost completely smashed. Hordes of zombies were wandering around, entering through a large hole in the wall, but the lines of debris made getting through into the heart of the zoo difficult for the mindless abominations. Occasionally, they would hear a muffled trumpeting sound, which only added to the mystery of what happened here. Their attention was only broken when they heard Becca climb up the ladder and enter the platform with them. She raised the ladder, then closed the trapdoor behind her. Wiping away a sheen of sweat off her forehead, Becca turned to face Saito and Louise, then asked, "Now then, since we're safe for the moment, are you two okay? Need anything?" We're good for the moment," Saito admitted. "I think that's all we really can be for now." "I hear that," Becca replied with a mirthless chuckle. "I didn't catch your names." "I'm Saito Hiraga, and this is my friend, Louise Valier." Saito introduced themselves, with Louise giving Becca an appreciative nod before returning her attention back to the ammunition stores. "Well, I'm glad to meet both of you. Wish it was under better circumstances," Becca admitted, smiling slightly to relieve the tension. "You and me both. How did you get all of this?" Louise asked as she ran her fingers through an open box of bullets. "When Umbrella and the army finally got overrun, they left a lot of supplies behind," Becca answered. "I've been making little trips to grab what I can before coming back here. Was actually on one of my supply runs when I heard you two firing your guns. Ran over as fast as I could." "Again, thank you for that," Saito said with genuine appreciation in his voice. "If you hadn't shown up, don't mention it," Becca dismissed with a faint smile and wave of her hand. "It's kind of why I'm here." That confused Saito and Louise, and the young girl raised an eyebrow before asking, "What do you mean that's why you're here? Have you been staying in the zoo on purpose?" "For the past few days, yeah. Ever since the outpost got overrun," Becca confirmed with a crisp nod. "Why would you do that?" Saito incredulously asked. "This zoo is incredibly dangerous. We only came through here because we had no choice. You and a lot of other people," Becca pointed out. "Not everyone realized that the evac centers were gone, or some like you tried going through the zoo to get somewhere safe. With all the infected animals and zombies wandering around, most stood little chance. So, when I found this place and how it gave me a perfect view of the entire zoo, I figured I might as well try to help get them through." It all clicked into place for Saito and Louise, and the young girl breathed out, "You've been protecting people." "Yep," Becca confirmed with a warm smile. "I was a park ranger before all this. Protecting people from wild animals is kind of in the job description. Just because the world's ending doesn't mean my job ends. If anything, it's needed now more than ever." Louise gazed upon the woman as though she were a living saint. A wide, grateful smile grew across her lips, and she whispered, "Thank you, truly." "Again, don't mention it," Becca dismissed. "Let's focus on getting you two safe. Where are you headed?" Hardening their faces once again, Saito answered, "The Raccoon City Public Library. A team of U.S. Special Forces told us that there's still an Army evac center over there." Becca nodded, then replied, "A lot of people coming through here have been going that way as well. No idea if it's up and running, though." "We don't know, either, but it's the only lead we have," Louise pointed out, and Becca nodded again. "How come the soldiers didn't just take you with them when they found you?" Becca asked, and Louise frowned. "They tried, but..." Louise paused and glanced at the umbrella logo displayed on the inside of the observation platform, then continued, "They were attacked." "Attacked? By zombies?" Becca asked as sympathy seeped into her voice, but Saito shook his head. "No, they were attacked by some of Umbrella's mercenaries," he answered, making Becca gasp. "What?" Becca whispered, her eyes widening in shock. "Why?" "They were trying to kidnap me," Louise answered, causing Becca's attention to focus squarely on her. "I arrived in Raccoon City about a month ago. Since I had nowhere else to go, Saito and his family took me in. During that month, however, Umbrella performed a lot of medical tests on me. They found something that interested them, and when the outbreak started, they tried using it as a cover to capture me with no one the wiser. My parents stayed behind to buy us some time, Saito added, averting his eyes and sadly staring at the ground. After a moment, he took a breath and looked back at Becca before saying, "The mercenaries have been chasing us ever since. They caught up to us at the mall, nearly killed me, but Louise was able to get us away by pulling a fire alarm." Becca glanced between both teenagers, her face falling before warping with rage as she glanced upon the umbrella logo. She hissed, "Those bastards." "It gets worse," Louise added, causing Becca to quickly shoot her eyes over. After escaping from the mall, Saito and I had an incident with a doctor who had lost his mind. He drugged Saito and I, then tried to use us as test subjects for a cure he was trying to make for the T-virus. "T-virus?" Becca asked, her head shooting back. "The virus that's causing this," Saito confirmed. Dr. Kenner had some contacts within the Umbrella Corporation, and he found out that Umbrella discovered this virus and was doing some tests on it here in Raccoon City. Somehow it escaped containment, infected the water supply, and caused, well, all of this. Saito waved his arm around in a wide gesture, and Becca quickly got the point. By now, she was absolutely trembling with rage, and she growled, "Motherfuckers, you mean this is all their fault?" "Yes, and they're trying to cover up their mistake," Louise declared with a firm frown on her face. "What I don't understand is why Umbrella is using some of their mercenaries to kidnap me and attack U.S. soldiers, while others are genuinely trying to evacuate people. That doesn't make any sense." "No, it doesn't," Becca agreed as she shook her head. She glanced at the ground and scrunched up her face, then remarked, "I only saw the mercs manning the evac center for about an hour. One of them seemed shady as hell, but the rest, they seemed genuine. They even sacrificed their lives to hold back the zombies while making sure as many people got away as possible." "Why would they do that?" Louise asked as she glanced at Saito. Saito scrunched up his face, then suggested, "Maybe they didn't know?" Louise supposed that made sense and remarked, "Somehow, the idea that Umbrella would lie to their own people doesn't surprise me." "Yeah, if nothing else, it puts their actions before the outbreak into a new light," Becca remarked. "About a week ago, my partner and I got attacked by what we thought was a rabid dog. Tore my partner apart, and I had to climb into a tree just to escape before backup arrived and put it down. After that, Umbrella took both my partner's body and the dog's. Didn't think much of it at the time, but now, God damn it." Becca spat and shook her head once again, then refocused and stared back at Louise and Saito. She asked, "Anyway, those mercenaries, are they still after you?" "Most likely," Saito answered and nodded. "No idea where they are, though." "Then we're going to assume they're on your heels," Becca declared. "We need to get you two out of here as fast as possible." Becca stood up and walked towards the eastern side of the observation tower. Using her scope to get a closer look, she started scanning around for a few moments. With her eyes still glued to the scope, she began to say, "Okay, I think there's a path for you guys. It'll take you by the reptile and insect exhibits, but it's relatively clear of zombies from what I can see." "For now," Louise muttered, staring out the window with her arms crossed over her chest. "Yeah, that's the kicker," Becca agreed as she lowered her rifle. Turning towards the two teenagers, she asked, "You two have a radio?" Saito nodded and pulled out his walkie-talkie, Louise doing the same. Becca nodded, then pulled out her own and said, "Turn it to channel 2. I'll stay in touch with you the entire time. Let you know if there's any zombies on their way while providing cover fire." "How much ammo do you have?" "Not much. Maybe 2 magazines left for my Glock," Saito answered, while Louise held up a revolver with its cylinders swung outward. "These are my last 5 bullets," Louise added, and Becca frowned. "Grab all the ammo you can carry. I have more than enough for myself," Becca told them. Not needing to be told twice, Saito and Louise immediately began rummaging through the boxes of ammunition. Luckily, most of them were properly labeled and filled with identical ammunition calibers, making it easy for them to grab what they needed without much sifting. As Louise placed the loose bullets into her jackets and backpack's pockets, Becca narrowed her eyes and approached her. "That revolver's not the only gun you have, right?" Becca asked, and Louise sadly shook her head. "No, it is," Louise confirmed. "Saito and I have tried finding others, but all we found was that shotgun, and I'm not strong enough to use that." Becca pursed her lips, then walked away to the other corner of the platform. She grabbed the Mini 14 leaning against the wall, then returned to Louise while holding it forward as an offering. "Here, take it," Becca offered, causing Louise to look at her in surprise. "What? But don't you need it?" Louise pointed out, but Becca shook her head. "In case you haven't noticed, I have more than enough guns," Becca pointed out. "Besides, anything my Mini 14 could do, my Winchester can do better. You need it more than me." Louise stared at her for a moment, then gratefully took the offered firearm and replied, "Thank you. I'll put it to good use." "I know you will," Becca declared before opening up a nearby small box. She pulled out a pair of ring mounts and a screwdriver with 2 detachable heads. Handing them to Louise, she added, "Don't have a scope for it, but hopefully you'll find one. If you do, simply attach those ring mounts to the top of the gun, screw them in, take off the top of the rings, put the scope in, then reattach the ring tops. It's super easy." Glancing at the rifle in her hands, Louise didn't quite know if it would be as easy to attach as Becca was making it out to be, especially since neither she nor Saito truly had extensive practice with firearms. But she took the ring mounts and screwdriver regardless, placing the items into her backpack before replying, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Becca replied. With that, Louise returned to grabbing more ammo. Becca managed to find 5 10-round magazines for the rifle, which Louise immediately began filling with 5.56 by 45mm NATO ammunition. Once she filled all of the available magazines, she stored the rest in a pair of ammo boxes in her backpack alongside the excess .38 special rounds she was also carrying. Once she was fully stocked up, she turned to face Saito, who had also finished grabbing all the ammunition he could carry. Returning to his side, Louise stood before the trapdoor as Becca opened it, lowering the ladder back onto the ground. "Thank you, Becca. How can we ever repay you?" Louise asked, and Becca smiled while looking at them. "Getting out of here alive, that's how," Becca declared, and both teenagers nodded. "What if those mercenaries show up? If they see you, they'll kill you," Saito pointed out, and Becca nodded. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Besides, I have a contingency plan. Something left behind by the first group of survivors I helped get through here," Becca told them, glancing at the grenade launcher propped up against the wall before pointedly looking at a massive walled-off gate where they could hear the trumpeting noise coming out from. "I don't think I want to know what's in there," Saito whispered, and Becca shook her head. "No, you don't. But if I have to, it'll be one hell of a distraction. Just know that if I have to break it loose, you run as fast as you can," Becca ordered with no room for argument. It was a pain in the ass to get in there in the first place, and we don't have nearly enough firepower to put it down. The two teenagers glanced at the massive enclosure, then shuddered. Saito simply remarked, "Message received." "Good. Now get out of here," Becca told them. Saito and Louise nodded, then carefully descended down the ladder. Once both of them reached the bottom, they looked back at Becca as she raised the ladder up and closed the trapdoor. She waved at them from the open window, her Winchester rifle in hand, prompting Saito and Louise to wave back. "Come on, let's move," Saito said, and with his shotgun in hand and Louise holding her newly obtained rifle, the pair set off deeper into the zoo. "Keep going straight," Becca told them over the radio as Saito and Louise carefully snaked their way through the zoo. "A couple zombies are wandering around, but if you take the next right, you'll be able to avoid them." "Thanks, Becca." "Will do," Saito replied, leading the way with his shotgun held close to his chest. His loaded backpack bounced and shifted slightly with every step, and the loose shells in his jacket's pockets jingled against each other like tiny bells. Louise was right behind him, her newly obtained Mini, 14 held at a downward angle, but ready to be raised at a moment's notice. When they reached the section of the zoo Becca had warned them about, they immediately saw the zombies. There were 4 of them, one wearing the tattered, bloodied remains of the zookeeper's uniform, while the others appear to be former patrons. Either that, or unfortunate survivors who succumbed to the dangers that lurked within the zoo. All 4 were gorging themselves on a single corpse of an obese man, ripping chunks of flesh from the body with wet, sickening squelches. Both teenagers scowled at the carnage, with the urge to put them down like the rabid animals they were rising dangerously. But instead, Saito and Louise decided to take the safer path Becca had lined out for them. They turned right, going along a side path that went around the exterior of a gift shop. The windows were shattered, pieces of glass lining the insides of the building, and they could just barely make out the sound of something rummaging inside. "When you get to the dumpsters," Becca chimed in, speaking softly so that her voice wouldn't go too far from the handheld radio and attract unwanted attention, "you'll need to take out the pair of zombies rummaging through it. Once they're dead, climb on top and hop over the wall. It'll take you on a path a bit farther from the east exit, but it's clearer from what I can see." "Got it," Louise responded. Soon they came within sight of the metal dumpster. It was filled to the brim with trash, with the black plastic bags partially ripped open. Flies were buzzing around it, and the stench burned Saito and Louise's nostrils. True to Becca's word, they saw a pair of former zookeepers rummaging through the trash, tearing open the plastic bags in search of sustenance. As the teenagers approached, the zombies stopped what they were doing and slowly turned around to face them. Their faces were rotten, pockmarked by blood-red blemishes on their ash-gray skin. They moaned hungrily, refuse dripping from their jaws as they tore themselves away from the dumpster to begin shambling towards Saito and Louise. They barely got a few steps before they were gunned down, Saito firing a single shotgun shell into one's chest, blasting apart the ribcage and exposing the spinal column, while Louise fired a trio of bullets into the other. The first 2 went into the chest, while the third ripped right through its left eye. Both zombies lifelessly fell to the ground, and without skipping a beat, Saito and Louise walked over the corpses towards the dumpster. Saito carefully closed it, trying to make it as quiet as possible. Even still, a faint, reverberating bang sounded off as soon as the lid closed. Combined with the gunshots, they could already hear the zombies they were trying to avoid making their way over, along with others previously unseen. "Go," Saito ordered, loading a shell into the tube and turning around to face the oncoming horde. Heeding her friend's commands, Louise stowed away her rifle, then climbed on top of the dumpster. She jumped with her arms raised to reach the top of the wall, but her fingers slipped off the edge, and she landed hard on the dumpster, which let out a loud bang. The moans of countless undead replied, causing Louise to bite back a curse before trying again. This time, she managed to secure her hold onto the ledge, and with a grunt of exertion, she pulled herself up and over. Dropping down onto the pavement and landing on her feet, Louise pulled her rifle back out while calling, "I'm over." A few moments passed, then Louise saw Saito pull himself over the top of the wall. Unlike her, he was tall enough to simply reach up and grab it. Soon he had joined her on the other side, and they could hear the zombies pile themselves against the dumpster in a mindless, futile effort to reach their prey. Glancing at each other, Saito and Louise waited for Becca to give them directions, only to hear a low growl coming from nearby. Turning towards the source, Saito and Louise saw a zombified lioness stalking towards them. Half of its face was missing, and its golden fur was covered with blood. The back end of its tail had its flesh completely stripped, exposing the bone to the outside elements. Much like every other infected creature, though, the lioness didn't care and instead zeroed its attention completely onto its latest prey. Rather than cower, Saito and Louise steeled themselves and raised their weapons to fire. Before they could, a single shot rang out, and the top of the lioness had exploded. Its body collapsed onto the ground, limbs twitching as the last electrical signals coursed through its rotten nervous system. "I'd hurry up if I were you," Becca told them through the radio. "There's a group of zombies heading your way." "Which way?" Saito asked, but he immediately got his answer as he heard a chorus of moans coming from the left. He shot his head over, where he saw flickering shadows of zombies growing larger against a nearby wall. Behind them, the sounds of the zombies they had just escaped grew louder, and some were even beginning to climb over the wall. "Go!" Becca yelled, firing her rifle again into the head of the zombie that peeked over the top of the wall. Not needing to be told twice, Saito and Louise booked it, running past the fallen corpse of the lioness down the winding path. As they ran, they heard the zombies approach, only for them to stop and begin feasting themselves on the lion's fallen body. The sound of flesh being ripped faded away as Saito and Louise increased their distance from the zombies, but even then they were simply replaced with new ones. Soon, Saito and Louise fell into somewhat a routine, with Becca acting as both their eye in the sky and guardian angel. They were led through the dark recesses of the zoo. Zombies were mostly avoided, only fired upon if there was no other choice. Most of the time, they had ample warning of oncoming threats, with only a handful of times where they were truly caught by surprise. The most serious incident was when they got assaulted by a zombified gibbon who had dropped down right onto Sato's back and started clawing at him. Louise was luckily able to bash it off, and a few shots from her revolver was enough to put it down. A disturbed yet thankful Saito was able to stem the bleeding with a serving of ground herbs. But the incident made both teenagers tread even more carefully than they were before. "God, what happened here?" Saito asked as they came across a particularly damaged section of the zoo. It appeared to have been an open-air food court, with collapsed stalls and restaurants forming a half-circle around them. "Remember that first group I told you about?" Becca asked as Saito and Louise carefully looked around. "The one led by a police officer?" Louise replied, "Yep, that's the one." Well, as they were trying to make it through the zoo, they ended up having to take shelter in that restaurant. The next half hour basically turned into a siege as every zombie near them tried to break in. True to Becca's world, there were dozens of bodies littered across the ground, at least 100 in total. Not just people, but several animals as well. They even saw a gorilla pressed up against the wall of the only restaurant still standing, that would crack from the weight and force of its limbs. "Did they make it out?" Saito asked, almost dreading the answer. "They did, luckily," Becca confirmed, and both teenagers sighed in relief. Changing the subject to the matter at hand, Becca continued, "Okay, you're about to reach the insect exhibit. I don't have as clear a view as to what's going on in there, but for the most part it looks pretty clear. In fact, once you get past the alligator pond and near the reptile building, I don't see any zombies at all. After that, you're home free." "That's good," Saito said as a relieved smile graced across his lips. "Thanks for the—" "Hold on," Becca interrupted him, worry seeping into her voice. At the same time, a chorus of gunshots could be heard coming from the other side of the zoo, causing Saito and Louise to turn their heads in that direction. "What's going on?" Louise asked, the hairs on the back of her neck standing upright as she and Saito focused their attention onto the observation tower. There they saw Becca reorient herself, aiming her rifle towards the sound of gunfire. At first, Becca said nothing. Then she muttered, "Oh no." Saito and Louise's eyes widened in realization, which only increased when Becca hastily told them, "They're here. You need to shit." Becca suddenly stopped, ducking below the windows as the gunfire homed in on her. "Becca!" Louise yelled, watching helplessly as glass shattered around the windows of the tower. Frantically looking around, Louise spotted a ladder on the side of the still-standing restaurant. She sprinted towards it with Saito hot on her heels. They climbed up the ladder as fast as they could, and when they reached the top, they were able to get a mostly unobstructed view of Becca's location. Just as they feared, she was being fired upon by several gunmen. While they were too far to make out what they looked like, neither Saito nor Louise needed to in order to know exactly who these gunmen were. "How did they?" Saito muttered, staring at the observation tower in despair. Slowly, however, his attention drew downward, and soon he was looking at the device tightly held in his hand. "Oh God, they're still tracking the radio," Saito declared, and he cursed himself for their lapse of judgment. Umbrella's mercenaries had already tracked them down when they first used the radio. Heck, they even talked to them through it. With how advanced Umbrella's technology appeared to be, it would be easy for them to detect Saito and Louise using their radios, especially when they've been using them constantly for the past 2 hours. "Becca, get out of there," Louise ordered as she yelled into her radio, a feeling of helplessness dripping into her soul. "Becca!" At first, they heard nothing, and fear gripped Louise's heart. But just before it could settle, they heard their radio crackle, and Becca's distressed voice rang through. "What are you waiting for? You need to go now." "But what about you?" "Don't worry about me, just go," Becca yelled. In the distance, they could see Becca emerge, the tip of her head poking out from behind a wall of sandbags she had created to protect herself. "Besides, I have a little present for our friends." Saito and Louise's eyes widened, and they watched as Becca aimed what they could only assume was her grenade launcher towards the enclosure from earlier. She fired a single grenade, and they watched the smoke trail the explosive projectile left behind. Becca's aim was true, and it impacted directly against one of the enclosure's hinges. The explosion broke it off, and the entire zoo seemed to stand still as even the mercenaries stopped firing to redirect their attention. Then, an angry trumpeting noise sounded off from inside the enclosure, and something massive slammed into the metal gate. It buckled outward from the force, followed by another which destroyed a second hinge. With one final impact, the entire gate was blown outward, and much to Saito and Louise's surprise, they saw a massive elephant charge forward, its bellowing reaching out across the entire zoo. "Oscar, no," Saito mumbled as he and Louise watched Oscar the elephant begin to rampage across the zoo, heading straight in the direction of the mercenaries. Their gunfire was immediately focused onto the zombified pachyderm, and to their relief, it gave Becca enough breathing room to where she was able to quickly scale down the ladder. Part of Saito and Louise wanted to run after her, but they knew that wasn't an option. There was too much distance between them, and with the elephant running around with the cacophony of gunfire drowning the zoo in noise, they could already hear the zombies stirring. "Come on, we gotta go," Saito shouted, pulling Louise back towards the ladder by the arm. Louise stood there for a moment, watching as Becca's form disappeared from view. Only then did she turn around, quickly running toward the ladder. Saito went down first, then he held out his arms for Louise to jump down into. She did as he wanted, and Saito deftly caught his friend before placing her down. Pulling out their long guns, Saito and Louise began to sprint as fast as they could towards the exit. As they ran, they were soon beset by zombies crawling out of the woodwork. They were shambling out of nearby buildings, crawling out from tight spaces or nearby enclosures. Former zookeepers, patrons, and animals surrounded them, heading at first towards the gunfire and rampaging elephant. But when they noticed Saito and Louise's rapid approach, they redirected their attention to the closer prey. Without missing a beat, Saito and Louise fired their weapons as they ran. Saito took the lead, blasting away at any zombie as he carved a path to safety for him and Louise. Louise, meanwhile, focused her attention on their flanks, carefully firing her rifle into the zombies' heads to try and keep them from getting too close. They refused to stay still, moving as fast as they could, while making sure to still somewhat accurately fire. Nearing the insect house, Saito and Louise began to see large webs plastered onto the walls and floors. But they didn't focus on that. Instead, they concerned themselves with the zombified, literal wolf pack that awaited them. The wolves snarled and barked as Saito and Louise emerged from the path, and they immediately began charging towards them. Two of them went straight at Saito and Louise, while the other two attempted to flank them. Undeterred, Saito fired a shotgun at one of the wolves. At the same time, he jumped away as another wolf leapt towards him, its jaws reaching for his throat. Louise, meanwhile, fired her rifle towards the wolf in front. It began to stumble and falter, but it continued to move. Before she could finish it off, however, Louise's weapon clicked empty. Cursing under her breath, Louise moved to reload, only to hastily fall to the ground once she noticed the second wolf about to attack her. As the canine's body leapt over her own, Louise rolled on her back, pulled out her revolver, and fired all 5 bullets into its back. With a yelp, the wolf collapsed onto the ground, but still attempted to drag itself around to face Louise. The other wolf was doing the same, barely able to support itself while hungrily snapping its jaws. Scowling, Louise picked herself off the ground and ejected the spent bullets from her revolver. Loading in the bullets one by one, Louise walked up to the first wolf and fired a single shot into it to put it down. She did the same to the other, and as she momentarily relaxed, she saw Saito finish putting down his pair of wolves. "You okay?" Saito asked as he loaded fresh shells into his shotgun. "Yeah, I'm fine," Louise replied, picking up and reloading her Mini-14. The 2 survivors nodded at each other, then heard a fresh round of intense gunfire, followed by yet another trumpeting from Oscar the elephant. Realizing they didn't have time to just stand there, Saito and Louise turned around and started to run off once again. As they did, they noticed a distinct decline in the number of zombies. Normally, the lack of immediate threats would have been a good thing, but the accompanying increase in number of large spiderwebs made them even more on edge. "I don't like this," Saito muttered, his shotgun raised as he and Louise stepped between 2 buildings, large webs connecting the roofs. Shuddering, he muttered under his breath, "God, I hate spiders." Louise silently agreed, but otherwise said nothing as she instead kept her eyes peeled for any threats. In the background, they continued to hear the mercenaries attempting to put down Oscar, to little success so far. In fact, there were plenty of crashes and explosions coming from the source of the fighting, which Louise chalked up to Oscar putting up a massive fight. She hoped it would be enough to put down those dreadful mercenaries hounding after her, but they were well armed. If anyone could put down a zombie elephant, it would be them. That was when they rounded a corner, and immediately both Saito and Louise stopped in their tracks. Her eyes narrowed to the size of pinpricks, focused entirely on the largest spider she had ever seen. It was nearly as big as her, attached to the side of the wall and idly swiveling from side to side as it clicked its mandibles together. The fangs were drenched with dried blood, and the beige with red-striped hairs on its body contrasted neatly with the white webs it was attached to. At first, the giant tarantula didn't notice them, and for a moment Louise believed they might be able to get past it. But quickly the spider's 8 eyes homed in onto both teenagers. It clicked its mandibles excitedly and began crawling towards them. As it did, another spider emerged from the top of the roof behind them, trapping Saito and Louise on both sides. "I got this one, you get the other," Louise yelled as she turned around to face the second spider. Aiming her rifle at the monstrosity, Louise fired into its head and thorax. The exoskeleton proved to be more resilient than she expected, and the bullets slammed into and cracked the surface without fully punching through. With each shot, however, the exoskeleton was further weakened, and as Louise's magazine ran dry, she finally began to get through. Green and black ichor sprayed out, and the giant spider dropped dead while rolling onto its back. Its legs began to curl inward, much like any spider would when it was killed. Sighing in relief, Louise turned around and began to say, "Saito, how are?" She immediately stopped when she realized that Saito hadn't moved a muscle since they encountered the spiders. Instead, he was frozen in place, staring at the spider in abject terror. The spider that was just a few feet from them. Louise's eyes widened in shock. Then she raised her rifle in an attempt to put the monster down. Her weapon, however, clicked empty, and she spat angrily before swapping to her revolver. She fired every single bullet into the arachnid, but the rounds did nothing. Realizing that she had to do something as the spider prepared to sink its fangs into a petrified Saito, Louise did the only thing she could think of. She reached over and ripped the shotgun out of Saito's loose hands, shouldered it, then fired a shell point blank into the spider's head. The force was enough to knock her onto her back, while simultaneously blowing the spider's head apart into meaty chunks. "Gah! Damn it!" Louise cursed in pain as she rubbed her sore shoulder. That seemed to knock Saito out of his stupor, and he looked around in a daze before noticing Louise on the ground. "Oh God, Louise, are you okay?" he frantically asked as he leaned down to help her up. "Yes, I'm fine," Louise frustratedly replied as she accepted her friend's help. Continuing to rub her shoulder, she continued, "Remind me to never fire that thing again. More importantly, what was that?" She pointed her arm towards the dead spider, adding, "You completely froze. If I hadn't taken a shotgun, you'd have been killed." Saito tried to defend himself, but he shrunk under Louise's hardened gaze. After a moment, he sighed and looked down his feet, then muttered, "I'm sorry. It's just—" "It's just what?" Louise asked, her eyes glancing around for any other threats. I really can't handle spiders," Saito finally answered, quickly glancing at the spider's corpse before looking away. Looking at it as well, Louise's face softened and she replied, "I don't think anyone would blame you for being scared of a giant spider." "No, not just—" Saito tried to clarify, but stopped himself. As realization began to settle for Louise, he quietly continued, "Spiders freak me out. They always have. Seeing one that big, I froze." The anger in Louise ebbed away, replaced by understanding. Smiling softly towards her friend, she gently placed her hand against his cheek, then said, "Well then, how about I take care of the giant spiders? Does that work?" Saito was silent for a moment, then nodded appreciatively. Nodding back, Louise reloaded her rifle and revolver, then led the way towards what they hoped was a safe exit. Behind them, they heard the increasingly frantic sounds of gunfire, telling them that the mercenaries weren't out of the fight just yet. Oscar's sounds, however, were becoming more gargled, telling Saito and Louise that the pachyderm was beginning to succumb to the wounds the mercenaries were inflicting upon him. Both teenagers increased their pace, but were quickly beset by more giant spiders. Luckily, there wasn't anything else, but they still were a tremendous threat, especially with Sato's arachnophobia, preventing him from fully contributing as much as he could. Louise, as she promised, stayed in front, taking care of any spider that got too close. To their mutual relief, most of the spiders were too slow and too far away to be of any real danger, allowing the teenagers to rush through without much hassle. At one point, they came across an entryway that was completely covered from top to bottom by thick webbing, forcing the teenagers to pause as Saito started to frantically cut through the barrier with his knife. The spider webs were strong and dense, making each cut a tremendous effort on Sato's part. There were a few spiders nearby, inching their way closer and closer, but Louise held her fire. "Saito, hurry up," Louise hissed, her finger hovering over her trigger as she kept her weapon trained onto the nearest spider. "I'm trying," Saito hastily replied, his fears speeding up his progress. As he continued to cut through the webs, the spiders got closer and closer, clicking their mandibles together hungrily. Finally, Saito managed to reach the other side of the webs, and with his knife, he finished cutting a path through. As he slipped between the strands, he yelled, "We're through. Come on." Not needing to be told twice, Louise slipped through the gap, leaving the spiders behind as the pair ran from the enclosure. To their relief, the number of webs quickly decreased in number and density, letting them know that they had left the spiders behind. For now, at least, Saito was noticeably relieved, taking back his position at the front of the group. Louise was fine with that, and with the coast relatively clear for now, she stowed away her rifle in her backpack before attempting to slide new bullets in her empty magazines. "Come on, get in there," Louise mumbled under her breath as she tried to push the bullets down. "Need any help?" Saito asked, regaining his earlier composure, but Louise shook her head. "No, I'm good. Just keep an eye out for anything dangerous," she dismissed. As if to punctuate her point, another fresh burst of intense gunfire rang out over the zoo, followed by yet another crash and trumpeting from a still rampaging Oscar. "I hope they get crushed," Saito growled, and Louise couldn't agree more. Finishing with the magazine, Louise prepared to move on to the next. That was when she suddenly walked into Sato's back, surprising her and making her stumble. Managing to stay upright, she slowly stowed away the empty magazine and her rifle back out, standing beside Saito, who had his eyes narrowed and focused in front of him. "What's going on?" Louise asked, which was when she noticed where they were. They were standing at a three-way intersection of sorts. Two ways were completely blocked by a wall of debris, rebar, and broken glass littering it. The other was a walkway which went over a large pit and pond, which at first seemed perfectly still. At least until Louise read the informational plaque right at the entrance of the waterway, displaying a cartoonish American alligator along with quick snippets of information. "Oh no, please tell me we don't have to go over that," Louise begged, but Saito shook his head. "I don't think we have a choice," he responded, further punctuated by another explosion and round of gunfire. Straining his eyes for a moment, he added, "I don't see anything in there." "But there could be," Louise pointed out, and Saito was unable to dismiss it. But, at the same time, a quick look around told her that he was correct. Had Becca still been able to guide them, she probably would have been able to lead them down a safer path. But at the moment, they didn't have time to go back and find one. Not with a rampaging elephant and mercenaries hot on their tail. Sighing and shaking his head, Saito carefully took point and muttered, "Let's do this slowly. Keep an eye on the water." Louise nodded in agreement, and together the two stepped out onto the walkway. It was firm and steady, but they focused more on the ground below it. "Where are the alligators?" Louise nervously asked, keeping her rifle pointed downward for any sign of danger. "I don't know," Saito admitted, doing the same thing on the other side of the railing. As they reached the halfway point, however, Saito paused as he finally noticed something on the far end of the alligator enclosure. Straining his eyes for a moment, he gasped in shock as he finally recognized what he was looking at. Louise turned to look as well, and they're both teenagers stared at the mangled remains of 4 large alligators. Entire chunks of their bodies were missing, and they were so damaged that it was hard to tell whether they were zombified or not. Clearly, however, what had killed them was. "Where's the 5th?" Saito asked after doing a mental tally. Louise didn't have an answer, but then the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she heard a faint ripple in the water. Slowly, she turned around and looked over the edge, where she saw something move onto the surface. Something massive, scaly, and looking right at them. Her eyes widened in realization, and with a start, she turned to shove Saito away. "Move!" she screamed just as the water exploded. From the depths surged a massive alligator, at least 3 times the size of a normal one. Its jaws snapped shut over the walkway where Louise had been standing, crushing it to pieces and causing the entire structure to begin to collapse. "Shit, shit!" Saito yelled as he jumped onto his feet and began to run. Behind them, the wooden walkway crumbled just as their feet left the ground. They only barely managed to make it to the other side, and when they did, they immediately turned around to face the giant monster. "How did that alligator get so big?" Louise yelled in fear as the giant alligator thrashed around in its enclosure, attempting to break free and give chase after its chosen prey. "That's not an alligator. That's fucking Godzilla," Saito rebutted, but otherwise offered no answer. They could only assume that, much like the spiders, the T-virus had done something to the alligator to make it grow to such gargantuan size. With each impact of the creature against the wall, more damage was done. Glass shattered, guardrails were thrown off their supports and collapsed, and a noticeable dent began to emerge in the concrete. When the alligator slammed into that crack, the structure began to fail more and more. Finally, when the creature thrashed into the crack yet again, the entire wall collapsed. Water from the pond was pulled through, exposing an entrance into the city's sewer system. Whether by instinct or choice, the alligator decided to go through, making the hole even larger before it disappeared into the depths of the sewer itself. "I really hope no one else has to deal with that thing," Saito muttered, and Louise nodded in agreement. Now that the danger had passed, the 2 teenagers took a moment to observe their surroundings. They were standing right in front of the reptile house, a wide building comprised of 2 rectangular wings extending from a circular center. In the center of the courtyard was a demolished statue of what used to be a snake, but now was just a podium after the steel structure had been knocked over and crushed underfoot, most likely by Oscar during his earlier rampage. A large path of knocked over and uprooted trees from other exhibits led into the courtyard, leading to the second wing on the other side of the courtyard that led deeper into the zoo. But Saito and Louise didn't care about that. All they truly noticed was that there wasn't a single zombie nearby, and down one of the walkways was the eastern exit. It was open, practically begging for the teenagers to rush through and get out of this heart of darkness they found themselves in. There was a large green and yellow mosaic along the side of the walkway, which reminded Saito somewhat of a forested mountain range. He didn't remember that mosaic the last time he was at the zoo, but the reptile house had been undergoing renovations at the time, so they probably added it in then. Large smiles grew over their faces, and Saito and Louise both let out sighs of relief. "Oh, thank the founder. We're almost out of here," Louise said as she led the way towards the exit, Saito right behind her. "And no zombies, too. Things are looking up for us," Saito replied as he tried his best to ignore the gunfire, explosions, and trumpeting behind him while they lightly jogged towards the exit. Then, as though the universe itself decided to mock Saito for his choice of words, they were cut off right before the exit by a sudden flurry in the bushes next to them. Both teenagers stopped immediately in their tracks, backing away from the thick brush while pointing their weapons towards it. As the rustling increased, they nervously backed up more and more until finally Sato's back pressed against the surprisingly pliable mosaic. A shadowy form soon began to emerge, each movement sending a thud across the ground and causing the survivors to tighten their grips on their weapons. After what felt like an eternity, the massive creature finally leapt out into the moonlight, allowing Saito and Louise to get a look at its bulbous, slimy form. "That is a big toad," Louise flatly stated as she stared at the creature, her mini 14 aimed squarely between its eyes. "An ugly big toad." True to her word, the clearly infected cane toad was gargantuan in size, its head coming up to Sato's shoulders. Along its back, arms, and stomach were large, yellow, pus-filled boils which shook and bounced with each movement. Slime dripped off its body and onto the ground, leaving behind a trail of mucus along the plants it had just passed through. Its black eyes were staring right at Saito and Louise hungrily, its chest expanding and contracting with each breath. "Saito, I think it wants to eat us," Louise whispered. "It's a cane toad. Even if it wasn't a zombie, it would want to eat us," Saito pointed out as he pressed his Ithaca shotgun further against his shoulder. The gigantic toad's decayed mind then came to a decision, and it turned to face Saito and Louise with a short hop. Both of the teenagers spread out, keeping their weapons trained on the beast as they tried to figure out what it would try to do. Would it attempt to crush them under its weight? The skin of cane toads were toxic, so perhaps it would try to poison them? Or maybe the T-virus outright turned the poison into acid held in those massive boils. It was hard to say. It might even attempt to launch its tongue before dragging its potential victim into its jaws. Saito didn't know if cane toads could do that, but they also didn't grow to be the size of people normally, so anything could happen. Puffing up its chest one more time in an instinctual intimidation display, the giant cane toad prepared to leap towards Saito and Louise. They bent their knees, ready to leap away as soon as their opponent moved. When the toad finally jumped into the air, they jumped back, keeping their weapons aimed at the monster. That was when they heard an even louder shuffle, and to Sato's surprise and horror, he saw the mosaic wall shift and move outward. It was followed by a massive form shooting out of the foliage right towards the leaping cane toad. A massive pair of jaws clamped tightly around the amphibian, crushing the skull like it was a hydraulic press. Several of the boils popped, expelling acid that burned against the predator's scaly skin. Yet the second monster didn't even react. Horrified, Saito and Louise followed the form as it reared upward, holding the twitching body in its mouth before opening wide at the apex of its arc. The toad's body was then swallowed whole, pressing against the throat and outer body as it traveled down into the stomach. Slowly, the silhouette turned to look right at Saito and Louise, its head illuminated by the pale moonlight. Saito recognized it immediately as a gigantic green anaconda, the largest snake in the world. Only this one was at least 30 feet long, probably even longer. Its shovel-like snout was pockmarked by acid burns and other wounds, with a bright red forked tongue flickering in and out of its lips. For the most part, though, the creature was mostly intact. Along the side of its serpentine body, concentrated towards where Saito assumed was the stomach, were massive bulges pressing outward. Its large, slitted yellow eyes were staring right into Saito and Louise's, clearly identifying them as its latest prey. AGH! Both teenagers screamed in fright as the giant anaconda hissed at them, exposing its blood-covered, saw-like fangs. The beast lunged forward, aiming to scoop them up into its maw. But Saito and Louise were able to dodge and run away back towards the reptile house, where they immediately began firing their weapons towards it. But the bullets and buckshot proved ineffective as the anaconda ignored them, slithering along the ground in pursuit. The bulges on its side and stomach were clearly slowing it down, scraping against the concrete and causing a few scales to rub off. Saito and Louise quickly took advantage of its bulk, staying as mobile as possible while continuing to fire everything they had onto the beast. Yet at the same time, it was becoming clear that for as much of a hindrance as the anaconda's bulk was to movement, it was a massive boon to its survivability as well. Every impact was absorbed by the scales and rotten muscle, preventing them from doing any real damage. Realizing this was taking them nowhere, Saito shot his head towards the exit. To his dismay, more of the serpent's body had emerged from the foliage, blocking the path to the exit completely. "Get back!" Louise shouted as she fired the rest of her magazine into the underside of the anaconda's neck. Each bullet wound sprayed blood and ichor outward, yet the anaconda merely reared its neck and head back before launching it towards her yet again. Louise dived away, landing hard on the ground and momentarily hissing in pain as her skin scraped against the pavement. But thanks to the adrenaline rushing through her body, she was able to get back up on her feet just in the nick of time to avoid being crushed by the anaconda. She reloaded her rifle as she ran towards Saito, who was loading a single shell into his shotgun before firing and reloading again to keep up a constant stream of fire. Once she got to him, she turned around and immediately began to unload everything she had as well, aiming for the snake's head. But as before, the snake was just too big. It was like firing on a tank, the serpent completely shrugging off everything they were trying to do. The anaconda hissed and slithered towards them, coiling its body at the same time, or as much as it could with its distended belly. To Saito and Louise's horror, they saw that the snake body was blocking off their avenue of escape, making it more and more difficult to maneuver around. At the rate things were going, they would either get snapped up in the anaconda's jaws or crushed and smothered by its body. Louise, trying to keep herself from panicking, shot her head around in all directions to try and find a way out of this mess. That was when she saw one of the side entrances of the reptile house, slightly ajar. "Saito, in there!" Louise screamed, pointing towards the door. Spotting it immediately, Saito turned around and began to sprint towards the door, Louise right beside him. The anaconda hissed angrily, slithering faster along the ground while trying to move its tail to cut them off. Just before it could, Saito and Louise ran into the building, with the boy slamming the door shut behind him. It automatically locked, and the doorframe shook as the anaconda attempted to break in. "What the hell?" Saito gasped for breath. "I've never seen a snake that big," Louise muttered, trying to catch her breath. "Giant spiders, alligators, toads, and now giant snakes," Saito added while rubbing his hand through his dirty hair. "What's next, giant rats?" "Please don't jinx us," Louise begged, only to jump as a particularly large impact knocked a few things from the wall. Her irises shrunk, and Louise whispered, "It's still trying to get in." Saito scowled, then took a moment to look around to see where they were. His eyes widened, and he quietly said, "Louise, look." Slowly, barely able to take her eyes off the door as the snake continued to try and break through, Louise turned around to look at what Saito was seeing. She gasped in surprise at the sight of every single exhibit broken into, whatever creatures they housed long gone. Yet there weren't any laying in wait for them. Outside of themselves and the snake, just outside the door, they were completely alone. It wasn't hard for Saito to put two and two together, and he declared, "That snake. It's the reason why there weren't as many zombies near here. It ate them. It's been gorging itself this entire time. Just like those crows," Louise added, her thoughts drifting towards the bulges in its body as she now realized what had caused them in the first place. "Gorge. Sounds like an appropriate name," Saito muttered, giving the monster a suitable title that Louise couldn't find the energy to dispute. Instead, she focused on what it had most likely been doing ever since it got infected several days ago. Clearly, Gorge had been among the first of the creatures to get infected by the T-virus. How and why didn't matter. What did matter was what Gorge did once it became a zombie. For what they had seen thus far, zombies were consumed by an insatiable appetite, likely causing the anaconda to begin attacking and eating everything in sight. Perhaps that was how it was able to get so big. While she wasn't the most knowledgeable about biology, she did know that there was a limit to how big something could grow. There was only so much material to go around, and it couldn't just form out of thin air. A snake constantly eating would definitely provide enough sustenance to explain its unnatural growth. Any further musings were cut off by a particularly loud and heavy impact, causing part of the wall to begin to cave in. Shooting his attention back towards the wall, Saito frowned and said, "We gotta get out of here." Louise couldn't agree more, and the pair took off at full tilt. As they did, the wall finally came down, raining bricks, broken glass, and electrical sparks onto the ground. Louise and Saito stumbled for a moment as the building shook, but they were able to stay on their feet while continuing to run. Gorge flicked its tongue in and out of its mouth, then quickly noticed the pair of teenagers. The giant, zombified anaconda hissed and lurched its neck back while opening its jaws wide, then slithered through the hallway after Saito and Louise. Its serpentine body was too big to properly squeeze through the hallway, but Gorge didn't care. It continued to push through, shattering the remains of the display cases while pushing up and parting the ceiling. As they ran, Saito and Louise fired their handguns towards Gorge's head, hoping to drive the serpent off. But nothing they did worked as Gorge continued to chase after them, breaking apart more and more of the reptile house with every shifting movement. They finally reached the atrium of the reptile house after bursting through the door. Just as Saito remembered, it was a tall, circular room with several already broken into displays embedded into the walls. In the center, illuminated by a central skylight, was a large statue of a coiled, rising viper, its jaws opened wide and proudly displaying its fangs. On the other side of the room was another door leading to the east wing, which Saito and Louise immediately sprinted towards and tried to open. "Damn it, it's locked," Saito shouted as he tried to force the door open, but all he managed to get was a futile jiggle of the doorknob. He tried slamming his shoulder into the door, only to get the same result plus a sore shoulder. Breathing heavily, Louise shot her head towards the front entrance. She prepared to pull Saito after her and run towards it, but that was when Gorge once again broke through the western wall. As the snake got further and further into the atrium, more of the wall broke apart and collapsed. Large cracks shot up into the ceiling, causing the glass skylight to shatter. The two teenagers instinctually covered their heads with their arms, shielding themselves from the rain of glass, which luckily didn't last for more than a moment. Standing straighter while lowering their arms, Saito and Louise gazed upward towards Gorge's head. It was glaring at them with a mixture of hunger and rage, whether from a side effect of the T-virus infection or genuine anger towards the wounds they inflicted upon the snake, they couldn't tell. Not that it mattered. Clearly, Gorge wanted them dead regardless of the reason, and as it moved its body around the room, it cut off the front entrance. "No, no, no," Louise muttered, realizing once again that they were trapped. Quickly sliding fresh bullets into her revolver, she aimed the weapon at Gorge while Saito did the same with his pistol. "I think we're going to have to kill this thing," Saito told his friend. "Ow," Louise pointedly asked, glancing towards Saito while slowly strafing around the outer edge of the room with him, keeping the snake statue between them and the actual snake. "Still working on that," Saito admitted. Before he could say anything else, Gorge hissed and lunged towards the pair, forcing them to dive away and causing the anaconda to slam headfirst into the wall, shattering the remains of the glass displays and creating more cracks on the walls. Saito landed on his back, where he immediately began unloading his magazine into the side of Gorge's face. He was aiming for its eye, but the protective ridge surrounding it absorbed all of his bullets. Biting back a curse, he rolled over back on his feet just as Gorge dislodged itself. At the same time, from the other side of the serpent, Louise fired her revolver at Gorge. It seemed to be ignoring her for the moment in favor of her companion. Not that it gave her much room. As Gorge chased after Saito, more of its scaly, bulky body was moved into the atrium, limiting the space she had to maneuver and pressing her further into the wall. Once her weapon ran dry, Louise holstered her handgun in favor of her rifle, which she immediately began firing into its body to little effect. "Damn it," Louise cursed, reloading her rifle while flinching as Saito fired a shotgun into Gorge's open mouth, which actually caused the giant anaconda to rear back. Realizing that just firing everything they had into Gorge wasn't going to work, Louise desperately searched for anything that could turn the tide in their favor. A weakness to exploit, something in the environment that could be used. She didn't care what it was so long as it let them get away from this monster. That was when she noticed that among all the various wounds Gorge had, the most severe were on top of the massive bulges and blisters along its stomach. An idea began to take shape, and Louise aimed her rifle at the nearest one before beginning to fire. Immediately, she noticed a difference as copious amounts of blood and what appeared to be pus began spilling out. Gorge hissed in what could only be construed as pain, especially as it shifted its attention away from Saito and onto Louise. "Saito, aim for the cysts. It's weak there," Louise yelled as she fired a few more shots before running away, Gorge slithering after her. Taking her advice, Saito reloaded his shotgun and aimed at one of the blisters on his side. After 2 shotgun blasts, the entire bulge burst open, flooding the ground with an unholy mixture of blood, pus, and God knows what else. An intense stench flooded Sato's nostrils, and it was only thanks to the adrenaline pumping through his veins that he didn't gag. But he did pause as he noticed more solid objects in the fluid, which he soon realized were body parts of animals and people Gorge had previously eaten. "Oh God," Saito muttered, but didn't let himself stand still for any longer as Gorge once again returned its attention to Saito and away from Louise. Recognizing the opportunity, Saito hardened his face while yelling straight towards Gorge, "Yeah, that's right. Come get me, you stupid snake." He fired another shell at Gorge's head in emphasis, causing it to flinch momentarily before it hissed right back and charged towards him. As it did, he turned and ran while screaming, "Louise, you're up." "On it," Louise shouted as she finished reloading before emptying her magazine into the already wounded blister, then another. Both burst violently, adding to the pool of pink fluid on the ground. The pair of survivors quickly reached something of a pattern. One would draw Gorge's attention, allowing the other to fire upon the most stretched bulges along its side and stomach. As soon the bulges burst open, spilling their half-digested and gory contents onto the atrium floor, Gorge would hiss and roar angrily before shifting attention to its latest aggressor. This allowed the other ample room to maneuver and attack, restarting the cycle all over again. A normal creature, they knew, would have adapted to this dynamic or even ran away, but the T-virus had destroyed what little higher cognitive function Gorge possessed, causing the serpent to stubbornly persist. But even as more and more of the cysts were burst open, it was clear that more needed to be done to finally put Gorge down. The mutated reptile was moving at a much more sluggish pace, as its wounds were finally beginning to get to it. But it wasn't enough. If anything, it was motivating Gorge to hurry up, as much motivation could be found in its rotten brain. They needed a final trump card to put the snake out of its misery, and as Saito desperately reloaded his shotgun, he tried to find it. There was only one blister left on his side, and he couldn't tell how many Louise had left on hers. The ground beneath his feet had gotten slick from all the blood, gore, and pus that had flooded it, and every breath made his nose burn. But he forced himself to ignore all of it in favor of looking around, convinced that there was something here that he could use. Then, as Saito prepared to fire upon the blister, his gaze shifted upward towards the viper statue. Specifically, its large, sharp fangs pointed downward. Glancing back down at the pulsing protrusion, he began to visualize an idea, one so crazy it just might work. Deciding on this course of action, Saito stowed away his shotgun in favor of pulling out his knife, bending his knees slightly as he prepared to run. Louise, when I say so, I need you to shoot a blister on your side, then run near the statue. Saito yelled. What? Louise shouted back, confusion yet simultaneously acceptance already in her voice. Just trust me, Saito begged. When Louise didn't offer any rebuttals, he took it as her approval, then sprinted towards the last pouch. Just before he reached it, he turned his momentum into a long jump, his knife raised high and its blade pointed towards Gorge's body. Once he reached his target, he plunged his weapon into Gorge's putrid, rotten flesh, dragging it down from the top of the blister to the bottom. Blood and pus sprayed on Saito's face and jacket, but he ignored it in favor of deepening the wound. When Gorge reared upward in response to the pain, Saito was knocked to the ground. Rather than run, he simply screamed at the top of his lungs, now. Louise immediately responded by firing her Mini-14 into a blister. Gorge's decayed mind immediately forgot about Saito and shifted its attention to Louise, who had already began to run away from the snake near the statue. Gorge hissed in anger, then lunged after her, not caring about its grievous wound. As Saito hoped, Gorge had raised its body high enough to where its latest wound was at the same level as the statue's fangs. With Gorge not having anything even resembling a self-preservation instinct anymore, it followed Louise as she ran near the statue, causing the wound Saito had inflicted to drag against one of the large fangs. The steel prong dug into the flesh, following the natural path left behind by Saito's knife. They heard a rip and a tear, which grew louder and wetter as Gorge continued to move. Saito watched as the fang cut deep into Gorge's side, slicing open its belly before nearly ripping the entire side of the serpent's body apart. Skin and muscle fell away, allowing intestines and the stomach to fall out. The fang had cut into them as well, causing the half-digested contents held within to spill out onto the floor. Saito recognized the body of the giant cane-toed Gorge had just eaten before it attacked them. One of its legs torn off, and the other still twitching as its exposed brain laid in a pool of stomach acid. Joining the toad were the bodies of people, lions, tigers, bears, monkeys, and more. Every single thing that Gorge had eaten, staring at him through white, lifeless eyes as a foul, putrid stench slammed into his nostrils and nearly made him double over. Oh God, that's disgusting. Saito groaned as he forced himself to look away. But even as he focused on Gorge, who finally fell onto the ground, still alive but unable to move any further past the hook buried in its guts, he was unable to avoid it completely. Seeing that Gorge was still twitching, trying in vain to get to Louise, he hardened himself and ran to its snout. Louise ran up beside him. Then both aimed their weapons right between Gorge's eyes. They fired, emptying their magazines and blasting away at the layers of flesh and bone before finally reaching the brain. With a few shots from their handguns, the brain was reduced to mush and Gorge finally went still. Saito and Louise stood over the massive corpse, breathing heavily as they stared at what they had done. Slowly, the adrenaline rush faded away, letting exhaustion begin to seep through their bodies. They stared at each other, then shifted their attention to the mess that had been ripped from inside Gorge's body. The sight and smell slammed into them, and despite all that they had seen and done thus far in the past few days, it proved to be too much. They doubled over, gagging and barely able to hold in the contents of their stomachs. Oh God! Louise wailed, holding her hands to her mouth as she felt a burning sensation rise up her throat. Jesus Christ, let's get the hell out of here. Saito wailed as he began staggering towards the front entrance. Louise was right behind him, and they were able to squeeze through a gap between Gorge's tail and a shattered window. When they reached the exterior, they ran to the center of the courtyard before falling to their knees, unable to hold themselves back any longer as they finally vomited. It lasted for only a few moments, but when it was over, both Saito and Louise felt like their mouths were simultaneously itchy, warm, and just overall unpleasant. They looked at each other, breathing heavily while wiping away the excess on their mouths before looking back at the partially collapsed and severely damaged reptile house. Slowly, despite everything, Saito began to feel a relieved laugh form. He let it get out, and at first Louise stared at him in confusion. Soon, she too began to laugh. Their laughter seemed to join together, enveloping the entire courtyard. I can't believe we did that, Louise said as she finally began to calm down. Neither can I, Saito admitted, coming down as well. I thought we were done for. Louise nodded in agreement, then pushed herself off her knees and back on her feet. She helped Saito stand up, and they patted each other off while trying to wipe away the blood and gore off their bodies. They weren't able to get most of it, but they got enough to where it didn't feel cumbersome. Another minute passed where they stood there in the silence, catching their breaths while keeping an eye out for anything amiss. Compared to the high-intensity event they had just gone through, things were remarkably calm. They couldn't even hear any gunshots in the background, nor any trumpets. As that realization settled into their minds, Saito and Louise froze in horror. They turned their heads towards the center of the zoo, realizing that they truly couldn't hear the sounds of combat anymore. "Oh God, they killed Oscar," Saito muttered. "They're on their way here right now." Louise began to shake in terror, remembering how their last encounter with Umbrella's mercenaries went. Sato's grip tightened on his pistol, and he shot his head around for an avenue of escape. Immediately his attention fell to the eastern exit, now fully exposed and open, yet seemingly a mile away. Louise almost immediately began to sprint towards it, but Saito stayed where he was and began to look towards the empty alligator exhibit. Specifically the hole the giant alligator had left in its enclosure, one that led to the sewers. "Wait," Saito said, stopping Louise just before she could run off. "I have an idea. Probably a bad one, but I think it could work." Louise was confused at first. Then she noticed where Saito was staring. She immediately realized where his mind was at, and she vigorously shook her head before replying, "Absolutely not." "You have a better idea?" Saito asked, and Louise nodded while pointing at the open gate. "Yeah, run into the city, not into the sewers." "That's what they'll expect," Saito pointed out. "They've been following us this entire time in Raccoon City. We need to lose them, and as far as I can see, going into the sewers is the best chance we have to do that. We don't know what else is down there." Louise refuted while throwing her arm in the hole's direction. "We do know that the giant alligator from hell just went in there. Where it'd be happy to eat us. And you want us to follow it?" "No. Well, I want us to get out of this godforsaken hellhole. But we can't do that if we have armed mercenaries on our tail the entire time," Saito declared. He breathed heavily for a moment, his nostrils flaring before he calmed himself down and gently added, "You're right, we don't know what's down there. But we don't know what's out there either. Nowhere in the city is safe right now. You know that. And I guarantee that those mercenaries have a better idea as to what's going on than we do. So what? Your plan is to purposefully go into the probably more dangerous place, hoping the mercs won't follow us. Either that or slow them down. They seem to value staying alive a lot more capturing you. Remember?" Saito pointed out. "It's a risk, yes, but so long as we're careful and we stay out of places big enough for that alligator to get go." He stopped himself from saying they would be fine, because he knew that was far from a guarantee. Louise still looked unsure, and so he softly continued, "Louise, I know this is stupid. Even dumber than going through them all," Louise pointed out, "and we both know how that went. Forgive me if I'd like to avoid that again." Saito nodded in agreement and said, "I know. Normally, I'd agree with you and say going into the sewers is fucking stupid, which it is. But we don't have time to take the safer option. Umbrella will be on us any minute, and anything we can do to throw them off our tail is worth it. With how fast they've been catching up to us, I doubt there's anything out in Raccoon City that can slow them down for long. Like it or not, from where I'm standing, the sewers are our best option. Besides, this time we know we're stepping into danger. We're more well-equipped than them all, and we just took down a 30-foot-long snake. I'm certain that we can get through anything else down there together." Louise stared at him for a moment, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. As she prepared to run towards the alligator exhibit, she added, "If I die, I'm haunting you." "I will accept that." Saito agreed to the sarcastic terms, and together they ran towards the hole. Sliding down the remains of the wooden walkway, they ran through the shallow pool of water, each footstep kicking the still water high into the air before grabbing their flashlights and willingly throwing themselves into the darkness. "God damn it!" Beltway grunted in irritation as he blasted apart the skull of a zombie lion with a shotgun. Beside him, the rest of the USS Delta team fired their weapons into the horde, attracted by the sound of their engagement with the zombie elephant. Its corpse lay far behind them, attracting most to feast upon its flesh. "Hurry, over here," Spectre called out, directing his team towards his location while he fired his weapon at any stragglers shambling after them. The operatives ran back, with Vector and Lupo providing cover fire before they, too, ran off. They left the zombies behind them, soon coming across the fallen remains of the observation tower where that civilian sniper had first been spotted. The same sniper who had helping their quarry escape the zoo and had unleashed the zombie elephant against them. She had managed to get away during the fighting, and where she went they didn't know. Vector had half a mind to chase after her, to give her some payback for almost getting them killed, but he fought that urge down. "Spectre, Vector, stay on lookout," Lupo ordered as she looked around at the ammo cases laying on the ground. "Everyone else, gather as much ammo and supplies as you can. 5 minutes." The rest of the team immediately obliged, with Spectre and Vector taking up overwatch positions while the others sifted through the available supplies just ready for the taking. They had used most of their ammunition stores simply putting the elephant down, not to mention all the other animals and zombies who had been attracted by the fighting. They had only a few magazines left among all of them, And if the sniper was willing to unleash hell upon them and leave behind all this ammunition and supplies behind, it was her team's right to take them. All right, let's move, Lupo ordered once the 5 minutes were up. Having reloaded as many magazines as they could, they stored whatever else they could carry in their backpacks before rushing off towards where they had heard Subject Zero and her compatriot fighting against something. The gunfire had ended just a few minutes before, and Lupo sincerely hoped that they weren't killed. If they were, none of them were getting paid. They sprinted through the zoo, killing anything that got in their way. It didn't matter if it was a zombie, infected animal, or even a giant insect. Everything was gunned down with no hesitation or remorse. Soon they came across the remains of what had to have been an alligator exhibit, with a shattered wooden walkway and bridge spanning across it. On the other side was a partially destroyed reptile house, which Delta Team zeroed their eyes on. Running through the emptied alligator pit, trying their best to ignore whatever destroyed the walkway, then subsequently made a massive hole leading into the sewers. They climbed up before running across the open courtyard. Once they reached the entrance to the reptile house, they immediately noticed the massive, scaly body of what had to have been an infected snake. It was covering most of the entrance, with only a narrow gap at the end granting entry. Vector, Bertha, get inside, Lupo ordered. Her teammates immediately complied, shimmying through the gap and into the building. A few moments passed. Then she heard their muffled gasps of disgust and surprise. Jesus Christ! Vector shouted. What? What's wrong? Beltway called out. God damn. It's everywhere. Hold on, I'm coming in. Lupo declared, only for Bertha to stop her. No, don't. You, this is disgusting. You do not want to be in here. Bertha refuted. The smell is going through my mask. Vector groaned. Lupo and the others winced and took a step back, deciding to heed their comrades' warnings. All right, Lupo said, turning around to secure the outer perimeter. Do you see Subject Zero? Is she dead? No, I don't think so, Vector replied. There's a few, half-digested bodies, but these had to have been in this thing for hours. This anaconda must have been eating everything in the area since the outbreak began. Farais added, clearly dipping into a more analytical frame of mind to distract herself from the disgusting mess she was standing only a few feet from. There's more than enough biomass in this zoo to justify getting so big. Lovely. So, Subject Zero and her boyfriend killed it. Beltway asked. Looks like it, Vector confirmed, having mostly regained his composure. There was a hint of respect in his voice, but he was trying not to make it obvious. I'm seeing bullet wounds consistent with handguns, rifles, and shotguns all over the bow's body. Just from them? Spectre asked, and despite not seeing Bertha or Vector, they could tell they were shrugging. This thing's been in quite a few scraps, clearly, Bertha replied. But there's a lot of wounds here that are fresh and have essentially the same bullet patterns. We have to assume they've picked up new weapons, Lupo responded. Perfect, and after we went through all that trouble getting them disarmed in the first place, Beltway sarcastically replied, then looked at Four Eyes. Speaking of, is that analysis on Subject Zero's wand ready yet? Yes, but from everything I can see, it's just a piece of carved oak, Four Eyes answered as she held the captured item up in emphasis. There's some residual energy coming off of it, but it's more like background radiation than anything else. Clearly, this is not the source of Subject Zero's magic. Based off of her own testimony, I'm inclined to believe her claims that her people's wands truly are just foci for them to use their magic. If it wasn't for the fact that I've seen what she can do with that thing, I'd be mad that we went through all that trouble just to get a stick, Beltway muttered under his breath as Vector and Bertha emerged from inside the reptile house, their arms and hands stained with a mixture of substances that Lupo didn't want to begin thinking about. So, if the wand isn't special, can she make another one? Lupo asked, and Four Eyes shrugged. Most likely, but she clearly hasn't yet, so it probably takes time. Time we can't afford to give her, Lupo declared as she turned towards Vector and Bertha. Any signs of where they went? They weren't eaten, I can tell you that, Vector answered, trying in vain to wipe the gore off of his limbs, and Lupo nodded. Find them. We lost enough time as it is, Lupo ordered, and her team immediately nodded in acknowledgement before fanning out, searching for any clue as to where their target had gone. Fairly quickly, Lupo had noticed the open gate leading into the city, and she almost ordered her team to give chase. But the last time they went for the obvious path had turned out to have been a clever ruse, one she wasn't keen on falling for again. Lupo, I found something, Spectre called out, directing their team leader towards his location near the center of the courtyard. Jogging over to him, Lupo knelt over to get a better look at what her team's marksman had discovered, which appeared to be 2 fresh puddles of what had to have been vomit. Given what Vector and Bertha had seen inside the reptile house, it wasn't hard to guess why the teenagers might have left this. More importantly, there was a faint, almost incomprehensible trail of footprints leading from the reptile house to the piles of vomit, then off to the side. The trail was so faint, it would have been indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Furrowing her brow, Lupo and Spectre slowly followed the trail, with the rest of Delta Team realizing what they were doing and silently following. Soon, they found themselves standing at the edge of the alligator exhibit, where the trail ran cold. They stood there for a moment, then Vector shook his head and remarked, "No way. There's no way in hell those kids are desperate and stupid enough to go down there." A heavy, pregnant pause followed. Then Vector sighed and corrected himself. "They are that desperate and stupid. God damn it. Lupo, please tell me we don't have to go down there," Beltway begged. Lupo breathed in deeply, then remarked, "It appears that Subject Zero did." "If they did, they're dead," Beltway rebuked. "We all know what's down there. The shit that's in the sewers makes what's up here look like a walk in the park." "Beltway's right, Lupo. It's suicide to go down there, especially under-equipped," Eyes added. Lupo nodded in agreement, then pointed out, "Something tells me that Subject Zero and Hiraga suspected that and counted on us not wanting to follow after her. They've certainly proven clever and desperate enough to go to such lengths. Especially Subject Zero herself. Combine that with ignorance, and it's clear what path she and her boyfriend took." "You're not seriously suggesting?" Bertha began. When she realized Lupo was serious, Bertha threw her hands into the air, then suggested, "Just throwing this out there, but we could always tell Command that we lost her trail." "As much as I would love to do that," Lupo began, her frustration with her employer leaking into her voice, "we all know that's not an option. They're losing patience with us as it is, and if they find out we willingly disregarded their orders and lied to them about it, they'll terminate our contract. We'll be stuck here." That got a reaction out of her team, and they nervously looked at each other. While getting paid was still a prime motivator for them, the simple fact that they were neck deep in what could only be described as literal hell on earth was unavoidable. Securing Subject Zero was likely their best ticket to getting out of Raccoon City alive, and that was more valuable than any money Umbrella could offer them. Reading the emotions of her team, Lupo nodded before shouldering her rifle and saying, "All right, we're going in. Slowly and carefully. I want every square inch of those sewers covered at all times." "You got it, Lupo," Beltway replied, taking point with a shotgun at the ready. Slowly and steadily, the team of mercenaries followed their target into the sewers, their weapon-mounted flashlights the only source of illumination as they descended deep into the abyss. Chapter 15. Looming Dread. September 27th, 11:04 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. The first thing that hit Saito and Louise once they entered the sewer was the smell. A foul, putrid stench burned their nostrils and made them gag. After thinking that they'd become numb to the effect of any stink by now, it took all that they could muster to prevent themselves from hurling once again. But they persevered and kept going at a brisk pace. It likely would have been safer to go at a slower, steady rate. There was no telling what was down there, and they still had to worry about the giant zombie alligator that made the hole they entered through in the first place. But, at the same time, they had far bigger concerns, that being the Umbrella mercenaries hot on their tails. If they tried to go slow and steady, especially when they were still so close to the entrance, the possibility of them being captured rose exponentially. No, it was safer to move quickly, at least for now. Once they got enough distance away from the giant hole to the Raccoon City Zoo, then they could stop for a moment, collect their bearings, and move more cautiously. Hopefully the mercenaries would do the same from the very start. They certainly seemed to value their lives over Louise's and Sato's, and both of the teenagers were counting on that now. Louise's thoughts were broken when she heard a wet squelch underneath her foot. Without even needing to look, she grimaced, gagged a little, then said, "Founder, I think I stepped on something." Saito nodded beside her, the barrel of his Ithaca 37 shotgun pointed downward but ready to be raised at a moment's notice. Then he said, "Yeah, I think I've stepped in a few things already too. Best to just ignore it." Louise gagged again, and her whole body shivered in disgust, but she managed to force herself to keep going. She did mutter, "After this, if I ever have to step into a sewer again, it'll be too soon." "I hear that," Saito replied, momentarily taking his left hand off his shotgun to pat one of the many stitches across his body. Dr. Kenner's handiwork from when the madman saved Sato's life just so that he could use him and Louise for his twisted experiments. Seeing this caused Louise to purse her lips in thought, then she frowned. "Saito, you need to be extra careful down here," Louise told him. "With how filthy this place is, your wounds can easily get infected, and not just from the T-virus." "Yeah, no kidding," Saito agreed with a humorless laugh. "At least they're all stitched up and covered. Could you imagine if I was like shot or something and came down here?" Despite herself, Louise couldn't help but chuckle back as she admitted, "That would probably not be very good." The two survivors shared another quick chuckle at the understatement, then continued moving deeper into the sewers. For the most part, the windy path they took, filled with twists and turns, was empty of zombies. Neither of them were complaining. The tense peace they were experiencing was welcome, especially after taking down a giant, 30-foot-long zombie anaconda. Both teenagers knew their encounter with Gorge would stay with them for the rest of their lives, although there was a sense of morbid exhilaration over the fact that they took the monster down at all. Soon, the tense peace they enjoyed was shattered when they came across the first of what they both knew would be many dangers lurking in the shadows. It wasn't a zombie. Rather, it was a giant rat gorging itself on the corpse of a sewer worker. The rat was the size of a large dog, its patchy and rough brown fur torn in several places that exposed the muscle and bone underneath. Its face was buried halfway into the body's chest, and when it noticed their presence, it turned to look them dead in their eyes, snout covered in dark red blood. Saito immediately shot it in the face with his shotgun, blowing the skull apart into bits of muscle, bone, and rotten brain matter, causing the rat's twitching, spasming body to fall onto the ground. He didn't particularly pay attention to that, though. Instead, he was far more focused on the sharp, ringing pain in his ears, recoiling heavily from the echoing sound of the shotgun blast while covering his left ear with his left hand. "Gag fuck! God damn it!" Saito hissed, shaking his head while clenching his eyes shut. Beside him, Louise was in a similar state, covering her ears with her hands in an effort to make the agonizing pain stop. They quickly reached into their hip pouches, pulling out some of the ground-up herbs which they immediately shoved into their mouths, chewed and swallowed. Relief soon came, and the intense ringing and pain in their ears went away. Breathing heavily, Saito and Louise looked at each other. Then Saito scrunched up his face with a grimace and remarked, "Okay, we shouldn't. We can't use our big guns down here. Not unless we find something to protect our ears." Louise quickly nodded and agreed. Yeah. She eyed the walls warily. In retrospect, it was obvious, but guns were loud. Very loud, especially when used indoors. With nowhere for the sound to escape, it was going to bounce around and amplify in whatever room the gun was being fired in. The risk of permanent hearing loss went up exponentially when firing guns indoors. She idly remembered Saito saying something about how Linda Hamilton, the actress who played Sarah Connor, lost some of her hearing permanently when filming Terminator 2 because of this same scenario. Granted, they weren't in a tight elevator firing blanks, but the point still stood. Glancing one more time at the dead rat, Saito and Louise reluctantly stowed away their long guns and pulled out their handguns along with their flashlights. There was no guarantee that firing them would be safe for their ears, but it would likely be better than firing a shotgun or rifle at the very least. There was also Sato's knife and Louise's hatchet, but they'd rather not use those unless absolutely necessary. Staying out of biting range was their highest priority. Silently nodding at each other, Saito and Louise carefully began to move forward, holding their pistols in their right hand while illuminating the way with their flashlights held in their left. They had made considerable distance from the hole, and with zombies now confirmed to be in the area, they felt somewhat more confident in moving more slowly. Neither of them knew if the mercenaries were right behind them, and every so often they would glance behind them to scan for danger. So far, there was nothing, but that could change in an instant. As they continued to walk along the concrete pathway alongside the still, putrid river of sewer water, filled with trash and other refuse that they couldn't even begin to describe, they began coming across more signs of carnage. Blood stained the ground and walls, and shredded, blood-soaked clothing could be seen as well. There are also bodies. Some are floating in the water, bloated and their skin a deathly gray color. Others were slumped up against the walls or laying on the ground. Those are the ones that Saito and Louise cared most about, and whenever they came across one, they immediately tested whether it was a zombie or not by hitting it a few times with their knife or hatchet. Most of them truly were dead, but a few turned out to be otherwise and were swiftly put down with either a bullet or a few blows to the head. Firing their handguns did prove to be easier on their ears than Sato's shotgun, but the noise, amplified by the confines of the sewers, was still uncomfortably loud. It also attracted any other zombies nearby, more so than it would have in the open air. After only a few shots, they reluctantly decided to switch primarily to their melee weapons for now. It didn't help that they were running dangerously short on ammunition after expending most of it fighting through the zoo. They didn't have an exact count of how many bullets and shells they had, but they felt considerably lighter. Eventually, they came across a large iron gate that spanned across the entire sewer tunnel. And despite Saito and Louise's best efforts, it wouldn't budge. The only result they got by slamming their shoulders into the iron bars a few times were dull thuds echoing across the sewer and sore shoulders. "Crap, we're not going this way," Saito remarked as he rubbed his shoulder, and Louise nodded while rubbing her own as well. "If I had my wand, I might have been able to, break it down," Louise muttered as she scowled and shook her head. Seeing this, Saito frowned and patted Louise's other shoulder, prompting her to look at him. "Hey, it's fine. We'll just find another way," Saito said. Then he started looking around for other exits. After a few moments of searching, he pointed to a side passage that led to a downward stairway and declared, Let's try those stairs. Louise nodded in agreement. Then together the two teenagers carefully made their way towards the side passage. Once they reached the stairs, crossing over a metal catwalk bridge to do so, they began to carefully walk downwards. Neither of them knew what awaited them on the other side, but for all they knew danger lurked at every turn, so they proceeded as such. Luckily, the stairwell itself was devoid of any zombies, although there were many small piles of filth stacked up in the corners. Saito and Louise tried their best to ignore them. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they found that the other end was blocked off by a wire fence gate with thick, rusted chains holding it in place. Saito immediately pulled out his bolt cutters and pressed the blades against the chain, squeezed the handles together, then cut through the iron after a few moments of exertion. The rusted iron chains fell to the ground with a loud thud, allowing Louise to push the door open, which also pushed the chains along the ground, generating a high-pitched squeal that made them wince. For a moment, they were worried that the loud noises would attract zombies, but there didn't seem to be any nearby. "Okay, I think we're good," Saito said as he took the lead. "We should try to find a break room somewhere. There might be shit," Saito shouted as he rounded the corner, immediately pointing the blade of his knife towards the mangled body of an armored man slumped up against the wall. Louise did so as well with her hatchet, especially after realizing that the man was wearing USS armor, complete with the umbrella logo patch on his shoulder that had the Greek alpha character proudly displayed on it. It appeared to be a different model than what their pursuers were using, looking more armored and utilitarian with far more pouches on his person. He was also wearing a full helmet, completed by a gas mask with red-tinted goggles, both of which were heavily cracked with one completely shattered. The air became heavy as they waited for the body to spring up and attack, either as a zombie or some force of will that umbrella instilled into their forces, but neither happened. It was only when Saito stabbed the man's exposed neck and received no response that they properly registered that the man was truly dead. The realization allowed them to let out sighs of relief, but then they narrowed their eyes and crouched over to get a closer look. What the hell happened to him? Saito asked himself as he and Louise inspected the corpse. It was in an absolutely dreadful state. One of his arms was completely torn off, thrown by some unknown force against the far wall, leaving a trail of blood in its path, while his right leg was also completely crushed into nothing more than bloody pulp. His chest was partially caved in by what could only be blunt force trauma, with his disemboweled gut spilling its contents all over the floor in front of him. A spent and shattered 9mm pistol was beside the only free hand the mercenary had left, and over a dozen bullet casings littered the ground. Through his shattered goggles, they could see his blank, lifeless eyes that stared out into nothing. Finally, the man's crushed jaw was dangling uselessly by a few strands of sinew, with long since dried up blood staining his black armor. "I have no idea, but he clearly went out fighting," Louise noted. With a grimace, she eyed the mercenary's many pouches, then began to rummage through them. "Hey, can your pistol use these?" Louise asked as she held up another box of 9mm ammunition. "It looks different than the ones you grabbed." Saito inspected the box for a moment, then reluctantly shook his head and remarked, "No, that's a box of 9mm short. My Glock's chambered for 9mm parabellum." "There's a difference? They're both 9mm bullets." "Yeah, quite a bit actually. Don't really have time to go over it in depth now, but long story short, 9mm short is, well, shorter and less powerful than 9mm parabellum," Saito quickly explained. "If I try to put it into my handgun, it might misfire. Either way, it's not worth it." Louise frowned as she tested the weight of the ammo box, then remarked, "Damn, it feels like there's a lot of ammo in here, too." "Yeah, no kidding. My only question is what gun was he using it for?" Saito asked as he looked around, trying to find whatever weapon the mercenary had that actually used 9mm short. "Maybe he was using a, what did you call it, MP5? Louise suggested, and Saito frowned. "I've never heard of an MP5 variant chambered in 9mm short. I mean, technically they'll fit, but again, it'll probably misfire. Maybe Umbrella made their own variant that could?" Saito pursed his lips in thought, then shrugged in mild acceptance before replying, "Don't know why Umbrella would do that, but that makes as much sense as any. Either way, doesn't really matter. I'm sure as hell not using that stuff. Far too risky." Louise nodded in agreement, then asked, "What should we do with this, then? Toss it?" "Nah, keep it for now. We might find something that'll chamber it," Saito answered as he started messing with something attached to the mercenary's right shoulder. Scrunching up his face in exertion, he muttered, "Come on, there's something in." "Got it." Saito managed to remove the object from the body, and to his surprise found that it was a video recorder. It was comprised of a shoulder-mounted camera, connected to a blocky device that used to be on the man's back through several cables. After a quick search, Saito found that the device contained a VHS tape that appeared to be undamaged, and he smiled. "Jackpot," Saito said as he carefully opened the container and pulled out the VHS tape. He then snapped his fingers towards Louise, who had just finished stowing away the ammunition, and requested, "Hand me a Ziploc bag." "Okay, what for?" Louise asked as she did as instructed, handing a bag big enough to hold the cassette. "This is a video camera, and it recorded everything it saw onto this VHS tape," Saito revealed as he carefully inserted the VHS cassette into the Ziploc bag, sealing it shut before stowing it away in his backpack. "If we can find something to play this with, we might be able to see what happened to him." Louise's eyes widened in realization, and she quickly nodded in agreement. She then started going through the man's pouches one last time, trying to see if she missed anything. After a few moments, she found a small box in one of the man's rear pouches, which she pulled out to inspect. Scrunching up her face in curiosity, Louise opened the box and, to her surprise, saw 3 pairs of small earplugs. "Saito, I found some of those earplugs you were talking about," Louise announced, handing Saito a pair while she began putting them in her ears. Saito did so as well. Then she asked, "How does it feel?" "Hard to say. I mean, you sound a little duller, but I don't know if that means it works or not," Saito admitted. Then he shrugged. "These things are supposed to be good enough to block out gunshots and not speech, though, so I guess that means it's working." "How does that even work?" "Hell if I know. A week ago, I would have said it was impossible, but Umbrella apparently has invisibility tech, so what does that tell you?" Louise paused for a moment, then nodded in mild acceptance while saying, "Fair enough." With the mercenary completely searched through, Saito took a moment to refill the magazines of his Glock 17 with the correct ammunition. Once he was fully restocked, he led the way further down the sewer, Louise right behind him. Both teenagers had their handguns out, if only to test the viability of the Umbrella-designed earplugs they found. Soon they came across more of the undead, shambling zombies joined by a few giant rats, and even some massive cockroaches. For a brief moment, they considered trying to fire upon them, especially once they realized there was no way to get around them. But instead, Saito held up a finger as he pulled out one of the frag grenades he found. Pulling the pin, he expertly tossed the grenade into the center of the oblivious horde. The undead heard the bouncing grenade, causing them to glance and moan in their direction. But just as they began to move towards them, the grenade exploded. A small shockwave washed over them, and a loud bang echoed across the sewer tunnel. But, much to their relief, the earplugs worked exactly as advertised. It was still loud, but there wasn't any pain. The same could not be said for the zombies, however, as the shrapnel shredded their bodies and caused them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. A few on the outskirts were able to escape the explosion with only minor injuries, as minor as missing limbs could be for a zombie, but Saito and Louise were on them immediately. Louise chopped one of the zombies in the face with her hatchet, while Saito stabbed another in the eye with his combat knife. The others they put down with shots to their chests and head, and much like with the grenade explosion, the gunshots didn't hurt their ears at all. "Well, glad we know they work," Saito said as he breathed in and out deeply, with Louise nodding. With the coast clear for now, they continued moving, pushing open another door to enter a different section of the sewers. Unfortunately for them, it quickly became apparent that the concrete pathway they had been using up until now had run out, leading to a short flight of stairs that went into ankle-deep sewer water. The last thing either of them wanted to do was step foot into that disgusting filth, but a quick search told them there was no other option. They even went back to where they killed the zombies with the grenade, only to find that all the other doors in that rotunda were locked. "Oh, found her," Louise muttered as she scowled, and Saito grimaced as well beside her. They waited for a few moments right at the edge of the short flight of stairs, trying to muster up the courage to enter the slurry. It proved harder than they would have imagined, but in the end they had no choice. Fighting back the urge to gag, Saito and Louise stepped into the water and immediately shivered as they felt it seep into their socks, shoes, and bottom of their jeans. "Ugh, this is disgusting," Saito remarked as he shook in revulsion, as did Louise, but they forced themselves to keep going. Each step they took made a faint splash and ripples in the suspension, sending droplets everywhere. But they kept going, knowing that they didn't really have another choice. They also tried to keep the splashing to a minimum. That way they could hear if anything was coming their way. So far, the partially flooded tunnel was devoid of any threats aside from infection via wastewater, but neither of them knew how long that would last. "Hold up, what is that?" Louise asked as they rounded a bend in the tunnel, pointing to the slumped-over body of a deceased sewer worker. Making her way over to him, she noticed that while the man didn't have any obvious bite marks on his person, there was a massive, gaping hole in his chest. A hole that, to her surprise, appeared to be going outward, almost as though something came out of the man's chest. "What the hell?" Saito muttered to himself as he tried in vain to figure out what happened. If he didn't know any better, the poor bastard had a chestburster from Alien come out of him. But that was impossible. At least, it should have been. After what he and Louise had gone through in just the past few days, it was hard to say what was impossible or not. "Come on, he finally said after standing upright, briefly eyeing a large open pipe coming out of a nearby wall that was just big enough for him to squeeze through if he crouched. Let's get out of here. Whatever did this might. He was interrupted by the sound of splashing coming from deeper within the sewer. His and Louise's attentions were immediately drawn towards the noise, especially as it seemed to grow louder and louder. From how quickly each splash came after another, it was clear that whatever was coming their way was doing so quickly. Hardening their faces, Saito and Louise aimed their handguns in its direction, Saito resting his right hand holding his Glock atop his left wrist, which held his flashlight. The light shone into the darkness, and he couldn't see anything at first, but soon he could make out a reflective vest coming towards them. The air grew heavier as Saito and Louise shifted the weight of their guns in their hands, ready to fire as soon as the thing showed itself. When the figure was finally fully revealed by Sato's flashlight, he was just about to pull the trigger. But he stopped himself when he noticed that it was just a terrified, and most importantly alive, sewer worker with a thick, bushy brown beard wearing a yellow hard hat, jeans, a thick belt filled with various tools and pouches around his waist along with a holstered revolver, and an orange shirt underneath a yellow reflective vest. He was looking upon them as though they were angels. Louise didn't have as much trigger disciple as Saito, though, and she fired a single shot that ricocheted right off the side of the worker's helmet. Whoa, whoa, don't shoot. I'm human. The worker yelled as he flinched and held his arms up protectively while Saito hastily pushed Louise's revolver to the side. Louise, Saito yelled, and an apologetic Louise rapidly shifted her gaze between the worker and Saito. I'm so sorry, I thought you were. Louise stammered, but after a moment took a deep breath to calm herself. She then asked, "Are you all right?" The shaken and still cowering sewer worker stared at Louise and Saito from behind his arms, then slowly nodded as he stood up straighter. He then said, "Yeah, I'm Fina. You need to be more careful, man," Saito chastised the worker. "We thought you were a zombie. Just a simple hello as you were coming up would have worked." The worker winced as he rubbed the new divot in his hard hat and sheepishly replied, "Yeah, in hindsight I should have said something. It's just when I saw your flashlight I got excited. I've been down here for days, and the only people I've seen are either dead or should be dead." "No kidding," Louise muttered as she glanced towards the body she and Saito were just inspecting. She then pointed to herself and said, "My name is Louise, and this is my friend Saito." "Pete." The worker introduced himself, offering his hand as a greeting which Saito and Louise quickly took. "I take it you two came down here because of what's going on up there?" "More or less," Saito confirmed, and Pete frowned. "Well, you chose the wrong place," he revealed. "I've been trying to get out of here for days, and trust me when I say that whatever is up there is better than what's down here." Saito scrunched up his face, then asked, "What kind of things?" "Well, for one, there's entire sections of the sewer completely flooded and utterly inaccessible. Not just with water, but also gas that'll kill you if so much as smell it," Pete clarified, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. "My buddies and I were doing maintenance when all this shit went down, and it's only gotten worse since then." He pointed down into the sewer towards the direction he came from, and he added, "There's a tunnel down there that leads to a service elevator, but I can't get to it because of the gas and the damn security systems they installed down here." Saito and Louise glanced in the direction he was pointing. Then Louise replied, "Well, you're in luck. We're trying to get out of the sewers, too. Some U.S. soldiers told us there was an evac center at the public library, so we're heading there." "You serious?" "Huh, that's great," Pete remarked through a wide smile. "That elevator will drop us off near the library, so this is perfect." Hearing that was a lucky break which Saito and Louise desperately needed, and wide smiles broke out across their faces. Then Pete's smile disappeared as he finally noticed the dead body behind them, and he scowled before looking around again. "But there's something else," he revealed, his hand hovering beside his revolver. "I don't know what it is, but there's something down here. Something big, mean, and sure as hell not a zombie." Saito and Louise glanced at each other. Then Saito remarked, "If you're talking about the giant alligator, we already know about that. We used the hole it made to get in here." Pete looked at them with wide eyes. Then he asked, "There's a giant alligator down here?" Before Saito and Louise could ask what he meant by that, they suddenly heard a low, faint roar coming from inside the pipe. All three survivors shot their heads towards the source of the noise, particularly as they heard a low, scraping sound as something moved from deeper inside. It was joined by wet gurgling, and the hairs on the back of their necks rose. "What the hell?" Pete muttered in confusion, cautiously stepping towards the open pipe. Even with Saito shining his flashlight down it, it was nearly impossible to see what was inside. "Do you see anything?" Saito asked, keeping his pistol trained on the hole. Pete turned his head around to look at Saito, and he shook his head while replying, "No, nothing." Just as he said that, he turned back around to look into the pipe, only to stare right into a hulking gray mass. His eyes widened, and his hand shot toward his revolver. Then the mass opened. Red, lamprey-like jaws shot forward, wrapped around Pete's stomach, and violently tried to pull him front first into the pipe that he was too big to go into. Aga! Pete screamed in agonizing pain and fear as the teeth tore into his sides, causing warm, red blood to ooze out and drop into the water. "Help me, please. Help me. Hold on." Saito and Louise shouted as they desperately grabbed Pete's back, with Louise holding onto his utility belt with all of her strength. Despite their best efforts, Pete continuously was pulled deeper and deeper into the pipe, each movement making him scream louder as his spine inexorably bent more and more. Saito, keeping his right hand on the back of Pete's shirt, shifted his Glock to his left and began blindly firing into whatever monstrosity was trying to drag Pete away. Louise was tempted to do the same, but she was barely strong enough to hold onto the belt. When Saito expended his entire magazine that did absolutely nothing, he shoved the empty weapon into his pocket and went right back to pulling against Pete's shirt as hard as he could. Then they heard a rip, and Saito fell back with a large strip of cloth held in his hands. Louise fell back as well, a broken utility belt along with her. With wide, horrified eyes, they could only watch as Pete screamed in agony, only to be silenced by a sickening crunch as he was folded backwards. His blank, pitiful eyes stared into their own. Then he was dragged into the dark abyss. All they could hear was the crunching of his bones being crushed and chewed before his entire body was swallowed whole. "Oh my God," Saito muttered as he shot to his feet, hastily reloading his Glock before aiming it at the open pipe. Louise did the same with her Smith & Wesson revolver, dropping the torn utility belt into the ankle-deep muck. As they backed away, whatever was inside the pipe noticed their presence and emerged outward, prompting Louise to shout in fear. "What the fuck is that?" Whatever it was most definitely not a zombie, nor any infected creature they could recognize. It kind of reminded them of a bulbous frog, standing on two hind digitigrade legs and a pair of shriveled, vestigial arms folded backwards. Its skin was a pale gray, the only hints of color being thin, red lines edging its jaws and around the many yellow pustules that dotted its head and back. A few small spikes lined its hunched-over spine, and it stood over them. There didn't appear to be eyes of any kind, but that clearly didn't stop it from noticing the teenagers and roaring in their faces, its jaws opening wide to reveal another set of bright red, lamprey-like jaws filled to the brim with razor-sharp teeth. "Shoot it," Saito yelled, and he and Louise immediately began firing onto the monster. Their small-caliber bullets impacted uselessly against the monster's hide, even as they unloaded everything they had into it. Undeterred, the monster charged forward, reaching its jaws out to try and snatch them up just like it did to Pete, whose remains they could still see wedged between the recesses of its mouth. Jumping to the side and sending water everywhere, Saito emptied the rest of his handgun's magazine into the monster's side, but all he got for his efforts were a few popped pustules that sprayed yellow ichor everywhere. "God damn it," Saito cursed, holstering his handgun in favor of a shotgun. As he fired shell after shell into the creature's hide, he was grateful that they managed to find those earplugs when they did. If they hadn't, he and Louise would most certainly be deaf by now. Louise had also abandoned her revolver in favor of her Mini 14 rifle. Taking care not to hit Saito, she fired round after round into its body, punching holes in the hide that sent sprays of blood outward and leaked vile fluid into the water, but it did nothing to deter the creature. "Nothing's working," Louise screamed, reloading her weapon before firing again. "I know," Saito shouted back, hastily inserting shells into his shotgun before firing practically point blank into the creature's bulbous head. The blows sent it staggering back a few paces, but did nothing to stop its advance entirely. If anything, the wounds only enraged it further, hastening its advance towards him. The only bright side was that it was focused entirely on Saito, while completely ignoring Louise, but there was no telling how long that would last. As Saito fired another shell into the creature's body, it slammed its head against him, sending Saito crashing against the wall and knocking his weapon from his hands. The creature was immediately on him, opening its jaws wide and fully intending to clamp them down right on top of him. "Saito!" Louise screamed, and Saito for a moment could only lay there in utter terror. Then he noticed the pair of grenades still on his person. An idea sprang to mind, and he quickly pulled one of the grenades out while using his knife to stab upward into the base of the monster's mouth. It recoiled in pain, flaring its jaws out for a moment. That was all the time Saito needed to pull the pin on the grenade before shoving it right down its throat. It gagged at the sudden and unexpected intrusion, allowing Saito to pull his arm free before it could clamp down along with pulling his knife out of its flesh. He ran back as fast as he could, grabbing his discarded shotgun before diving away, covering the back of his head. The monster shifted around uncomfortably, then tried to go after Saito again. Before it could take a step, though, the grenade inside its stomach exploded, Chunks of gore were sent flying everywhere, staining the walls and ceiling with dripping masses of flesh. The now dead monstrosity slumped over, and both teenagers breathed heavily as they turned to look at its corpse. "Holy shit," Saito muttered, breathing in and out deeply as he pushed himself off the ground. Louise quickly ran around the body to get to him, where she immediately began checking him over. "Saito, are you hurt?" she frantically asked, and Saito shook his head. "No, I think I'm fine," Saito revealed, but Louise's worries were quickly drawn to how absolutely drenched he was. "We need to get you cleaned up now," Louise ordered, fearing what kind of diseases could enter his body through his stitches. Saito's eyes widened in realization. Then he nodded in agreement. With Louise briefly pausing to grab Pete's torn utility belt, they ran down the sewer tunnel, all the while hearing more of those monsters coming from within the pipes. It wasn't too long until they were cut off by yet another frogman, or whatever those things were. They reminded Saito of frogs at least, frogs that came from the foul depths of hell itself, so he figured that was as good a name as any for now. The second frogman, unlike the first, was already in the sewer water, curled up and sleeping near an island of trash along a bend. Its gray, bloated skin blended nearly perfectly against the trash pile, causing Saito and Louise to not recognize its presence until they were practically right on top of it. When a monster woke up, noticed they were there, and immediately tried to eat them. As before, an intense firefight broke out as Saito and Louise immediately fired everything they had into the monster, trying to keep as far away from it as possible while it, in turn, tried to devour them. Judging by the red-stained teeth in its mouth, they could also assume it already had eaten some unfortunate victim. Whether it was a survivor, like Pete, or a zombie was impossible to determine. But the frogman's thick, slimy hide was simply too tough for their weapons to actually do anything. Any wounds they inflicted upon it were surface level at best. The frogman simply powered through it like a living tank, spreading its jaws wide and roaring whenever it got too close. "What does it take to kill these things?" Saito shouted as he loaded more shells into a shotgun before firing at the frogman's head, sending it staggering back. "I don't know, just keep firing," Louise answered, aiming at the many pustules dotting the creature's oily skin in the vain hopes that they, much like they were with Gorge, would prove to be weak spots. No creature, no matter how tough, was invincible. Even the mightiest dragon from back home in Hawkagenia had chinks in their armor that an experienced knight could exploit to ensure victory. So far, though, it was proving difficult to determine just what the frogman's weak spot was. When her Mini 14 clicked empty, she let out a curse before attempting to swap magazines. As she did, she noticed that the frogman got close enough to Saito as he was loading a shell into his Ithaca 37, opening its jaws wide in an attempt to crush and swallow him whole. Saito was forced to stop his reload and fire the one shell he already had in the chamber, and Louise couldn't help but notice that the monster's subsequent stagger was noticeably more severe than what it had done before. Her eyes widened as she thought back to when Saito killed the first one by shoving a grenade down its throat. Realizing what the frogman's weakness actually was, Louise shouted, "Saito, shoot it when the mouth is open. That's when it's weak." At first, Saito shot her a look of slight confusion, but then he noticed that the frogman was violently gagging and spitting out blood and gore from its injured mouth. His eyes then widened in realization, and he firmly nodded before refilling his shotgun's magazine tube. Racking a shell, Saito stood his ground and aimed his weapon right at the beast, waiting for it to recover. It soon did, and with an enraged growl it stomped right toward Saito. Once it got within reach, it mindlessly opened its mouth again, exposing its red and partially shredded insides. Saito, without a moment's hesitation, fired again into the mouth, blowing off a significant chunk of it. As the creature recoiled in pain, Saito fired again, then a third time right into its mouth. Finally, with a last, pathetic whimper, the frogman collapsed onto its side, blood oozing from its mouth and staining the dark, murky sewer water. Glancing towards Louise, Saito nodded at her in appreciation, then quickly made his way back over to her while reloading his weapon. He only had a few more shells left, maybe 2 full reloads before he was out completely. A quick glance at Louise patting her pockets with a frown on her face told Saito that she was in the same predicament as him, and he doubted her revolver would be any more effective against a frogman than his pistol. If they still had Louise's wand, they probably could just blow them back to hell with no issue, but sadly that wasn't an option. They'd just have to make do, much like they've been doing since this nightmare began. With that in mind, both teenagers continued traversing the sewer tunnel, each splash echoing across the concrete walls and ceiling. They weren't loud enough to drown out the faint, reverberating roars of the monsters lurking in the distance, waiting to devour them as though they were nothing more than fresh meat. There were a few electric lights embedded into the walls and ceiling, casting a faint, almost green, fluorescent glow across the tunnel. But there were too many places consumed in complete darkness to rely on them alone, forcing Saito and Louise to walk around with their right hands holding their long guns while holding up their flashlights in the other. The frogmen weren't the only threats in this seemingly endless sewer tunnel. Plenty of giant rats, cockroaches, and zombified sewer workers called this place home as well. Unlike the frogmen, they were far easier to put down with just their handguns. A few times Saito felt that he could have cleared the way with his last remaining frag grenade, but he decided to save such a potent weapon for when they absolutely needed it. Eventually, though, they managed to find another catwalk with 3 stacked rails on the front and side facing the water. An ashen gray, bloated body of a sewer worker was hanging over it by his waist, and a quick jab to the back of his neck with Sato's knife was all the proof they needed to see that he was well and truly dead. The act did, however, cause the corpse to lose its center of gravity, followed by it completely falling over into the water below with a loud splash. Something nearby seemed to have heard the noise and responded with a loud roar, and the oncoming stomps told them that it was coming from a nearby open pipe. As Saito and Louise feared, another of the frogmen showed itself, and as soon as it noticed their presence, it began to stalk towards them. Unlike the last 2 times, however, Saito and Louise each stood their ground and raised their weapons to their shoulders, silently daring the monstrosity to get closer. The frogman's primitive mind couldn't comprehend the reasoning behind their actions, and it hastened its pace towards what it could only assume was an easy meal. Once it got close, it sped up even more and opened its jaws wide, aiming to swallow one, if not both, in one bite. Both teenagers immediately fired their weapons into its maw, and it recoiled under the dual force of their attacks. Blood and gore sprayed everywhere, some of it splattering against Saito and Louise, but soon the creature fell over backward into the water. Its legs and arms spasmed uselessly, but it was clear to the survivors that the frogman was dead. That was easy, Louise dryly noted, and Saito couldn't help but agree with a quick nod and grunt. With the coast clear for now, they scaled up and over the railing onto the catwalk. Their feet landed with loud, reverberating thuds that echoed up and down the sewers, followed by the pitter-patter of dirty sewer water dripping off their drenched clothes. The noise served as a reminder of the other and arguably more threatening danger that they were in, and so they quickly rushed down the catwalk in the hopes that they could find some place where they could clean themselves and dry their clothes. Luckily, it wasn't long before they found a white metal door underneath a fluorescent light. The door had the words "break room" printed on it, and so Saito and Louise immediately rushed through the threshold. Inside, standing in stark contrast to the dirty and foul sewer landscape they were just in, was a surprisingly clean and tidy room. The floor was covered in basic white tile that stretched up the walls to the concrete ceiling, itself having a few grated lights embedded into it along with some slowly rotating fans. Along the right side of the room were several long, wooden desks with metal legs, one of which had a small television set complete with a VHS player sitting underneath it. Next to the television, surprisingly enough, was a typewriter. The other wall was connected to a small kitchen, complete with a stainless steel sink and cabinets filled with cleaning supplies. One of the corners was occupied by a tall, white refrigerator, and the other had a familiar item storage box with a first aid kit on the wall right above it. Louise nodded, figuring that this would work just fine, and as she began hastily walking towards the first aid kit, she ordered, "Saito, lock the door, then get those clothes off." Any other time, Saito probably would have followed up that remark with a crass joke about how she should at least buy him dinner first, but the situation was far too serious for that. He did as he was told, locking the door and pinning one of the chairs underneath the handle for added reinforcement. Saito then walked over to the sink, taking off his drenched clothes and shoes, the latter of which forced him to momentarily hop as he continued to move, before throwing all of them into the sink. He even took off his underwear after seeing how drenched it was. Although luckily there were a few hand towels he was able to fasten together into a loose loincloth to protect at least a little bit of his modesty. "Louise, you might want to throw your stuff in here too," Saito called out. Sure, Louise wasn't as drenched or wounded as he was, even with all of Dr. Kenner's stitches that he was now able to see in their full glory, but only God knew what nasty things were in that sewer. The last thing either of them needed was for them to get sick just because of a little embarrassment. That being said, Louise was noticeably slower to respond before she released a sigh and replied, "All right, but I'm keeping my underwear on. They're dry." Saito nodded, then felt Louise throw her clothes at the back of his head and shoulders. Grabbing them, he briefly turned around and asked, "Hey, do you know how to dash?" He only got a single glimpse of Louise before he hastily turned around and focused all of his attention onto the wet, dirty pile of clothing next to the sinks. Even if the situation left them with little other options, Saito still felt immensely awkward looking at a girl as pretty as Louise in only her underwear. Saito briefly wondered where that thought came from. Then he shook his head fervently to clear his mind. Now is not the time to let herself be consumed by something as pathetic as embarrassment. Right now, there are far more important things to deal with. She released a sigh. Then Louise said, Saito, it's all right. It's not like we have any other choice. Saito didn't move at first. Then after a moment, he turned around to look at her. He was visibly trying to keep his eyes focused on hers, but every so often he would glance down. Strangely, Louise felt a little happy at that, but she kept herself focused as she held up the recovered first aid supplies she'd gathered. She also brought forth a large space heater she had grabbed from the storage box. Check inside the refrigerator for any water bottles, Louise said as she pulled out a chair. Something tells me that using the tap water would not be the best idea. There should also be some dish soap somewhere in those cabinets. It might not be laundry detergent, but it's better than nothing. Right, I figured that too, Saito replied as he opened the cabinets and quickly pulled out a large bottle of blue Sunrise dish soap. He then walked over to the refrigerator, keeping one hand on his makeshift loincloth as he moved, and opened it to find several 24 packs of generic water bottles. Jackpot, Saito said with a smile, taking 2 out for the both of them to personally consume before carrying one of the large packs to the sink. Louise nodded as she tried to remember what came next. Then she added, fill up one of the sinks while leaving the other empty. Then dump all the dish soap you can into the filled sink. Get it nice and bubbly. Once we get your wounds cleaned, we'll start actually cleaning our clothes in it. How do you know how to do this? Saito asked, as he did as Louise requested, alternating between pouring water and liquid soap into the sink to create a bubbly mixture. I don't, but every so often I'd see one of the maids at the academy do something like this outside, Louise revealed. Then she tilted her head slightly. Now that I think about it, that maid had raven black hair just like you and your family. That's not too uncommon, Saito pointed out. Not in Tristane. Until I saw her, I'd never seen anyone with black hair, Louise countered. Saito thought for a moment, then shrugged. Maybe you should get out more when you get home, Saito suggested as he walked over to sit on the chair Louise had pulled out for him, resting his arms and chest onto its back. And is it really that strange? You have pink hair, and some of the people you described have blue, green, or even purple hair. Black is normal, in my opinion. Fair enough, Louise admitted. Then she began administering the medicinal alcohol onto Saito's bruises and wounds with a cotton ball. Whenever it grazed against one of his many cuts, Saito hissed and flinched in pain, causing Louise to softly say, I'm sorry. It's gone. It's fine. Saito winced while scrunching up his face. That means it's working, right? Louise briefly frowned, knowing that Saito was just saying that to make her feel better. That being said, he was fundamentally correct, so she continued cleaning him. She also used one of the spare water bottles and wash shirts to rinse the dirty sewage from his bare body, essentially giving him a bath. The first one he had in days, Louise realized. She tried not to focus on that, instead on the wounds she was treating. Once she was done with one, she doused it with a copious amount of first aid spray, then moved on to the next. Louise did this for Sato's entire body, first with his back then to his front. They both found it much harder to keep themselves composed when Saito had to switch positions, but they persevered. She thanked the founder and the gods that the worst of Sato's wounds was just a massive bruise on his back from when the first frogman attacked them. Otherwise, none of his prior injuries had reopened. In fact, thanks to all the healing herbs they'd been taking, the stitches that Dr. Kenner had put in didn't seem like they were needed anymore. Louise had no idea how to safely remove stitches from someone, though, even with her years of knitting experience, so she decided against trying to do so. Instead, Louise covered Sato's bruise with some cream that the first aid kit had which claimed to treat such wounds, then wrapped it tightly with some bandages. That should help. Hopefully we don't have to go into the water again, Louise said, and Saito nodded before they silently switched positions. Louise wasn't nearly as injured as Saito was, but they both knew now was as good a time as any to get themselves looked over and cleaned. Louise couldn't help but wince and whimper whenever Saito dabbed the alcohol-covered cotton swab against her many minor cuts, even more so when the medical spray was applied afterwards. But soon enough, the intimate procedure was complete, and both Saito and Louise felt cleaner than they had in days. Compared to life before the outbreak, they were absolutely filthy, but those days seemed like an eternity ago by now. With the risk of infection staved off for now, at least as best as they could, both teenagers went back over to the sink and began to properly wash their clothes. It was an awkward affair for both of them. Saito had never cleaned clothes by hand before, relying on a washer and dryer that simply wasn't an option right now, whereas Louise had never cleaned clothes at all. But they made do, submerging each article of clothing one by one into the water-filled sink and wringing it dry over the other. Only when the water coming out of the wrung clothes was clear did they lay it out in front of the space heater turned onto full blast. The water was quickly stained a dirty brown the more they worked, forcing them to frequently empty the dirty water through the drain before refilling it. But eventually they managed to get everything relatively clean with a handful of water bottles left spare. As they finished with the last of their clothes, Louise remembered Pete's broken tool belt that she'd absently brought along with her. After a pang of guilt, she forced herself to go through it for things that might help them survive. Aside from the expected handful of small tools, one of the pouches also contained some loose bullets for the revolver the sewer worker had been using, which she could thankfully use for her own, as well as two odd little contraptions she didn't recognize apart from the bullets they held. "Saito, what are these?" Louise asked as she held the items out to him in her palm. Her friend squinted down at her find, before his eyebrows rose in recognition. "Oh, those are speed loaders. You can think of them as spare magazines for revolvers. Just line them up with your revolver cylinder and push in the bullets you loaded into them beforehand to reload your whole gun at once, instead of having to put in new bullets one at a time. Like this," he explained before borrowing her handgun to show her how to do exactly that. After watching Sato's demonstration, Louise's fingers brushed against a piece of paper tucked away in the belt. Curious, she pulled it out and unfolded it, only for the corner of her lips to pull up slightly in a sad smile as she skimmed what it said. "What is it?" Saito asked, prompting her to look back at him. "Not much. It looks like a sheet of notes he wrote for himself on how to operate some kind of lock system down here," the girl replied as her eyes flicked back to the page. "Though it's almost like a journal entry, with how he included all of his complaints about whoever built the system and how ridiculous it is. I suppose it's just a reminder. His name was Pete, and he was a real person who only had to worry about his own minor annoyances before all this, you know?" Louise sighed and refolded the now dead man's note for safekeeping, while her companion could only nod in sympathy. Now all they had to do was simply wait for their clothes to dry. With nothing else to do, Saito and Louise pulled out some of their stored food and began to dig in, sitting across from each other on the table with the television set on top of it. "What are you going to do first when we get out of here?" Saito asked as he dug into a bowl of cold rice. "First thing I'm going to do is take a long, hot, bubbly bath," Louise immediately answered as she ate a peanut butter and honey sandwich. "Ooh, that sounds nice," Saito agreed while leaning his head back. "I think I'll do the same thing." Louise nodded, and the two tired and nearly exhausted teenagers continued to eat. As they did, though, their attentions kept briefly going to the nearby television and the VHS player attached to it. They were, accordingly, glancing towards the pocket of Sato's backpack, which held the tape they recovered from the umbrella merc's body. Both of them were nearly drowning in intense curiosity over what secrets laid within, but both were equally scared. Their conflicting opinions forced them to stay seated, even after they finished their meager meals, as they simply stared at the VHS player without doing anything. Finally, Saito had enough, and he pushed a chair back from the table before standing up and saying, "Well, this is as good a time as any. Might as well get it over with." Louise pursed her lips, tempted to ask for yet another delay. But she knew that whatever was in that tape, they needed to see it. They needed to know what happened. So, when Saito pulled the VHS cassette from his backpack and inserted it into the player, she didn't offer any arguments. As soon as Saito turned the TV on, they were greeted by a wall of white static accompanied by an intense buzzing that made them grind their teeth. Saito quickly changed the input to the VHS player, causing the teenagers to let out sighs of relief once the noise abated. At first, the screen was blank, with only a few green-tinted letters at the top asking for them to rewind the video cassette, then press the play button. He did so automatically, waiting a few moments for the tape to completely rewind. Then he sat back and watched silently, resting his elbow on the table and propping his hand up against his chin as he pressed play. They were immediately greeted by a low-resolution, nearly grayscale video of what they could only assume was the former mercenary looking down into what appeared to be a lab from an overhead grate. The top of the screen held a timestamp, telling them that this video was recorded at 11:45 p.m. on September 22, 1998, the day before the outbreak began, much to their surprise. Inside the lab was a lanky, middle-aged man with short, dirty blonde hair and wearing a lab coat. The man was briskly going through various cabinets and drawers, grabbing vials containing bright blue or magenta liquid. Every so often, particularly at the slightest hint of noise, the man would turn around and shove his hand into the inside of his lab coat, a clearly worried look on his face, but soon he'd go back to what he was doing. He was also whispering something, and through the recording they were just barely able to make out its sheer perfection. "My precious G-Virus. No one will ever take you away from me. I got eyes on the G-Virus," someone promptly whispered over the recording's radio, clearly taking the doctor's words as confirmation and causing Saito and Louise to look at each other in confusion. "G-Virus," Louise quietly repeated, but soon her attention was drawn back to the recording. "We're going in," someone else said. Then the entire room became awash in activity as the door was opened, allowing a squad of USS mercenaries to enter. Each were wearing the same kit as the body they found earlier, and all were armed with integrally suppressed MP5 submachine guns. The mercenary they were following simultaneously pressed a button on a handheld detonator, causing a small charge to go off and allowing him to rappel down onto the floor alongside another mercenary who was apparently with him. The scientist, startled at their appearance, momentarily froze at the sight of all the firearms pointed at him, but he tellingly kept his closed briefcase behind him. "Of course they'd send you," the disgruntled scientist muttered under his breath, but none of the mercenaries paid him any heed. Dr. Birkin, the apparent team leader, coldly ordered, "You'll come along with us quietly." "You think I didn't know you were coming?" Dr. Birkin rhetorically asked, slowly slinking his hand deeper into his jacket while protectively holding the briefcase up to his chest. He then snarled and yelled, "This is my life's work. I'm not handing over anything." "We have our orders, Doctor," the team leader gruffly said, clearly losing his patience. "I'll ask you one more time." As the mercenary paused to let his implied threat hang over the angry scientist, Dr. Birkin suddenly pulled his hand out of his shirt, holding a Glock pistol that he immediately aimed towards the mercenaries. Birkin didn't even get a chance to fire once, as the other mercenary who had dropped down from the ceiling immediately opened fire, sending a quick burst of hot lead through the scientist's chest. None of the other mercenaries joined, although a few looked like they almost did. "Stop! Hold your fire!" the team leader yelled as Birkin slumped to the floor, wheezing in pain as blood pooled around his body. As one of the mercenaries walked over to inspect Birkin, he shook his head violently. This caused the lead mercenary to snarl. Then he turned around and hissed into his teammate's face, "What the FUCK were you thinking? Our orders were to bring him in alive." Shaking his head in disgust, the leader walked away. He then spoke into his radio, "We're in, sir, but we had a snafu. Target resisted. We had to take him out." He pointedly glared at the offending mercenary who momentarily shrunk under his gaze, hidden behind a pair of red-tinted goggles. As the leader continued to stare, he replied to the silent voice on the other end of the line. "That's correct, sir." The mercenary silently asked his leader what they were to do now, raising his hand up in a requesting manner, and the lead responded to both him and the radio by saying, "Roger that. Just the samples, then." Taking that as his cue, the inspecting mercenary grabbed the discarded briefcase, leaving a faintly wheezing Birkin to his fate. "Let's move," the lead mercenary ordered, and at once the soldiers began to leave, with a few keeping their eyes and guns trained on Birkin until they were all out of the lab. All they saw after that for the next few minutes was just the mercenaries walking through an unknown location's corridors. It didn't look like any place Saito had ever seen, but with all the umbrella iconography lining the walls and doorways, it was clear who owned it. While that in and of itself was curious, none of it was answering their more pressing issues, so Saito leaned across the table to fast-forward the tape. "They just shot him," Louise mumbled, and an angered Saito could only nod while keeping his finger pressed firmly against the fast-forward button. "I want to know what he meant by that G-virus being his life's work," Saito added. "For that matter, what the hell is the G-virus?" "I don't know," Louise admitted while shaking her head, a sinking feeling forming in the pit of her stomach. "But whatever it is, I don't like it." "Neither do I," Saito muttered, thinking back to the gun-down Birkin. The man was clearly a high-level researcher, one who probably had run afoul of Umbrella's shady operations. Why they sent mercenaries after him was a mystery. Perhaps he was blowing the whistle, or maybe he was selling this G-virus to someone on the outside. From this vantage point, it was hard to say anything was certain, including what Saito had already assumed to be the case. Part of him was tempted to stop recording, but instead he decided to keep going, knowing that more answers could be found in this tape. "Wait, stop. Go back," Louise yelled, pointing at the TV screen as they passed by what appeared to be a quick firefight. Saito immediately let go of the button, rewound the tape a bit, then pressed play just as the firefight ended. To their surprise, they saw that the mercenaries had been firing at a small group of frogmen, their expert training and powerful firearms putting the monstrosities down with ease. "What are Hunter Gammas doing down here?" one of the mercenaries angrily asked, idly scanning the sewer tunnel they were in for any more threats. "They were supposed to be put down." "Hunter Gamma?" Saito repeated, his eyes widening in surprise. Someone clearly didn't get the memo. Another mercenary quipped, then tapped the dead body of one close to him. "At least we can confirm that they're useless as B. Stupid fuckers are too slow and too big. Makes for an easy target." "BOW?" Louise repeated as well, glancing over at Saito, who just began to look more and more enraged with each passing revelation. That was when the team leader spoke into his radio. "Command, this is Hunk. We have confirmed contact with loose bioorganic weapons in the city sewage system. Classification, Hunter Gamma." "That's correct, sir. Requesting a team for containment and liquidation of rogue assets." "Those motherfuckers," Saito growled, grinding his teeth together while clenching the table tight enough to turn his fingers and knuckles white. He didn't speak again as the team began to move out once more, simply glaring into the television screen. Louise didn't quite understand what was going on, but one thing was becoming clear, and it made her just as enraged. That frogman, or Hunter Gamma, as the mercenaries called it, was not a natural creation. That monster was built. Saito, what did he mean by bioorganic weapon? Louise quietly asked as the mercenaries continued moving through the sewers, and Saito began to incredulously laugh while snarling. Those goddamn bastards. Haha, of course. Why didn't I think of it earlier? God damn it. Saito suddenly slammed his fists into the wooden table, causing the TV set to briefly shake from the force. As Saito angrily glared into Louise's eyes, he growled, "It all makes sense now, Louise. The T-virus, the zombies, those hunter gammas, they're not natural. Far from it. They're bioweapons." Bioweapons? Louise asked. She understood the term's literal definition by the name alone, but what it actually meant was still unknown to her. Saito breathed in and out of his nose harshly. Then he released a heavy sigh while shaking his head. "My mom taught you about the Black Death, right?" Saito asked, and Louise nodded. "Yes, it was frighteningly similar to what my people have experienced a few times," Louise confirmed, and Saito continued. "Well, the reason why it spread to Europe from Asia was partly because the Mongols were laying siege to the city of Kaffa," Saito explained. Long story short, some of their troops contracted the plague and died from it, and the Mongols decided to literally catapult their corpses into the city. That would spread the disease. A horrified Louise realized, and Saito grimly nodded. Exactly. That, Louise, is a bioweapon. It's intentionally inflicting a disease onto your enemy, letting sickness cripple or destroy them without you needing to do anything else. Up until the past century, more people died from illness in warfare than actual combat, so you can imagine how deadly such weapons could be, Saito declared. The thing is, illness doesn't discriminate between friend, foe, rank, soldier, civilian, or anyone. It just spreads from victim to victim, leaving mass casualties in its wake. That's why they're considered to be weapons of mass destruction and are illegal under international law. Louise's eyes widened in realization, and she glanced towards the television as the soldiers continued to move while replying. "Are you saying the T-virus is a bioweapon, like what the Mongols did?" "It's got to be," Saito answered with a firm nod. "But it's different. The T-virus, all the things it does to people, turning them into zombies and whatever those hunter gammas are, they're not natural. They can't be. No virus on Earth can do all those things." Her eyes widened even more at the confirmation, and she muttered, "They made it." "That's right," Saito growled and hissed. "Umbrella didn't discover the T-virus. They invented it." Louise could only stare at Saito in silent horror. Then that feeling gave way to absolute rage. She clenched her fists tightly together as she fumed, furious at what she now knew to be the truth. All this time, she had the slightest bit of hope that Umbrella, for all its wickedness, had simply found the T-virus and honestly were researching it to find a cure. But now she recognized that hope for the naivety that it was. The Umbrella Corporation likely didn't have an ounce of good in its soul. It was a monster of greed, ambition, and evil, one that had burrowed its way into the homes of every Raccoon City resident, and now they were all paying the price for their mistakes. "What the fuck is that?" They suddenly heard one of the mercenaries yell from the television set, followed by a monstrous, inhuman roar. Both teenagers shot their heads toward the screen, and all they could see was the incessant flash of fully automatic gunfire as the mercenaries fired at something. Through all the flashing lights and low resolution of the recording, they couldn't get a good look at the monster attacking them. But it was big and clearly wasn't a zombie. Gag. GRK dash. One of the mercenaries gurgled as they were impaled by the monster's massive claw. Then another was crushed with a powerful swipe. "Fall back. Fall. JH." The team leader yelled as he was flung back, disappearing under the river of sewer water. The entire team of highly trained mercenaries fell into chaos as the monster shrugged through everything they threw at it. Saito and Louise could only watch in abject horror as each soldier was torn apart, only catching glimpses of the creature as it did its terrible work. When it finally got to the man whose camera they were watching through, he was firing everything he had before he was struck in the chest and sent flying back into a far wall with a loud, sickening crack. The monster advanced towards them, the cracked camera lens only able to show its surprisingly thin, human-like legs, as the mercenary desperately fired his pistol. "Stay back," the terrified man screamed. "Stay AGH." His words were cut off as one of his legs was crushed, followed by his arm violently getting ripped off. Realizing what was about to happen, Saito rushed to pause the video as the mercenary tearfully begged for mercy. The sound was thankfully cut off, and both teenagers could only stare in silence at both each other and the television. Neither of them said a word, too horrified at what they had just seen and heard. At the same time, they slowly focused all of their attention onto the screen, where all they could see was one massive eye with a horizontal, slitted iris floating in a sea of yellow sclera covered in tiny red veins and surrounded by thick, bloody flesh. Saito spared one final glance at Louise, then at their still drying clothes. He then remarked, "We're leaving." Louise couldn't agree more, and without a second of hesitation, both got out of their chairs and changed into their damp clothes as fast as they possibly could. Once Saito and Louise were dressed in their damp clothes, which was somewhat uncomfortable, if unavoidable, their weapons were properly cleaned of all the foul gunk coating them, and the video cassette was rewound and stowed away again. The pair immediately set off deeper into the sewers. They didn't know where they were going, only following the general direction towards the service elevator that Pete told them about. It was the only lead they had in this maze-like sewer, so it was the path they took. So far, there weren't any zombies, and more importantly, the hunter gammas, but they kept their eyes peeled for any threat that could get in their way. Louise, however, couldn't help but keep thinking back to what she just saw. Given how there didn't appear to be anything other than them nearby, Louise whispered, "All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but all of this started when Dr. Birkin did something that prompted Umbrella to go after him and secure whatever this G-virus thing he made." "Looked like it, yeah," Saito said, keeping his handgun raised next to his chest as his eyes scanned his surroundings for any hostiles. Then, on the night of September 22nd, just before midnight, Umbrella sent a team of mercenaries, their alpha team, or something I guess, after Birkin, led by some guy calling himself Hunk. Louise continued, her own revolver lowered with its barrel pointed towards the ground. Birkin resists and pulls a gun, causing Alpha Team to shoot him. They secure the virus samples and leave Birkin behind to die. Yeah, he was barely breathing when they left, but there's no way in hell he survived getting shot in the chest that many times, Saito added, noticing some dark stains on the concrete pathway that he wasn't able to determine whether it was blood or something else. All the filth was just blending together at this point. Louise nodded in agreement as she finished. Finally, as Alpha Team was leaving through the sewers, they got attacked by something. That thing killed the entire team, and after that, the T-virus, which Umbrella created, got into the water. From there, the T-virus spread and infected most of the city in a matter of days. All of that sounds about right, Saito agreed, briefly turning his head to look at Louise over his shoulder, where he saw her scrunch up her face in mild confusion and anger. "My only question is how, exactly, did the virus get into the water?" Louise asked, mostly to herself. That monster had something to do with it, clearly, but the video was so chaotic that I couldn't see what was really happening. "My guess is that it had to do with those vials," Saito suggested as he kept moving forward. Those brightly colored liquids they were holding were definitely virus samples. During the fight, the briefcase must have been damaged, causing the canisters to fall out and break open. "Maybe some fell in the river, like Hunk?" Louise offered, and Saito nodded after a moment. "That or rats," Saito pointed out, which Louise nodded in agreement with. After seeing infected, zombified giant rats firsthand, the idea that they were indirectly responsible for the virus getting loose wasn't too much a stretch of the imagination. Certainly wouldn't have been the first time this happened in human history, and probably wouldn't be the last. Either way, the most important detail about that tape was that it was undeniable proof that Umbrella was responsible for Raccoon City's destruction. The city may physically still be standing, but both teenagers knew it was finished. There was no way in hell anyone who survived this nightmare would return, not after what happened. Especially not businesses which would be crucial for a city to actually live and thrive. The name Raccoon City would become toxic, and no one would touch it with a mile-long pole. Both Saito and Louise were resigned to that, but if nothing else, they'd make sure that Umbrella went down with it. And this tape and their testimony just might be the smoking gun prosecutors and lawmakers would need to rake the company over the coals. Any further thoughts were broken when they suddenly heard a loud, echoing bang coming from up ahead. The sound made both teenagers stop in their tracks and point their guns forward. At first, nothing else came, but then there was another gunshot, and another, followed by another. With how twisted and cramped the sewers were, it was impossible to tell how far away the gunshots actually were, but it was clear that it was coming from the direction that they needed to go. For a moment, Saito and Louise were tempted to simply turn around and try to find another path, but they knew that wasn't an option. As the gunshots continued, alternating between single shots and what sounded like fully automatic gunfire, Saito and Louise slowly and cautiously kept moving forward. They kept their guns pointed forward, with Saito lighting the way with his flashlight and the two ready to fire as soon as something even remotely threatening came their way. But nothing did. The only sounds they heard was the incessant gunfire, only briefly pausing before picking right back up where it left off. There weren't any moans of the undead, roars of hunter gammas, or even things moving between the walls and pipes. The sewer was just empty, and that was the most unnerving thing of all. Eventually, they came across their first body of a zombie. It had its neck broken, with a bullet hole reaching from the base of the jaw and exiting out the top of the skull. It was followed by more bodies, each one sporting clearly fatal wounds to their chests and heads. Many had their limbs outright broken or severed, oftentimes both. The first few bodies Saito and Louise tested just to make sure that they actually were dead, but soon it became clear that they'd all been thoroughly put down. Then they just walked right over the corpses, reasonably certain that they weren't going to spring up and try to eat them. But it wasn't just zombified sewer workers and the odd former survivor who, like them, had wandered into the sewers to seek refuge. They began to come across bodies of giant infected rats, their bodies littered with bullet holes and stab wounds. Giant cockroaches had been stomped into a fine mush, and they even found the body of a giant spider that made Saito yelp and nearly shoot before he realized its face was blown open. The most striking things they found, though, were the bodies of hunter gammas. There were at least 6 of them, all littered with bullet holes, deep knife gouges, and a few were even blown up. The beast had nearly killed Saito and Louise, and here were several taken out right next to each other. As they stared at the bodies, they continued hearing the gunshots, this time much, much closer. With nervous glances at each other, Saito and Louise continued, keeping along the wall with Saito out in front. As they neared the edge, the gunshots turned from just being echoes to something much clearer. They could see flashes of light illuminating the walls, casting shadows of zombies as they were blown apart. One zombie even fell back with a large chunk of its head missing right in front of the corner just as Saito and Louise reached it, causing them to step back in fright. Slowly, with each taking long, heavy gulps, Saito and Louise poked their heads out from behind the corner. There they gasped, watching as a lone soldier, clad in USS armor, tore his way through what had to be dozens of zombies, infected animals, and BOWS like they were nothing. To the zombies, he went from headshot to headshot with his handgun, all of his bullets finding their mark, and putting them down with 2 or 3. By the time their bodies hit the concrete, he was already moving on to the next. When his pistol ran out of ammo, he'd switched to the MP5 he kept stowed away on his backpack, the high rate of fire tearing the zombies apart limb from limb. A few times one of the undead managed to get close and reach out to him, but the mercenary would simply duck or bob away, sometimes managing to stab his knife directly into their heads before giving himself more space. During those short reprieves, he'd reload his weapons faster than anything Saito or Louise could do, and he went right back to tearing them apart. There were a few hunter gammas crawling out of the water and nearby pipes to join the fray, but the mercenary simply pulled out a Remington 870 shotgun and put a few buckshot shells straight into their mouths. One had the back of its head blown off when the soldier literally shoved the barrel of his long gun down its throat and pulled the trigger. Eventually, the number of zombies surrounding him grew too great, and both teenagers looking at the man in awe and fear felt that this might be the end of him. That was when the mercenary dropped something at his feet, and Saito only barely managed to notice what it was and pull Louise and himself away from the edge before it exploded. The bright light and intense ringing told Saito that his assumption that it was a flashbang grenade was accurate, and it stunned the rest of the zombies long enough for the mercenary to gun them all down. Soon, the entire hallway was eerily quiet. The only sound Saito and Louise could hear were their own breathing, as well as a faint ringing in their ears from the flashbang. Slowly, they poked their heads out again to look at the aftermath, and they saw the USS Soldier simply standing there triumphantly atop the field of corpses at his feet. It was only then that they were able to finally recognize the man for who he was, and both teenagers' eyes widened in realization. This wasn't just any USS Soldier. This was Alpha Team's leader, the one knocked into the river by that monster. The man who called himself Hunk. Hunk, for his part, was breathing heavily from the exertion, but otherwise appeared to be completely unharmed. All the blood covering his armor wasn't his, and he paid it no heed as he instead scanned the area for any more zombies. When there were none, he momentarily allowed himself to relax. Then he reached into his pockets to pull out magazines and reload his weapons. He even took the time to quickly insert fresh bullets into his expended magazines, stowing them away for future use. It was only when he was finished, crouched on one knee to make his reloading easier, that his head slowly rose up to stare right at Saito and Louise. Like deer in headlights, the two teenagers froze in surprise and fear. Any hope that he didn't notice them and was just staring blankly in their general direction was dashed when he stood up and pointed his weapon towards them. Hunk slowly began to advance, and the teenagers felt their legs practically turn to stone. They could have tried to run away, but their legs just weren't responding, and after what they just witnessed, it was doubtful that they could actually fight him off. They couldn't fight off the team of mercenaries already on them, and something told them that this guy was better than all of them. Just as they finally regained feeling in their legs and were about to make a run for it, Hunk suddenly stopped just a few paces from them and reached down. To Saito and Louise's surprise, They saw that he had picked up one of the vials they saw Dr. Birkin stow away into the briefcase from the video. The vial was filled with a pink media, and as Hunk secured it in his pocket, he kept his MP5 pointed in their direction. He then began to back up, making sure to keep the teenagers in his sights at all times. Only when he reached the stairwell that led upward did he turn around and leave, shooting them one final glare before moving out of sight. The message was clearly received. Do not follow him. There was a brief question on Saito and Louise's minds about why Hunk didn't try to apprehend them if Umbrella was trying to capture her, but then they thought back to the UBCS forces they found at the zoo. Soon, they began to realize that operational compartmentalization might very well be in play here. Hunk and his team was clearly sent down to obtain the virus samples from Dr. Birkin, and Hunk had been stuck down in the sewers for days at this point. He just might not even know that Louise was supposed to be captured for Umbrella. Either that, or he was just so committed to finishing the mission he was already on and didn't care about Louise or Saito in the slightest. Either way, it was a lucky break that Saito and Louise needed, and they immediately ran past the field of corpses to the unlocked door beside the stairwell, which they immediately locked behind them. Spurred on by the close encounter with yet another USS soldier, Saito and Louise continued down the windy pathways towards what they hoped would be the service elevator Pete told them about. Now that they weren't frozen by sheer panic, part of Saito wondered if he and Louise could have possibly taken the soldier down. They had guns and the drop on the soldier, so they stood a reasonable chance. But he quickly squashed those notions. This Hunk, which had to be a code name, was clearly a cut above the rest, probably being more skilled than any of the mercenaries currently hunting them down. If they tried to actually fight him, at best they'd end up just like the scores of undead that Hunk had put down right before their eyes. No, it was best to avoid him, and thank whatever gods were listening that he decided to leave them alone for whatever reason. If he hadn't, if he decided that he needed to secure both them and that virus sample, neither he nor Louise stood a chance. Especially not in such a cramped, confined space. They had to deal with a few zombies, infected animals, and even some hunter-gammas as they continued making their way through the sewers. None of them were particularly hard to deal with, although the hunter-gammas took much more punishment before going down. Both teenagers also had to use their melee weapons far more frequently than they would have liked as their ammo reserves began to run dry. Saito only had 5 shells left for his shotgun, and Louise only had 1 more magazine for her rifle. Luckily, they didn't have to step foot into the dirty water again thanks to all the intact catwalks and unlocked doors, but the smell was inescapable. Eventually, much to their relief, they came across the first true signs that the lead they were following was accurate. It just so happened to be a literal sign depicting 2 arrows pointing in opposite directions. The one pointing to the right, colored a dark red, had the word security written on it, while the other, a dark blue, had maintenance. Figuring that the service elevator to get them out of here would be in maintenance, Saito and Louise turned left and fast-walked towards the door. But when they reached it, they immediately noticed a problem. The door handle, no matter what they tried, wouldn't budge. God damn it! Saito cursed as he threw his entire weight onto the handle, hoping to break it open, but it wouldn't budge. Releasing a frustrated grunt, Saito backed away and grumbled, "It's no use." Louise scrunched up her face, then looked closely at the door. It consisted of a metal door embedded into an iron-grated wall, thick bars preventing them from going forward. Upon noticing a rectangular-shaped slot beside the handle, she also noticed a scrap of paper taped onto the wall. She pulled it off, then began to read aloud. "We've been receiving reports of unauthorized personnel in the control areas of the facility. In response, we are replacing the aging mechanical locks and implementing new security protocols. Unlocking the new electronic locks requires a special-made battery pack to be distributed to all employees. Please keep your personal battery pack on hand at all times when moving throughout the facility." She frowned as she folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into her pocket, grumbling, "Well, that's just perfect. Why would you use batteries as keys?" "Something tells me that's part of the security protocols that Pete was complaining about," Saito mentioned as he rubbed his hand through his hair. He then added, "And I think his battery pack went with him." "Perfect, just perfect," Louise reiterated as she momentarily hunched over and let out a groan. As she stood back up, she declared, "Well then, we just have to find a new one. Any ideas?" "Security, maybe," Saito suggested as he threw his thumb over his shoulder. Realizing that was their best bet, the teenagers turned around and briskly walked the other direction. Luckily, security wasn't too far from maintenance, and its door wasn't sealed by an electronic lock. Instead, the thick and bulky metal door was sealed shut by a series of clamps tightened by a large, red wheel. Placing his hands on opposite sides of the wheel, Saito grunted in exertion as he turned it counterclockwise. Slowly, the clamps began to loosen, and once it was fully unsealed, he and Louise were able to push the door open. They then closed it behind them, locking it tight just in case anything tried to come after them. Yes, security cameras, Saito announced with a smile as he noticed a wall lined with dozens of monitors above a large terminal, all hooked up to various security cameras throughout the sewer. As he and Louise began to scour through the monitors, they noticed several areas that they themselves had just passed through. They also noticed USS Delta Team, slowly and carefully following their tracks. Luckily, the number of zombies and BOWS had substantially increased since Saito and Louise came through, slowing the mercenaries down tremendously, but it was still cause for concern. That was when Saito looked over the terminal more closely, and a sly grin spread across his face as he sat down and began to press various buttons. "What are you doing?" Louise asked, looking over her friend's shoulder. "Look," Saito said as he pointed at the monitor displaying Delta Team. "They're following the exact path we took, and it looks like we were lucky because a lot of the doors we passed through were powered down from this terminal. Maybe Pete or someone else turned them off, try to make it easier for them to escape. If we turn them back on, we slow them down." Louise realized as she, too, began to smile. Sato's smile grew wider as he nodded, and he continued to press buttons and pull levers. Louise, meanwhile, focused on the monitor the mercenaries were on. Sato's actions were immediately becoming apparent as the lights began fluctuating, turning on and off as power was cycled. The mercenaries were confused, not fully understanding what was going on at first, at least until the electronic locks on all the doors, which Louise was ashamed to admit she didn't even notice before, blinked red. "What the dash?" One of the mercenaries, Vector if Saito remembered correctly, yelled as he ran up to the door, his voice picked up by the security camera. He tried to open it, but when it wouldn't budge, he shouted, "Damn it! Haha, get fucked, you bastards!" Saito cheered while clapping his hands together. Both he and Louise knew this reprieve was only temporary. Those mercenaries were crafty and resourceful, and they'd eventually find a way to get through, either by finding a battery pack to unlock the doors or by simply breaking them down. Still, with the threat of Umbrella momentarily delayed, both teenagers went back to trying to find a way out of the mess they were in. It took a few minutes, but soon they found a slumped-over body of a sewer worker on one of the monitors. His corpse was sprawled against the wall at the end of a hallway, with no obvious signs of injury. More importantly, on his belt was a large battery pack, exactly what they needed to unlock the door to maintenance. There were more bodies that could be seen through the monitors, some of whom also had battery packs on their persons, but this one appeared to be the closest. "All right, let's see," Louise muttered as she began looking around the room. Quickly finding a map displayed on one of the walls, she pulled it off, then carried it over to the terminal. The map displayed the entire sewer, or at least this particular section. Each hallway and room was carefully labeled, and more importantly, so were the cameras. Taking a marker and using the label monitors as a reference point, Louise carefully charted a path for them to take in order to reach the dead worker. "Okay, I think I know what we have to do," Louise declared as she slid her finger along the charted path. "If we take this route, we can get to the worker, grab his battery pack, then come right back here. It doesn't look too far, so it shouldn't be too difficult." Saito nodded in agreement. Then he frowned as he looked back up at the terminal. Reading a few gauges, he pointed at them, then announced, "Sounds good, but we have a problem. I think I know what killed him." Louise followed his finger towards the gauge. It read H2S at the top, and the needle was firmly driven right into the red on the far right side. "I wasn't the best at chemistry, but I know that it's hydrogen sulfide," Saito revealed as he tapped the gauge with his finger. "That rotten egg smell we've been dealing with ever since we came in here came from that." "Is that a problem?" Louise asked, worry seeping into her voice. "In low amounts, not really. We're perfectly fine, so long as we don't spend days or weeks down here," Saito replied. Then he frowned. "But not at those levels. Hydrogen sulfide, Louise, is a poisonous, corrosive, and even flammable gas. If you get exposed to too much of it, you're dead." Louise's eyes widened, and she muttered, "That's what killed him." "Yep," Saito confirmed with a nod. Pete mentioned gas leaks flooding entire sections of the sewer that they weren't able to fix in time before everything went to hell. "I bet money that's what got this guy. Probably before the outbreak even began." Louise released a regretful sigh while shaking her head. She then steeled herself and asked, "Okay then, how are we going to get over there?" "Normally, I'd say pump out the gas, but I have absolutely no idea how to do that," Saito admitted. "If I try, I'm just as likely to pump it here and kill us both. So we have to physically go get it." Louise asked, "If I was a wind mage, maybe, but I can't hold my breath that long." "I don't think you have to," Saito countered as he pointed to a room on the map near the section of the sewer flooded by toxic gas. "According to the map, this is a storage room holding protective gear in case of a gas leak. One of us just needs to go in, change into whatever they have over there, then walk in." That might work," Louise admitted. Then she shot her head towards Saito and asked, "Wait, what do you mean one of us?" "There are a lot of security doors between here and that body," Saito revealed as he shook his head and spread his arms wide. "One of us is going to have to stay here and open them." While the other goes down alone, Louise finished, and Saito reluctantly nodded. A tense, heavy silence fell between the teenagers as they glanced between themselves and the monitors. Neither of them found the prospect appealing, whether they were the one to go out by themselves or stay behind. It was insanely risky, but at the same time, they couldn't see any other option. Releasing a sigh, Louise offered, "I'll go get the battery pack." "Are you sure?" Saito immediately asked, and Louise nodded. "Yes, I'm sure. I'm not good at computers at all, so you'll have a better chance of figuring out what you have to do," Louise pointed out. She then grimaced and added, "I should probably leave my guns here." Saito hadn't thought about that, and he winced as he realized Louise was absolutely correct. A single gunshot just might set all the hydrogen sulfide gas ablaze, and there would be no way she'd survive that even with all the protective equipment in the world. "At least take your hatchet with you, just in case," Saito requested, and Louise nodded in agreement. Was already going to do that. Louise revealed as she began taking off her backpack and holstered guns. Placing them on a nearby table, she pulled out a radio and asked, "Think we can use these?" "Maybe, but I have no idea if we'll even get a signal down here." "If we do, it'll be short," Saito answered, and Louise shrugged. "Well, I'm not going very far anyway," Louise pointed out, and Saito nodded in agreement after a moment. "Switch to channel 3. Umbrella's probably monitoring the other one already," Saito ordered as he switched his radio appropriately. "Won't they still pick it up?" Louise asked as she changed the channel as well. "Probably, assuming they can even notice we're using them down here in the first place. But even if it takes them a bit to realize we changed channels, that's time we can use." "Fair enough," Louise said with a nonchalant shrug. She then took a deep breath and walked over to the other exit of the security room. She looked over at Saito, who kept his face firm as he stared intensely at her. They then both nodded at each other, and with that Louise opened the heavy door. Sealing it shut behind her, Louise took a deep breath, continued to walk forward, and pulled out her radio to speak into it. "Saito, can you hear me?" Saito didn't respond at first, but then he replied, "Yeah, I can hear you. Quality's crap, but I can make it out." "Better than nothing," Louise muttered as she shook her head. She then added, "All right, walk me through this." "Okay, you're going to keep going straight," Saito spoke into his radio as he watched Louise through the monitors. The fixed-angle cameras only offered a limited frame of view, but there were a lot of them, so Saito was able to keep track of her fairly easily. "Take the third right." "Got it," Louise said, her voice somewhat garbled through all the concrete walls, but otherwise perfectly intelligible. Once Louise made the appropriate turn, Saito continued, "The storage room is going to be the fifth doorway on your left. It's a bit of a ways away, but just keep going straight until you reach it." "Okay, heading there now," Louise replied. As she carefully walked through the narrow hallways, pipes lining the walls and ceiling, she asked, "Can you see any zombies ahead of me?" "No, nothing yet, but it's hard to see anything, really. There are a lot of blind spots," Saito revealed as he had to switch his attention from one monitor to the next. "Honestly, watching you like this kind of reminds me of playing Dino Crisis." "Dino what?" "Dino Crisis. It's a survival horror game with dinosaurs and fixed camera angles," Saito clarified before shaking his head and waving his arm to the side. "Doesn't matter. Just keep going. You're almost there." Louise was silent for a moment, then responded, "All right. Just going to say, if I come across a dinosaur down here, I'm blaming you." Saito couldn't help but chuckle as he smiled and shook his head. Then he refocused and said, "The storage room's coming up. You see it?" "Not yet." "There we go," Louise revealed. She stopped near the door, then she nervously asked, "Is there anything inside?" "I don't have a camera in there, sorry," he reluctantly answered with a frown on his face, and Louise hung her head as she groaned. "Of course. Well, I'm going in," Louise said as she carefully pulled out her hatchet and slowly opened the door. Poking her head inside for a moment, she then pulled out and announced, "It's clear." "Good, that's good. Head inside and put on whatever gear they have," Saito ordered. "You're going to want to cover up as much skin as possible. Don't just grab a gas mask and oxygen tank." Right. 'Cause it's corrosive and I like my skin," Louise replied. With that, she entered the storage room and closed the door behind her. The radio went silent as she clearly began going through whatever was inside, leaving Saito to his own devices. At first, he just sat there, keeping an eye on the monitors for any threats. There didn't seem to be any zombies in Louise's path, but there was no telling if that was completely the case. He then noticed on one of the monitors on Louise's path the first of many security doors that he'd have to open from here. Remembering the note they found in Pete's satchel, Saito went over to pull it out of Louise's backpack, unfolded the piece of paper, and began to read. The front page was a promotional pamphlet depicting some pipes along a concrete wall, and the bottom right corner had two knight chess pieces, one black over a white box and the other white over a black box, standing on top of the words Knights Construction Company. "I'm sensing a chess theme here," Saito muttered, then opened the pamphlet and read aloud. "Greetings from the CEO. Thank you for your interest in Knight's Construction Company. Over the past 20 years, we have had the honor to work on the sewer systems of some of our country's greatest cities, while never losing sight of our two core principles of playfulness and superior industrial design. At KCC, we believe that just because our work is subterranean doesn't mean our designs have to be subpar. More refined than a queen, more polished than a knight, and as pleasant as a pawn, our work is sure to bring great victory to everyone involved. May we all meet on the field someday. Knight's Construction Company CEO, World Chess Alliance Honorary Member, Raccoon Chess Club Honorary Advisor, and Fisher Chess Lovers Guild Honorary Director, R.B. Fisher. Saito paused for a moment, then muttered to himself, "Who designs a security system around chess?" That was when he turned the pamphlet over to the words that Pete himself had written in pencil. Earlier, he and Louise had glanced at it, but only now was he actually able to read it properly. Playfulness and superior industrial design, my ASS. Pete's note read, "I have worked in a lot of sewers across the country. New York, Chicago, Boston, LA, they all had their problems, but this one, oh my God, it is the most convoluted, complicated, and just damn annoying piece of shit I've ever had to deal with in my life. Who in their right mind thought that using a bunch of easy-to-lose, chess-themed plugs for a sewer security system was a bright idea? I don't care if the CEO likes chess. I like it too, but security systems are supposed to be easy for the people using them to understand and operate while keeping everyone else out. This system is keeping pretty much everyone out. It's annoying as hell." Saito frowned and released a sigh, just wondering if this would be the only true hint of the person Pete actually was, then continued to read. "Anyway, after Marcus got stuck in one of the tunnels a couple days ago for hours, I had enough. The boys and I gathered up our complaints and submitted them to management, but we got the same old, tired company bullshit about how they were looking into it, and our voices are being heard. Yeah, right? That's what they said last time and the time before that. In any case, I'm already looking for a new job working in a sewer that actually makes sense. In the meantime, I figured I'd make this cheat sheet. Took me days, but I now know which doors every single plug opens and closes. The security office should still have the plugs needed to get through them. Hopefully this helps anyone well after I'm gone." Saito stared at the piece of paper, looking at the carefully marked and organized tables of doors opened and closed by each plug, complete with where each plug was supposed to go. Looking up at the walls, he saw the appropriate slots. The markings depicting which plug was supposed to go were scratched away. He then opened a nearby drawer, and true enough, there's 6 plugs laid out inside, a different white chess piece on the top of each one. "It will, Pete," Saito said to himself as he pulled out the queen plug and held it up to his face. "Thank you." His thoughts were broken when Louise's voice came out of the radio, saying, "All right, I'm good. Heading out now." Saito redirected his attention back towards the monitors, where he saw Louise step out of the storage room. She was now wearing a fully body suit, complete with a gas mask and heavy oxygen tank strapped to her back. It kind of reminded Saito of scuba gear, if bulkier. It also was clearly loose on Louise in several areas. As she walked, she frequently had to pause to readjust her protective clothing. "You couldn't find a smaller size?" Saito asked, and Louise grumbled while glaring at the security camera. "This was the smallest one they had." "Not my fault all of the sewer workers were men," Louise countered, and Saito nodded in understanding. "Fair enough. Now, then, keep going straight. You'll need to open up another heavy door ahead of you. Make sure your gas mask is secured before you open it. Once you do, you're entering the section of the sewer flooded with hydrogen sulfide," Saito revealed, and Louise nodded. "Got it," Louise replied, taking a deep breath before checking that the gas mask was tightly secured over her head with no leaks. Once she was certain that there weren't any, she continued moving forward at a careful but brisk pace. Once she reached the heavy door in question, she paused for a moment to calm her nerves, then placed her hands onto the bright red wheel on its face. Turning it counterclockwise, the door opened with a loud squeal, allowing Louise to quickly enter and close the door shut behind her. "Okay, I'm in," Louise said, her breathing much heavier than it was before as fear seeped in. "Can you smell anything?" Saito asked, and Louise shook her head. "No, that's good, right?" Louise asked, and Saito nodded. "Yeah, it should be. Still, let's try to get through this as quickly as possible," Saito said as he pulled out the rest of the chest plugs. "Luckily, it's pretty much a straight shot to get to the body, and with the cheat sheet Pete left us, it hopefully won't be too hard to open all these doors." "Okay, I'll take your word for it. Just get me out of here," Louise ordered, and Saito nodded. "All right, keep going straight until you reach a security door," Saito said as he grabbed the first piece he would need according to the cheat sheet. Through the monitor, he noticed Louise doing as she was told, traversing from monitor to monitor through the long corridor. Once she reached the first of many security doors, Saito inserted the queen piece into the appropriate slot. The door unlocked and the light turned green, causing the grated door to slide over and grant Louise entry. She carefully crossed the threshold and kept going, eventually coming across a stairwell that took her up onto a catwalk over a river of sewage. Saito, there's several doors up here, Louise revealed through a radio. Yeah, I see them. Hold on, Saito replied. Following the cheat sheet, he inserted the rook piece into its slot, allowing the first and third door to slide open. The second, however, remained closed, forcing Saito to insert the knight piece while taking out the queen. While it closed the first two doors that Louise first passed through, it also opened the second while keeping open the third. Jesus, this is convoluted, Saito grumbled, silently thanking Pete profusely for creating this insanely helpful guide. He did not want to think about how long it would have taken to try and figure all this out by themselves through trial and error. Louise continued making her way through the sewer tunnel, following the path laid out for her, while Saito opened and closed the appropriate doors. There were many side rooms and passageways opened, but Louise ignored them. They were on a timetable, both from the toxic gas and the mercenaries trying to catch up to them. She didn't have time to look through every nook and cranny. Luckily, there weren't any zombies. Several had clearly entered the area, including a few hunter gammas, but the toxic and corrosive gas had killed them, or at least rendered their bodies unusable, just like anyone else. Louise and Saito were perfectly fine with that, as it made their lives much easier. I see him, Louise excitedly announced once she reached the end of the tunnel. Perfect. Grab the battery pack and get the hell out of there, Saito ordered as Louise ran up to the body. Kneeling beside it, she carefully tested the corpse to ensure that it was truly dead by chopping the blade of her hatchet into its exposed neck, but it didn't respond. Confident that it wasn't going to leap up and attack her, Louise pried the battery pack and its cable off of the deceased worker's belt. Got it, Louise announced, holding the battery pack up to her chest. Ugh, it's heavy. It's fine, just get it back here, Saito told her. With their objective achieved, Louise turned around and hurried back to the security room. The opening and closing of various doors slowed her down slightly, but overall coming back proved to be much faster than getting there in the first place. Soon Louise was able to leave the gas-flooded chambers and return to the storage room, where she changed out of her protective gear back into her normal clothes. She quickly returned to the security room, battery pack proudly held up for Saito to see. Saito smiled and helped her inside, the two friends giving each other a relieved hug before separating and allowing Louise to gather up her gear again. Once Louise was ready, they turned to leave the security room, but before they did, Saito paused and looked at the map they had drawn on and the various plugs still in their sockets. Hold on, I have an idea, Saito revealed as he glanced towards the monitors displaying the mercenaries who were still advancing, albeit at a snail's pace. Grabbing the map and folding it before stuffing it into his backpack, Saito then grabbed all of the chest plugs, carried them out of the security room, then tossed them into the sewer water. Have fun getting through here without those, Saito said mockingly, with Louise smiling in understanding beside him. They then sealed the security door shut behind them and jogged over to the maintenance door. Louise inserted the battery pack into the electronic door, causing it to unlock and allow them to pass through. Once the door was closed behind them, Louise then carefully reached through the iron bars to pull the battery pack out of its slot, causing the door's lock to engage once again. Walking along the concrete pathway, Sato's handgun and flashlight pulled out just in case anything tried to jump out at them. The two teenagers continued moving through the sewers. Louise, meanwhile, was holding open the sewer map, trying to figure out where the service elevator was located. I found it. The elevator's not too far from here, Louise revealed, pointing at the spot in question. Saito sighed in relief as they passed into a relatively large and open chamber that had a catwalk spanning the gap above them. That's a relief. Maybe we can finally, Saito said, only to stop when he and Louise heard light, frantic footsteps coming from above them. They looked up as the sound of someone sprinting as fast as they could passed over them, accompanied by rapid, shallow, and terrified breathing. They only got a quick glimpse of the person running, and all they could tell was that they were small. Saito and Louise looked at each other. Then Saito began to say, "Was that a dash?" He was interrupted again by yet another noise. Only this one was a deafening, monstrous roar. Loud, heavy footsteps coming from the same direction the first person was running from could now be heard, and both teenagers backed up while holding their weapons in its direction. Soon the monster reached the catwalk at a full sprint, each footstep causing the metal structure to shake and rattle. But the weight and force proved to be too much, and once it reached the middle, the entire catwalk collapsed. "Act!" Louise shrieked as she and Saito hastily backed away, pointing their handguns towards the cloud of dust covering whatever monstrosity had crashed onto the floor behind them. The beam of light from Sato's flashlight was blocked by the dust for a few moments, but soon the dust settled and allowed them to see it in its entirety. "Jesus Christ!" Saito gasped. "Founder, have mercy!" Louise muttered at the same time, both teenagers backing away in clear horror as they saw the thing standing over them. It was not a zombie, That much was certain. It also wasn't a hunter gamma. Instead, it looked like something straight out of the thing. The thing that was once a man was covered in blood, its white lab coat, shirt, and pants shredded and covered in holes, while its left arm, pants, and part of its left torso mostly appeared normal. The right side of its body was completely covered in bulging, cancerous muscular growths. The shoulder was extended outward, spikes of bone growing out at the top over a particularly large bulge in the center. The growths had consumed much of the man's cheek and right side of his face, and the left was warped in perpetual agony. "Oh gods!" Louise gasped as her eyes widened in realization once she noticed the blood-stained name tag on the man's left chest, especially once the still human half of the man's face stared at them painfully. "It's Dr. Birkin." It took a moment for Saito to recognize him, but once he did, it was impossible to see him as anything but. This thing was Dr. Birkin, or at least used to be. Birkin's entire body was twitching and hunched over, immobile for the moment. Sato's mind raced, and he soon remembered the mysterious monster that slaughtered Alpha Team. At once, everything fell into place. Birkin wasn't killed by Alpha Team, at least not fully. Somehow, Birkin got turned into this thing, then he went after the soldiers and killed them. The only question was what turned Birkin into what he was now. Could the T-virus do this, Saito wondered, or was it this mysterious G-virus Birkin made and Alpha Team secured? He didn't know enough to make an accurate assumption, but it was clear that they were in incredible danger. Just as Saito prepared to grab Louise and run, they heard Birkin's raspy voice quietly call out, "Kill me." Their eyes widened in horror as they realized that Birkin was still in there. Watching him twitch and spasm in obvious agony, Saito and Louise's faces fell and they glanced at each other. Silently, they nodded and Saito aimed his Glock 17 right at Birkin's forehead. "I'm sorry, doctor," Saito whispered, and Birkin continued to stare at him as Saito pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed through the sewer, and a fresh hole was drilled right between Birkin's eyes. The neck slumped over, and Birkin's one intact, eye remained open and lifeless. For a moment, both teenagers thought that would have been enough to put him out of his misery, but that hope was dashed when they realized the body was still standing. Slowly, they began to back up, keeping their weapons trained on Birkin as his body began to violently spasm. The neck and head twitched, and to their horror, they saw the hole in his head heal before their very eyes. When it fully sealed shut, Birkin's eyes snapped back into clarity, and he let out an inhuman screech while he reared his body upward. Then, to their horror, the bulge on Birkin's right shoulder opened, revealing a large, slitted eye that stared hungrily at them. Birkin's head, meanwhile, slumped over uselessly, and then Birkin took a step forward while ripping a pipe out a nearby wall. Realizing what was about to happen, and knowing the fates of the last people who tried to fight this thing, Saito yelled, "Run!" Without even bothering to fire a single shot, knowing it would be pointless, the two teenagers turned around and ran for their lives, with Birkin releasing a loud, monstrous roar and following right on their heels.